Happy New Year, America. Your health insurance costs will now surge because of Republicans. Oh, please. All that happens is 7.2% of Americans. That's 24 million Americans. Yeah, all that happens is a return to the original Obamacare subsidies, the way Obama made it. The numbers on the left. You'll see it caps the yearly percent one can pay of their income on healthcare premiums. The government subsidizes anything above those percents, and during COVID, Biden passed emergency relief plans to change the percentages to the ones on the right. But those enhancements expire today because COVID is over. Yeah, we tried to extend them during the shutdown, but y'all shut that down. And these are more than just percentages. It's the doubling on average for 24 million Americans' premiums, which will squeeze all those Americans even more and lead to an estimated 4.8 million to just opt out of coverage and become uninsured. Well, because of these enhanced subsidies, we've seen record enrollment, especially because caps on poverty level were removed, allowing those making $100,000, $200,000, $300,000 a year to receive taxpayer-subsidized health care. Does that sound fair to you? Okay, only 7% of those on the ACA are above that 400% of the federal poverty level, but ACA enrollment goes until January 15th, and we're already seeing lower enrollments. Dr. Oz says that's because they're removing fraudulent enrollees. Oh, please. We're hearing stories of people's premiums going from $900 to $3,200 a month. That's why enrollments are down. Again, this is a return to the original Obamacare subsidies. You're complaining about a system made by you. Since Obamacare, health insurance company stocks have soared because these subsidy payments go right to their pockets. We're about fixing the system with health savings accounts, association plans, and greater consumer choice. Look, Obamacare is nowhere near perfect, but it has dropped the number of uninsured Americans by nearly half. Let's improve healthcare together. But until we have a plan passed, we should not punish millions of Americans by causing their premiums to double. Extend the subsidies now. We can still retroactively. All that happened was the expiration date y'all put into the enhancements came due. We're open to talk, but you gotta be willing to cross the aisle. We'll then have a coherent plan. Until then, extend the subsidies. Oh, our plan. 2025 was the start of the golden age in America. Now, America is barely holding on. Oh, please. We went from historic chaos at our southern border under Biden to historically low numbers. Well, we also saw a 9.4% decrease in tourism to the U.S., so it begs the question, are the numbers down at the border because tough enforcement or because no one wants to come here anymore? I blame a couple pissed off Canadians on that, because after years of losing our manufacturing dominance to China and the howling out of middle America, Trump said no more and enacted the highest tariff since 1938, which has created the leverage for deals worldwide where countries are reducing their tariffs and investing trillions of dollars into the U.S. While China's exports still grew 5.9% in 2025, crossing a $1 trillion trade surplus for the first time ever. Meanwhile, estimates are tariffs have cost the average American $1,100 in 2025, and that's only expected to increase. Meanwhile, manufacturing jobs are actually down, and unemployment just reached its highest point since 2021. Well, the U.S. trade deficit just reached a 5-year low, and despite all this fear-mongering around tariff-induced costs, inflation is actually lower now than when Trump was inaugurated, which even has the Wall Street Journal admitting they were wrong on Trump's tariffs. The stock market is at all-time highs, and all these investments will take time for new facilities to open, but once they do, I expect a manufacturing boom. We'll see about that and how many of those jobs are taken by robots, but we can't not talk about Trump's damage to our democracy. He openly called on his AG to prosecute his political enemies, and then he did. He signed more executive orders than most presidents do in an entire term. He tried every single emergency power possible, and his stranglehold on Congress is obvious. Any distraction, and he destroys careers, and he still spreads the lie that the 2020 election was rigged. Oh, please. The three systems of government are still alive and well. The courts have struck down many of his actions, and he's complied. I think a lot of Americans feel politicians make all these promises but get nothing done. Trump is trying any way possible to enact his agenda, and his biggest accomplishment so far, the big beautiful bill, passed the House and Senate, so the system is working. Well, there are some questions on if they're truly abiding with court orders. Kilmar, Abrego, Garcia, but we can't not talk about ICE terrorizing communities. By enforcing the immigration laws set by Congress, I mean, murders are down the most ever, so the enforcing of the law is working on all cylinders. Oh, we've had American citizens detained, U.S. veterans deported, and elimination of sensitive location protections. Law enforcement is never pretty, but what is the fact that the U.S. has become the leader in peace around the world once again. Trump's team negotiated a ceasefire in Israel, Gaza. Trump was involved in multiple other resolutions worldwide, including sending back Iran's nuclear capability, and Ukraine. Russia is making progress. Yeah, except Russia has only increased strikes since Trump's inauguration. He seems to be flirting with war with Venezuela, and Trump's embrace of Putin is calling many in Europe to question the reliability of the U.S.'s partnership. Well, NATO countries agreed to increase defense spending by 5% by 2035, so it's good our tax dollars will slowly stop subsidizing their healthcare. Oh, speaking of healthcare, the big beautiful bill is projected to kick 14 million people off their healthcare and another 2.2 million through the end of the ACA subsidies. I think most people support the work requirements for Medicaid. We're trying to fix a broken system. And where's the Republican healthcare plan again? Well, 2025 was a year of accomplishments. Just wait until 2026. Yeah, we're all patiently waiting for the bloodbath at the midterms. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. You fucking look like a chicken. What?
All right, guys, and we are live. Yo, this is Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one for you. All right, guys, we got to go ahead and review this, the meetup with Bibi Netanyahu and Trump, because it's looking like war with Iran might be imminent while we're taking advantage of the fact that they're going through a protest, or There's complete outrage over their inflation crisis. For some reason, NATO wants war with Russia. And Happy New Year's. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys, and let's get right into it.
To what I said, that we've never had a friend, even close, a friend.
Hey, and shout out to my man Jordan for starting us off. Appreciate the support, my brother. He had too much to say, just want to show some support.
As President Trump in the White House, I think he's been extraordinary in his friendship and his support for Israel, his principled positions, his willingness to just cut through and get to the essence of things. And I don't say that as a compliment. I just mean it. People have heard me say that behind your back, Mr. President, many times. But I want to say something else. I think we have a partnership, if I can quote you, second to none. I think it's allowed us to do enormous things. You know, people said there was a different conception at one time, which means that America can advance its interests in the Middle East if it opens a lot of daylight between it and Israel. And President Trump has done the exact opposite. He's achieved remarkable things in the Middle East because we work together. We talk about our ideas. Sometimes we have different ideas, but we work it out. And most of the time we see eye to eye. But it's been a remarkable experience, and this was a very, very productive meeting. And may I say, a very good lunch. Thank you. Thank you for your friendship.
Thank you very much.
And thank you for your support. It's meant from the heart.
Thank you. You know, as I said outside, he's been a wartime prime minister, and we were, well, I guess I could say I was a wartime president in more places than just Israel, if you think about it. But Israel was a big factor, and we're with you, and we'll continue to be with you. And a lot of good things are happening in the Middle East. We have peace in the Middle East, and we're going to try and keep it that way. I think we will be very successful.
And the crazy thing is that peace in the Middle East means that, well, Iran's stability is fading. And that's exactly what's happening. Like I said, they're going through a huge inflation crisis at about 42% inflation. And yeah, even the merchants are turning against the government. There was even a police officer, or yes, a member of the Iranian government police force that was killed, and 13 were wounded. And this is what's going down in Tehran as we speak. Now, will this topple the government? Who knows? You might just get that bloodless regime change you always wanted. But word on the global streets is that, well, Mossad is actually the one running this, well, basically a revolution. Now, it's really hard to believe that since their inflation crisis is due to sanctions and their own undoing, but we'll see how this plays out.
In keeping it that way, and you've been a great friend, and I've been a great friend to you and to Israel, and it's been my honor. And the award that I was given was really surprising and very much appreciated.
Well, President Trump has broken so many conventions to the surprise of people, and then they figure out, oh, well, maybe, he was right after all. So we decided to break a convention too, or create a new one, and that is to award the Israel Prize.
Well, not to be that guy, but I mean, one thing Israel was doing was breaking a whole lot of ceasefires. Broke the ceasefire in Gaza, broke the ceasefire in Lebanon. They didn't break a ceasefire in Syria, but I mean, they did bomb Syria, to protect the Druids. And I mean, I don't even know why they try to get involved in that, but Israel getting involved in almost every conflict in the Middle East.
Which in almost our 80 years, we've never awarded it to a non-Israeli. And we're going to award it this year to President Trump. This was announced formally over lunch by our Minister of Education, who's responsible for the Israel Prize. It's going to be awarded to President Donald J. Trump for his tremendous contributions to Israel and the Jewish people. I think it's such a fitting thing, and it would honor us, obviously, Mr. President, if you could visit Israel in that occasion on our Independence Day. But I have to say that this reflects the overwhelming sentiment of Israelis across the spectrum. They appreciate what you've done to help Israel and to help our common battle against the terrorists and those who would destroy our civilization. So, again, that's an expression of thanks and appreciation.
Thank you, baby, very much. That really is a great honor. Any questions, please?
And let's not forget, the 12-day war is something that, well, Israel basically started. Now, like I said, they bombed them on the whole premise of, oh, they're about to create a nuclear weapon. Iran's close to a bomb, something that Bibi's been saying for decades. And, well, Israel struck one of their facilities, killed multiple nuclear scientists and their family members. And that pretty much started the 12-day war off with Iran. This is where Iran starts striking back. Even after Israel completely crippled their air defense system, it was still, pretty crazy 12-day war. I'm pretty sure we can all admit that. And the only reason why Israel's holding out so well, as even Bibi kind of suggested, is that, we had our submarines out there taking out the missiles that Iran was sending them, or trust me, what went down in Israel was going to be a whole lot worse.
Pretty quickly, because
so like I said, the only reason they're able to even get into it with these countries like Iran is, well, because they know we're going to back them up for some strange reason that I do not understand and I do not like.
Pretty much we agree on most of the things, and you would know what most of those things are. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to know if you and the Prime Minister talked about having Israel pull back its troops before Hamas fully disarms. I know that's been an issue. Did you push for that today?
Well, we talked about Hamas and we talked about disarmament, and they're going to be given a very short period of time to disarm, and we'll see how that works out. Steve Witkoff and Jared Kushner will be in charge of that from our side, but if they don't disarm as they agreed to do, they agreed to it, and then they'll be held to pay for them. And we don't want that. We're not looking for that. But they have to disarm within a fairly short period of time.
Is Israel withdrawing its forces?
Which is pretty hard for Hamas to do, because like I've stated multiple times, there is an Israeli back or a Palestinian Israeli back paramilitary force or militia that is actually attacking Hamas as we speak. So it's pretty hard for Hamas to disarm while they're still getting bombed by the IDF and they're still getting shot at by this Israeli-backed paramilitary force. I mean, so it's kind of looking like this whole peace deal is getting sabotaged on the whole disarmament part, or the disarmament of Hamas.
Well, that's a separate subject. We'll talk about that.
Mr. President,
Yes.
Mr. President, do you have a message for the Prime Minister about the West Bank? And are you at all concerned that Israeli settler violence, could be undermining the peace plan?
Well, we have had a big discussion for a long time on the West Bank, and I wouldn't say we agree on the West Bank 100%, but we will come to a conclusion on the West Bank.
If I could ask, what is the disagreement?
Well, I don't want to do that. It'll be announced at an appropriate time, but he will do the right thing. I know that. I know.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is, surprisingly, even Fox News pressed Bibi on about the settlements in the West Bank and how they're not supposed to be expanding settlements in the West Bank. And I have no idea why they started to do so. It may be just be part of this whole greater Israel project, but Israel is trying to expand into the West Bank. The Israelis are going over there, kicking Palestinians off their land and then making it their home now. And this has been going on for a while. And there is no Hamas over there in the West Bank, so they really have no reason to do this. They're just doing it, I guess, as a birthright thing. But we'll see if, Netanyahu can get that to stop, because this is something that the Likud party wants. I mean, it's something that his party in Israel wants. So let's see if he can even stop it.
Very well. He will do the right thing. Yes.
There is a growing fear of a confrontation between Israel and Turkey. How are you going to ease this tension, given the fact that President Erdogan calls Mr. Netanyahu Hitler and compares Israel to the Nazis?
Well, I know President Erdogan very well, and as you all know, he's a very good friend of mine, and I believe that, and I do respect him, and Bibi respects him, and they're not going to have a problem. They're not going to have a problem. I know him very well, and you've seen me do things with President Erdogan and Turkey that nobody else could have done. We're not going to have a problem. He's done a fantastic job. I'm with him all the way. I'm with Bibi all the way. Nothing's going to happen. Yes.
Mr. President, are you concerned that Israel is not moving quickly enough to phase 2 of the peace plan?
Well, I'm not concerned about anything that Israel's doing. I'm concerned about what other people are doing or maybe aren't doing. But I'm not concerned. They've lived up to the plan.
Not really. I mean, like I said, they didn't. I mean, let's be real. They're the ones who broke the ceasefire. They were still striking Gaza. So you can't really say that, oh, Israel's not doing anything wrong. No, they are. They're still striking Gaza, and they have yet to remove their forces out of Gaza. And I'm talking about that Israeli-backed paramilitary group. So, I mean, until Israel want to remove those guys, yeah, Hamas not going to disarm. It's kind of all one big trick. And like, low-key, when you think about it, like if you don't know the details, then you're really thinking that Hamas just want to keep their weapons for the hell of it. But no, they kind of got to keep the weapons. This is not me defending Hamas. This is just me telling you why they won't disarm.
Strong, they're solid, and sometimes they don't understand when somebody violates something that you want to give them a second chance. Well, we'll give them a couple of second chances, but no, Israel's lived up to the plan 100%. Don't forget, we made the plan possible by taking out Iran. And speaking of Iran, I hope they're not trying to build up again, because if they are, we're going to have no choice but very quickly to eradicate that buildup. So I hope Iran is not trying to build up, as I've been reading that they're building up weapons and other things. And if
I mean, yeah, Iran is building up their missile defense system. They're rebuilding some of their missile defense system, and they're advancing some of their missiles as well. I mean, they made that public. Now, what we have no proof of is these guys trying to progress towards enrichment again. Like, we don't know, especially even a bomb. Like, we definitely have no proof of that.
they are, they're not using the sites that we obliterated, but they're using possibly different sites. We know exactly where they're going, what they're doing, and I hope they're not doing it, because we don't want to waste the fuel on a B-2. It's a 37-hour trip both ways. I don't want to waste a lot of fuel. Okay?
Mr. President Trump, just after your last remarks regarding the pardon request of Prime Minister Netanyahu, Herzog office told us that you have not talked after the official request of Prime Minister Netanyahu pardon. Can you clarify to us? Did you talk
Which
about
request are you talking about?
with the President Herzog, the Israeli President Herzog? Did you talk with him directly?
President Erdogan?
Herzog. The Israeli President.
So you're talking about pardon?
Yeah.
Oh, well, you got to say that. No, I think he's going to be in great shape. He's a wartime prime minister at the highest level. He's achieved tremendous success. And I'll say it, if you had 8 out of 10 prime ministers in his...
Now, if you don't know, Bibi is pretty much going through a corruption trial, and he's holding everything off due to the fact that he is a wartime president. But yeah, he has been caught up for corruption. Like I said, if you want to know more about it, you can look at the Bibi files, and it'll tell you everything you need to know about his corruption trial. And here's the thing, this is done by Israeli media. I mean, it's actually pretty damn funny once you think about it. They even exposed the fact that he's the one that sent money to Qatar to send to Hamas. AKA Netanyahu was funding Hamas. It is absolutely crazy how that works out. But I'll leave you guys to look into that yourselves.
Position right now, or before right now, maybe you wouldn't have Israel any longer. Israel would not exist. I'd say two of them would, and 8 of them wouldn't. Those are not good odds. You needed a very special man to really carry through and really help Israel through this horrible jam. These are major factions, and it started with our negotiation with Iran. I think it probably started with Soleimani. That was really where you mentioned that today, which started with Soleimani. Bad guy, doing bad things, hurting a lot of people, killing American soldiers and other soldiers. But it started right there, would probably be the starting point. And then from that point forward, but you have a wartime prime minister at the highest level. There could be other wartime prime ministers, but they'd lose. He won. And I think the people of Israel appreciate it. I think a lot of the people in the world appreciate it, actually.
Hey, and shout out my man Jordan for coming in with the 5. He says, Bibi needs to Bartle do. I still don't know what that means. I still don't know. But F it. Hey, I appreciate the support, my brother. I appreciate it. Hey guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. And if you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to hear it out. I'll be happy to hear it, read it out loud, and engage with it. All right, guys, let's keep it going.
And because of that victory, we were able to get peace in the Middle East. If you had a different kind of a personality, if you had a weak person or a stupid person, and there are plenty of both of them, you would not have had success, and you might not have Israel. And you report for Israel. I know you're very proud of it. You do a great job. You might not have a job because there might not be an Israel right now if you had a different prime minister. That's a big statement, but to me, it's a very simple statement to make. I'm looking at Pete Hegseth, and he's sort of nodding. If they don't have a strong prime minister, Pete, you might not have Israel today. I think he'll go down in the record books. And, you know, I was a big help. I'll be honest with you, big help. Somebody said in the room, if you don't have Trump, you needed a proper combination of everything. And if you didn't have that combination, which they had, you would not have an existing Israel right now. And the people of Israel know it. That's why they like me, and it's why they actually like him. He's got a little bit of a love-hate more than I do over there. But you know what? Even the haters have a lot of respect for him. And there's a lot of jealousy about him. A lot of jealousy. Jealousy is a bad word. But I believe you would not have Israel right now. So it's a big deal. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, a recent poll showed that as many as half of Gazans would be willing to leave the Gaza Strip if afforded the opportunity to do so. Back in February, you said that all Gazans should be.
I heard that number today. Half of Gaza would leave. I've always said it. I said if they were given the opportunity to live in a better climate, they would move. They're there because they sort of have to be. I think it would be a great opportunity, but let's see if that opportunity presents itself. But we're helping the people of Gaza a lot. So is Israel, by the way. So we'll see what happens. But I saw that there was a poll. It was actually more than half the people would leave if they were given the opportunity. And I've been saying that for a long time. To me, it was common sense. So it's interesting.
Why wouldn't countries accept them?
Look, let's not talk about it because we don't want the controversy. Right now, we're helping Gaza. But if they were given the opportunity, I think even higher than that, the group that did the poll is usually, I call them negative pollsters. You have a lot of them. And yet this poll was, I think, very accurate.
I mean, let's be real. When you're level 70% and their experts already say it's going to take like what, decades to rebuild Gaza, I'm going to be honest with you. Of course they want to leave. You're level 70% of it for like what, 25,000 people? Like wild.
Then it would be more than half.
And then did he even kill all 25,000? That's the worst part. I mean, it was, and like I said, this comes from Israeli media. It came out that in May 2025, when they were reported to kill about 53,000 people in Gaza, only 8,900 were Hamas, and the rest were civilians. I know, crazy.
The people, if given the opportunity, but they haven't been given that opportunity. So we'll see what happens.
Mr. President, have you reached a point of understanding regarding Syria?
We do have an understanding regarding Syria. Now, with Syria, you know, your new president, I respect him. He's a very strong guy, and that's what you need in Syria. You can't put a choir boy. You can't put somebody that's a perfect person. Everything's nice, no problems in life. You have the opposite there. He's a strong guy. We get along with him great. I can't ask for any more. He's been with us all the way. We had that mishap with ISIS, and he was with us all the way. He was fighting us. You know, he was fighting them. So I hope Israel. I'm sure that Israel and him will get along. I will try and make it so that they do get along.
Mr. President,
I think they will. Bibi, do you have anything to say about that?
Yeah, well, our interest is to have a peaceful border with Syria. Our interest is to have, and we openly say it, we want to make sure that the border area right next to our border is safe. We don't have terrorists, we don't have attacks, and we also want to secure our Druze friends. And by the way, I think not only the Druze, but other minorities, especially the Christians, should be protected as well in Syria and throughout the Middle East and in Nigeria. In your efforts, we back completely because Christian communities are beleaguered.
Now, the problem in Nigeria is, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, I think we kind of effed up on that one. Yeah, instead of just striking Boko Haram, who resides in what, northwest northwest Nigeria and a little bit in the swampy area of Nigeria. Yeah, we kind of effed up, but we actually struck a bunch of bandits that's known for, I mean, they do crime, but not really the crime that Boko Haram did when it comes, when they're, pretty much killing Christians. So, yeah, we pretty much struck a bunch of bandits. That was actually the problem of the Nigerian government. Yeah. So I'm gonna be real with you. It kind of sounds like we got bamboozled in Nigeria to striking their enemies instead of the people that we actually want to hit, which is Boko Haram. We end up striking a whole bunch of bandits that's known for just kidnapping and being a problem to the government of Nigeria.
Around the world, and especially in the Middle East, but in parts of Africa too. And we stand for the same thing.
And don't forget, it was President Erdogan that helped very much get rid of a very bad ruler of Syria. That was President Erdogan.
Literally.
And he never wanted the credit for it, but he really gets a lot of credit. Bibi agrees with that. I agree with, I mean, I know it. And President Erdogan should get a lot of good credit for what he did. He got rid of some very bad people. And, they've been wanting to do that for 1,000 years with different names, but for 1,000 years in Syria, President Erdogan did it. And we give him a lot of credit. I give him a lot of credit. But I think it's going to work out well between Syria and Israel.
Mr. President,
Yeah, go ahead, please.
The Lebanese government, so what we saw, is not meeting the terms of the ceasefire agreement, has failed to disarm Hezbollah, actually. In your view, should Israel strike the terrorist organization again?
Well, we're going to see about that. We'll see about it.
Oh, Lord.
The Lebanese government is at a little bit of a disadvantage, if you think.
Yeah, I'm going to tell you this right now. The problem with the Lebanese government is, the Lebanese people actually like Hezbollah because they feel like they're the only people who could actually defend Lebanon against Israel. I mean, that's just the belief of the people. And there was a ceasefire, and Israel broke it twice. The first time they broke it was to strike Hezbollah's underground facility or military facility that they were rebuilding. I mean, I guess I can rock with that, but they still broke the ceasefire. Then they broke it again with another strike. And this is the problem and this is what creates that, unison or that singularity that they have with Hezbollah, because apparently the people of Lebanon also views Israel as their enemy, and they trust Hezbollah to defend them more than they trust the Lebanese military, which is absolutely outstanding, by the way. I mean, it's kind of crazy that they, are rocking with the terrorist group instead of their own military. But, as they say, one man's terrorist is another man's freedom fighter.
Think of it with Hezbollah, but Hezbollah has been behaving badly, so we'll see what happens.
Mr. President, and China.
How close are we to another operation of Israel in Iran? You said before the meeting with Netanyahu that you are in support of Israel if the ballistic missile project will take on, and also the.
And shout out to my man droning in the scenery. Hey man, shout out. I missed you, man. I ain't seen you in a minute. But she said Charlie is the red. Dang, he said he's the red heifer sacrifice for the Mossad, and god damn. And he's still coming in with the wild super chat. You gotta love it. But there might be some truth in there. And if you don't know about the red heifer sacrifice, I mean, I could go over it real quick. A little 30 seconds. The red heifer sacrifice is a Jewish ritual where they sacrifice a red heifer, which is a cow, like a red cow, like a brownish red cow. They sacrifice it. They burn it to ashes. They use the ashes for spiritual healing. And then they spread it amongst what? I think where the third temple is supposed to be rebuilt. And now that they've done this, their Messiah is now supposed to come. Well, their Messiah, and it was apparently supposed to be the Antichrist for us. And this was done already. I mean, no, they already did it. They already did it, guys. So, I mean, prepare for the Antichrist, I guess. You could take that with a grain of salt, but this is something that they did and they do believe.
Nuclear weapon, but after the meeting, after what you know from the intelligence, how close are we to another war with Iran?
Well, I don't want to say that, but Iran may be behaving badly. It hasn't been confirmed, but if it's confirmed, look, they know the consequences. Consequences will be very powerful. Maybe more powerful than the last time. Yeah.
Oh, and shout out Green Bean for the gift for setting a New Year's Eve 2026. Hey, I appreciate that, man. Happy New Year's. First day to New Year's. And shout out to Green Bean again, member for 9 months. Happy New Year's, Set and Chess. Stay blessed, y'all. Hey man, shout out to my man Green Bean. Appreciate the support, brother.
And Iran should have made a deal the last time. I gave them the option. I said, you can make a deal. Do it. I told them, do it. And they didn't believe me. Now they believe me.
Do you have evidence that Iran is behaving badly, and what do you mean by that?
This is just what we hear. But usually where there's smoke, there's fire. Have you heard the expression?
But what do you mean related to the nuclear
Well,
capabilities?
no, I'm hearing that they're not nuclear yet, but maybe nuclear too. The sites were obliterated, but they're looking at other sites. That's what I've heard. They're
Do you have
looking.
intelligence
So
about
it'll
it?
take a long time. They're not going to go back to where they were, but
Which we do not know for sure if Iran is trying to build, rebuild their nuclear sites, but we do know that they have advanced their missile defense system. So we'll see where that goes. Because I mean, that's one of the reasons why Israel says that we should strike Iran, because they're getting more advanced with their missiles, and to add the caveat on top, the little cherry on top, they're trying to progress toward nuclear weapons again. I mean, you see where this is going. And shout out to my man Monty. He says Happy New Year's. Appreciate the support, my brother. Oh yeah, shout out Monty.
they have other places they can go. And if they're doing that, they're making a big mistake. Yeah, please. There's no reason for them to do it.
Mr. President, is the United States currently open to engaging in bilateral discussions with Tehran? We're hearing reports from numerous countries that there may be some discussions. Is that something you would support, or something that is
I would.
You would support that?
I would, yes.
Right now. Thank you, sir.
I have been, by the way, before the war, I would support that. I said to him, baby, I said, let's negotiate. And they didn't believe what was going to happen would happen.
Mr.
Yes, ma'am.
President, on China. So China's been doing naval exercises basically to test encircling Taiwan.
Yes, they have. Yeah, China's pretty much flexing their naval might by pretty much going around Taiwan and, well, doing military exercises, pretty much saying this is what we can do to you. You can just surrender, or we can do this the hard way. Now, Japan is saying that, we'll go ahead and step in for Taiwan if anything happens. And it's looking like Japan might be that, that might be their mission on their own. Because I'm not sure if we're willing to get into it with China over Taiwan, especially with Trump's new doctrine saying that, we're going to focus on hemispherical power, aka the Western Hemisphere, and not really worry what's going on over there. Now, like I said, it's like I said, I'm not really sure if this is the best way to go about things, but getting into it with China over Taiwan, it doesn't really seem like the administration's about that. So China is taking the initiative to flex its military might. Now, people are saying that, oh, this is a result from Trump's action on Ukraine and us not going hard on Russia. I mean, well, what do you want? World War III? Okay, then. But shout out to my man joining in the scenery. He says Erica Kirk is that Antichrist female ops new CEO. Oh, man, I'm weak. God damn. Well, he didn't like Charlie too much. Shout out joining in the scenery.
Can you explain to us what your knowledge is of that? What do you think about that? Have you had any discussions with China?
Well, I have a
about
great
that?
relationship with President Xi, and he hasn't told me anything about it. I certainly have seen it, but he hasn't told me anything about it, and I don't believe he's going to be doing it.
Does it worry you?
No, nothing worries me.
But you
Nothing.
said where there's smoke, there's fire, right? So if
Yeah.
you're if you're doing naval exercises and air
I've
exercises,
been doing naval exercises for 20 years in that area.
True.
Now people take it a little bit differently, but in fact, larger than they're doing right now. So we'll see. But they've been doing that for 20, 25 years. Yeah.
Mr. President,
I mean, he is right, though. They have been doing that for a while. So, I mean, just because they intensified, it don't mean that, they're actually going to hit Taiwan, wink, wink. I don't know. I would take them seriously. I would take China seriously, and I'll probably start, hitting them with tariffs or sanctions or something before they start making any moves. But we'll see what happens.
Don't see Hamas disarm in that short amount of time that you're giving them. Can you tell us what the next steps would be?
It'll be horrible for them. Horrible.
Okay.
It's going to be really, really bad for them. And I don't want that to happen. But they made an agreement that they were going to disarm.
So that was just an idea I was playing with. But pretty much the contributor package is basically like you're a contributor of the show. You're pretty much paying like what, $500 a month. You don't gotta even we don't even gotta reach the goal for you to hop in as a host or anything like that. You can just go ahead and get in because you're basically a contributor of the show. You know how news stations do it. you know how Fox News contributor and host, like, you know, something like that.
And you couldn't blame Israel. By the way, we have other countries that will come in and do it. They said, let us do it for you if they don't. Countries that were with them wanted the deal to be made, agreed that they would disarm. And now if they say they're going to disarm, that's fine. If they say they're not going to disarm, those same countries will go and wipe them out. They don't even need Israel. You know, we have many countries, 59 countries that are in agreement. This is a real peace in the Middle East. And Hamas is a small part of it, but it's still a part of it. But we have 59 countries that signed on, big countries, countries that are outside of the Middle East, as you know the Middle East. They want to go in and wipe out Hamas. They don't want Israel. They don't need Israel. They want to do it because it's the right thing to do, because they were for the deal based on the fact that Hamas pledged, they swore.
Not really. No, the Arab countries were for the deal because there was a pathway for Palestinians to govern and police themselves. They're not in it for Hamas to disarm. Like I said, they're only in it because there's a pathway for the Palestinians to police and govern themselves. That's it. That's all. It really has nothing to do with, you know, Hamas, you know, being disarmed. If anything, some of these countries don't want to take in members of Hamas, which is pretty strange.
That they were going to disarm. Now, if they're not going to disarm,
I ain't gonna
those
lie.
same
Yeah, it's like
countries
wild as hell.
will wipe out Hamas. Yeah.
President Trump, do you think that the PA should be involved in the day after in Gaza Strip, even in the near future? And the same question to Prime Minister Netanyahu. Do you see a real opportunity that the PA will be in Gaza?
Go ahead, baby.
I think President Trump put clearly the conditions of reform that he wants to see in the PA for them to be involved. And I think he put it very clearly what he wants to see, the kind of real reforms, not just perfunctory reforms, but real reforms. Stop pay to slay, change the curriculum in your textbooks, open up, you know, a different society and a different future.
Huh? Hey, no. He said, you know, we got to go in there, indoctrinate them, change their education, you know, tell them the history that we want them to know. And that's pretty much it. You know, just control how they live and how they think. And that's all we want to do to the Palestinians. Well, bro. Well, like, damn. Way to say it so bluntly, BB. Way to say it so bluntly. But shout out to our man droning in the scenery. He says, Charlie was for Jesus. She can't say Jesus' name. I mean, she really can. She does say shalom a lot. And like, I guess when you look into Erica Kirk's background, you do find a bit of like, I'll be quite honest with you. You feel me? It's there. But all right.
Well, you know, let them, you know, I think it was clear. He put
Pretty clear.
He put guidelines that were, by the way, in the Trump plan of 2020. And they were put then in the 20 points. And it's up to them.
Remember this, if we didn't do what we did to Iran, just to make the subject just slightly different, you wouldn't have peace in the Middle East. You wouldn't have a deal signed in the Middle East. You wouldn't have a deal. Because other Arab nations, which are great people. I know them very well. I know them. They're great people. They wouldn't be able to have agreed to peace in the Middle East because you would have had a dark cloud hanging over everything. It wouldn't have.
You know, I'm actually astounded that he really just threw that out there like that. He just said, you know, we just dinner basically want to take them over, re-educate them and all that. I was like, wow. Man, I ain't never heard somebody just throw that out there like that. But hey, man, hey, we're living in new times.
Been possible. So Iran has been greatly reduced in power, prestige. I don't want to use the word humiliation because, you know, they're trying to build up again. But we can't let them build up because if they build up, there can't be peace in the Middle East. It was a mistake. You know, when they wiped out Iraq and Iran were about the same power. Mm-hmm. And they fought each other with different names for 1,000 years. And then our country came out and blew up one of those two countries, namely Iraq. And all of a sudden, Iran had the whole Middle East all to itself. But that's not true anymore. That's not true anymore.
Can you tell us something about your plan? Tell us something about your plan to expand Abraham Accords. if you can tell us something about your plan to expand Abraham Accords.
Well, the Abraham Accords are a great. There's a great achievement of Jared and everybody. I mean, it was one of the great achievements. They'll be expanded. Countries are already talking about expanding it, and they'll be expanded fairly quickly. Yeah, please.
What about Saudi Arabia? Is it still on the table? The normalization.
Saudi Arabia is great. We have a great leader and a friend of mine and a friend of a lot of people. Also an enemy of some people, but those people aren't doing so well. No, Saudi Arabia has been very good as far as I'm concerned. They've done everything that we can ask for.
But normalization with Israel is on the table?
They're getting along great with Israel. They will. And at some point, they'll sign the Abraham Accords.
Mr. President, on the Fed, so one of the big domestic tasks ahead of you is to pick a new chairman for the Fed.
Yeah.
You've said that you have one favorite, but you're also doing interviews.
Still do. Hasn't changed. Yeah, I'll announce them at the right time. There's plenty of time. But in the meantime, we're doing numbers that nobody's ever seen. We have $18 trillion coming in. We had a 4.3% GDP. They thought it was going to be 2%. And that's despite the Democrat shutdown. Had the shutdown not occurred, we would have had an extra 1.25. Think of that. We are doing, and also despite the fact that we have a fool at the Federal Reserve. I mean, Biden reappointed him. It's too bad. You would have thought he wouldn't have done that. But he's an absolute fool.
Yeah, the problem with our Federal Reserve or our Fed chair right now, Powell, is, well, he's more of a reactive Fed chair than a proactive one. He kind of waits for the bad times to happen instead of, all right, I see it coming. Let me just do what I need to do now, to avoid it. No, he waits till it happens and then be like, okay, now I'll take action. Like I said, reactive instead of proactive. And I mean, I don't know. Some people agree with the way he runs things, but a lot of people don't. To be quite honest with you, it's about a 50-50.
Who's building a new Federal Reserve, or he's doing a renovation of a building. Maybe he's up to $4.1 billion to do a renovation of a few very small buildings. It's the highest price in the history of construction. He's spending more money than any building has ever spent.
But shout out to my man droning in the scenery. He said he spent 18 years building Turning Point, $7K a year honeypot. I mean, bro, really? I mean, that man was getting a lot of money from certain donors. Well, I mean, shout out to the Jewish donors, but let's be real. He was getting a lot of money from big name donors. And that's kind of what, I guess, I ain't gonna say that's what caused assassination, because we honestly don't know. But I would say that's probably what caused them to send that text message of, yeah, I got to leave the pro-Israel movement because you're not just going to hold my word hostage because you're throwing millions of dollars at me. I mean, at that point, I think Charlie Kirk even realized, he's like, damn, I'm basically compromised. But we will never know. We will never know. And RIP Charlie Kirk. God rest his soul. But all right, let's go ahead and get on to the next video, because Trump is pretty much just complaining about how Powell overspent on the new Fed building. So let's go to the next video. All right, guys, let's go ahead and get into it. What was it right here? It was Trump's first year back. Let's go ahead and get right into it, guys.
With 2025 coming to an end, One America's Daniel Baldwin examines how President Trump has lived up to the promises that brought him back to the White House. Take a listen.
Many experts say that President Donald Trump won back the White House on two crucial promises. First, to end the Biden border invasion, which saw 9 million illegal aliens enter the country. And second, to end the Biden inflation crisis, which saw inflation spiral to record highs under the former president.
Man.
And President Trump delivered on both.
Which is true. I mean, under Biden, there was a 20% increase in the CPI, 20%, over 20% increase in groceries, housing. I mean, it was tough. Groceries, 20% increase in groceries, all under Biden. So, and that was also, yes, that was due to the crazy inflation and the crazy spending that Biden did on top, I will admit, on top of the spending that Trump did as well. But I mean, let's be honest. I mean, he was a president at the time. He got to take accountability. If you knew Trump already did a lot of spending, what the hell are you doing adding on top of it? And then said, oh, inflation isn't transitory. Well, guess what? It was. And it really hit the American people in 2022. So trust me, when it comes to affordability, that's why a lot of people don't want to hear it from the Dems. And let's be honest, they complain about affordability while still offering no plan to tackle affordability.
Inherited the worst border anywhere in the world, and we quickly turned it into the strongest border in the history of our country. In other words, in a few short months, we went from worst to best.
In less than a year, more than 2.5 million illegal aliens left the United States in 2025. The Department of Homeland Security deported more than 650,000 illegal aliens, and 1.9 million more self-deported.
If you don't share our values, contribute to our economy, and assimilate into our society, then we don't want you in our country. We don't want you.
President Trump also doesn't want deadly narcotics reaching the United States homeland and spearheaded a drastic drop in fentanyl tracking at the southern border. Customs and Border Patrol data shows that Border Patrol seized around 7,500 pounds of fentanyl at the southern border in the first 9 months of 2025, a 55% drop compared to the previous year.
The drugs coming in by sea are down 94%.
I mean, hey, man, look, when you're stopping them at the border and I guess you're blowing up the boats and taking out the narco terrorists, or as the left wants to label them, the shipwrecked sailors, and I say the more radical left wants to say, oh, they're fishermen. I mean, do you even know what a fishing boat looks like to sit there and have that dumbass statement or that dumbass opinion? I'm sorry, but like, really, fishermen, shipwrecked sailor, okay, that's funny, I can get down with that, but fishermen, really? Okay, bro.
And we're trying to figure out who the other 6% are.
The Trump administration also tracked down nearly 130,000 unaccompanied children that went missing under the former Biden administration.
We're deporting criminals, restoring safety to our most dangerous cities.
Just look at the murder rate. Crime expert Jeff Asher reports the country is on pace for the biggest one-year drop in murders ever, a 20%.
And shout out to my man, shout out to my Joan in the scenery. Says juice box money, Mossad, bro. We know 9/10, 9/11, and goddamn. I mean, hey, yo, my man coming in heavy tonight, so shout out.
Decline compared to last year.
Crime is way down, despite the fact that we have many, bad people entered our country. Many of them are being taken out.
Washington, D.C., the first major city that Trump deployed the National Guard in, saw a nearly 28% drop in murders in 2025. To keep that trend going, President Trump froze all immigration from what he calls third world countries and rolled back further Biden-era admission policies.
I mean, yeah, he what was it? He revoked the temporary protection status of a lot of immigrants. Of course, he shut down immigration from these third world countries, or as he said, shithole countries. So, to be quite honest, when Trump came down on immigration, yeah, it looks harsh, but it's necessary, and we needed it to happen. Because immigration, let's be real, it don't help the countries that they're coming from, and it definitely don't help our country. And I don't care how the liberals try to sell it to you, it don't help of the American people, especially illegal immigration. I mean, bro, legal immigration don't even help us, but illegal immigration hurt us the worst.
Moves that he believes will have major ripple effects.
For the first time in 50 years, we now have reverse migration, which means more jobs, better wages, and higher income for American citizens, not for illegal aliens.
Additionally, in President Trump's first year, all job growth in the private.
Hey, and shout out to Pam Wade for sending the gift. She sent the New Year's Eve 2026 for 260 jewels. Appreciate the support, Pam.
Private sector has gone to native-born Americans, not illegal aliens.
There are more people working today than at any time in American history, and 100% of all jobs created since I took office have been in the private sector. Think of that. 100% of all jobs have been in the private sector rather than government, which is the only way to make a country powerful and great.
But the big challenge was tackling the 21% cumulative inflation that buried the American people under former President Biden. And that he did.
Under Biden, real wage.
Yep, he was able to get inflation went down from 3% to 2.7%. The main concern right now is probably unemployment as that ticks up. But of course, the GDP went up 4.3%. So I guess that whole recession that the Dems talking about is not happening anytime soon. So, but we'll see what happens next quarter.
Just plummeted by $3,000. Under Trump, the typical factory worker has seen a wage increase of $1,300. For construction workers, it's $1,800. For miners, we're bringing back clean, beautiful coal. It's $3,300. And for the first time in years, wages are rising much faster than inflation.
Americans' real wages are on track to rise by 4.2% in the first full year of the Trump administration, and CPI data showed inflation was sitting at 2.7% this past November, a stark contrast from the last 4 years.
Biden's inflation crisis is over. Prices are coming down. Wages are rising. The border is fully secure, and America's best days are to come.
The administration believes
Yeah, wages are rising, but we're sadly still in the hole. We lost $3,000 of buying power under Biden, and we probably only gained about 12 to 1,500 of it back. So we're still in the hole, and we're still waiting for wages to outpace inflation, because that's really the only way to beat inflation, because that price increase ain't really going nowhere. So what we got to do is outpace it with wages. That's why Trump's first term was so successful. First term was so successful because he was able to go out there and increase wages while keeping inflation low at 1.82%. And I mean, you've seen wages go up by like about $5 or more. So you can't really say that the formula don't work.
economy is set to take off in the next year as well. Q3 GDP growth came in at 4.3%. The administration stands firm that Americans will feel the tax cuts from the One Big Beautiful Bill in 2026 as well, and businesses are expanding and companies are investing in America, as more than 50,000 construction jobs were added in the last 3 months.
11 months ago, I inherited a mess, and I'm fixing it.
That rallying cry rings true. And as we just laid out, the proof is in the pudding. And while there is certainly more work to be done, President Trump has unequivocally delivered, and then some, in his first term back in office for the American people. And that's just the start. Daniel Baldwin, One America News, the White House.
Still ahead on One American News, the FBI releases more documents related to the Covenant School shooter when new revelations were unveiled right after the break. Stay with us.
Imagine this banana is a burner less lethal launcher, capable of shooting rock.
Some of the left-wing media are freaking out over this new contract between us at OANN.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the next video here. And yeah, let's go ahead and get into this right now. Because what was it? It was new state, new laws. So let's go ahead and look over these new state laws that are being introduced. So, so you're not caught off guard.
But, it is a new year.
Yeah.
And on the first day of the new year, new laws across the country take effect, and we're highlighting some of them this morning. Let's go to Virginia, where a new law will have children under 16 limited to 1 hour a day on social media. In my home state of Tennessee, social media platforms will be required to obtain parental consent before allowing children under 18 to create an account. Joey, in Georgia, where you hail from, limited or prohibited usage of cell phones for students, even out west.
I presume that means in the classroom. I haven't read that.
I support this. What was it? Children under 16 limited to 1 hour a day on social media. That's going to help a lot of children. In Tennessee, social media platforms are required to obtain parental consent before allowing children under 18 to create an account. That's going to be great. Limited or prohibited use of cell phone for students. Thank God, because it's gotten out of hand. I mean, let's be real though, guys. Like me, I'm 30. So back when I was in class, the most advanced phone we had was like the Sidekick, the Razor. I mean, touchscreen phones didn't even come out yet. And I mean, all the distracting apps that came with it didn't come out with it either. And social media was not that advanced. I mean, the best thing we had at that time was Facebook. So technology wasn't that distracting. It's a whole different game today. We just got to admit that. Let's see. Plastic. Oh, boy. California. Hilarious. Shout out to California. He said they're doing a plastic bag ban from grocery stores. Okay. I mean, let's see. Face coverings banned for law enforcement officers on duty. Then you got Utah. Some DUI offenders to get new ID with a red stripe and the word no alcohol sale. Damn. Hey, yo, yeah, you ain't getting no alcohol at all. unless your homie get it for you. And then, of course, you got West Virginia, Iowa, Utah, Nebraska, and Indiana that prohibits purchase of soda, candy, and other junk food with SNAP. And you know what? A shout out to that. I mean, come on now. I know y'all fat asses, though, cooked. I know this hurt y'all, but you need it.
Yeah, I think so. That's what it appeared to be geared toward. Out in California, they passed a law that I'm not sure is going to be popular. Plastic bags banned from grocery stores.
Just like New Jersey.
And shout out to Monty. He says, why is the government being the parent? I dislike this. Well, I don't know. Well, what about Texas? Not too bad. It says you gotta the social media is pretty much up to the parents in Texas. Children under 16 limited to 1 hour a day on social media. I'm gonna be real with you. It's a real distraction. And let's be real, Monty. We're not in the classrooms, but maybe we need to ask some teachers. Maybe there's a teacher in the chat that will be able to tell us, like, let's be real. These cell phones are a real distraction. Social media is a real distraction. And these kids ain't taking in information like they used to because of all these distractions that are on this beautiful device that we have right here. I mean, shout out to the cell phone.
We also have another law where face coverings banned for law enforcement officers on duty. I can tell you, I'm going to guess here, I doubt ICE will play by that rule. That's what that's geared toward. And finally, out in Utah, some DUI offenders to get new IDs with a red stripe and the words "no alcohol sale."
Oh, wow.
Wow, that's a big one.
And a finally one there, if you lump in Indiana, Iowa, Nebraska, Utah, and West Virginia, they're prohibiting purchase of soda, candy, and other junk food to be paid for with SNAP.
Oh, that's part of the Make America Healthy Again agenda. Why are taxpayer dollars going for junk food and creating that cycle of, unhealthiness, and then we have to pay for the health care?
Cycle of obesity, and these people intend to visit the hospital more, which takes up the whole cost of healthcare. And I mean, yes, if you're a fat ass, you want universal healthcare. I mean, bro, you're one of the reasons why we can't get it. I just want to let you know that you're one of the reasons. Now, we could just get the obesity rate down. Maybe we could talk about that universal health care once y'all people want to stop being fat asses. Okay. I know, hard truths that people don't want to hear. But shout out to my man Dave. Hey, Big Wave Dave, shout out. He says, whoops. There it is. He said, if it's a school thing, then fine. If you don't put your kid in public school that is governed by the government, which is true, because at that point, you're giving your kid up to the government. And, well, I'm be real with you. I think this goes for all schools. Maybe the religious schools probably will have a bit different. But even the religious schools, I'm pretty sure, got a cell phone ban. Like already, like outside or private schools, like, outside of the government of the government funded or state funded schools. So yeah, I'm pretty sure things work a little different there. Like I said, I'm in support of it just because I understand how much the phone has become a distraction for kids. At this point, they do need to be put off it while they're supposed to be learning, or as they say in Minnesota, leering, some skills. Or I don't know, learning the curriculum so they can actually dominate in college. Who knows? But all I know is that they're not doing so well with these cell phones in their hand. And there needs to be some type of restriction since the cell phone has gotten more distracting and entertaining.
And then the unhealthy food, and then the healthcare again. They're trying to stop that cycle.
A lot of new laws. We'll continue to talk about that.
Yeah, new laws. I don't know how I feel about all of them. I don't like new laws in general. I'd rather be ungoverned in a lot of ways. But some of these are really geared towards making up the gap where we as parents just are failing. I mean, you talk about children being on social media or even in SNAP. And it's not to pick on people that are low income, but if you don't have enough money to buy all the food you need to prioritize the food that you need. And I think that's what that's about.
It's also about educating, because sometimes you have to know that these unhealthy foods, they falsely advertise that they're healthy.
Not pointing a finger. It's just making sure that the kids involved in that program are being nourished, not just sustained. And that's not a bad thing.
Yeah, and I love that a lot of these laws are geared towards social media because, 10 years ago, parents didn't really have the data we have now about how detrimental these social media platforms are.
I mean, he said the government doesn't solve problems. Yeah, but let's be real, though. This kind of been pushed by parents, though. Let's be honest. This has been pushed by parents, Monty. So I wish I could say, oh, this is the government trying to control, but parents have been complaining about this. Teachers have like pretty much petitioned for this. So this is by the people, and this is people just talking to their congressmen and all that good stuff. And that's where they came out with the bill for it, because teachers and parents are complaining. And I'll be real with you, since these cell phones got more advanced, I mean, so what was it? Our retention or our focus levels went down. So I mean, there's science to back this up too. As much as I do, as like I said, you're right. The government don't fix problems, but we can't even say this one is just the government. This is kind of just teachers and parents speaking out. I mean, and shouldn't we listen to the people, since the government is for the people, by the people, for the one time? But I don't know. It all depends. And I don't even really see how they can turn this into something, I don't know, authoritarian. I'm like, I don't know. If you could tell me that, then sure.
For children, hopefully these will take a hold.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and get over to the next video, because we still got to talk about that fraud that the Dems are trying to, act like that's, trying to play blind to, and then trying to call us a bunch of racists. But it's so funny? If we were exposing a bunch of white people with fraudulent daycares, the liberals and the leftists would be behind us. But as soon as you add a little bit of shade, a little bit of color, a little bit of darkness to their skin, now you're a racist, misogynist, bigot, and depending on the religion, an Islamophobe. Wild. Absolutely wild. But hey, let's get into it.
Deputy DHS Secretary Ken Cuccinelli joins me now. So great to see you this evening. Thanks for joining us.
Good to see you, John.
So when you start to sort of unpack the outlines of this enormous fraud scandal, how important is the open borders aspect of all of this in terms of the Democrats' playbook?
Well, certainly as part of the Democrats' playbook, it's been part
and shout out to my man Jet. He says news media got poor Dems in line like they whipped. Low key, it's crazy. Like they try to go against Nick Shirley so hard, or trying too hard to go against this kid. It's like, bro, he was on PBD talking about, oh, I'm a Mormon, I'm basically, I guess, Christian. He's a virgin, all that, don't drink, don't smoke. And they were trying to attack him for that. I was like, you guys are reaching. They try to slander this kid's name. Instead of attacking the evidence, instead of attacking what he presented, you're attacking the messenger. It's like, come on now. Like, that's the oldest trick in the book.
Part of it for 15 years. And what used to be a fairly bipartisan issue, you can go back to just the Clinton era when this was a bipartisan issue. Joe Biden voting the same way as conservatives when he was back in the Senate in the 1990s, just by way of example. And under the Obama administration, really it started under the Bush administration, to see the political divide and the Democrats try to use the issue. Well, in the Minnesota, you've got this concentration of Somalis, I believe the largest concentration outside of Somalia. And some of them are here legally, as was noted earlier in your report. Some are here illegally. That implicates the open borders policies, as well as just the free parole, the asylum for any reason mentality of the Biden administration. And then you roll that into the kind of fraud at a scale I'm not sure we've ever seen in the United States before. And some of that funding is reportedly, from Fox reporting, getting back to al-Shabaab. And for your viewers, al-Shabaab is basically Al-Qaeda in Africa, is the simple way to think of it. It's a terrorist organization, vicious, jihadist. And
it's already been discovered that they were sending money to this terrorist organization through TSA, which is crazy. Yes, they were sending millions of dollars through TSA at the airport to Dubai so they can, of course, clean it and get it to al-Shabaab, or their favorite terrorist group or military force. I mean, yes, outright fraud and money laundering and all that good stuff. All happening within, well, I mean, the Minnesota community. They've also been caught up on election fraud as well. I mean, shout out to Project Veritas. They released a video on that. If you guys want to, we can get into that one as well. But yeah, let's get into the Leering Center.
This money is reportedly finding its way back to funding that
Make sure we're properly leering, guys.
This is unlike anything I think we've ever seen on the fraud front in the United States.
Well, certainly it raises lots of questions because, one of the things about fraud and stealing $9 billion, especially if you're illegals coming from a country whose GDP is not much
that.
more than $9 billion. It does raise a lot of questions about, we don't know where that money goes to. To what degree do the sanctuary city policies hamper the efforts to crack down on this and get to the bottom of this?
Sure. Massively. Look, when I was the Attorney General of Virginia, we set records for healthcare fraud. And some of what we're looking at, you did childcare, there was a focus there, but this is spreading across several areas in Minnesota, and it's all run out of the same agency. And their Attorney General, Keith
I
Ellison.
mean, yeah, it's like fraud when it comes to healthcare provider. They're doing fraud, of course, with daycare services, and it's damn near blatant. It's really blatant, and it's kind of crazy how the Dems are trying to defend this. What was the first argument that they had? Oh, they just don't let people in there. There's kids there, and yeah, you're right. But I'm be real with you. Most daycares do walk in. There's a buzzer that you go through to get to the door. You buzz in. They let you in. And you get to talk to the receptionist on how you can get your kid into this daycare with still rates and all that good stuff. You could do that almost at every single daycare in America. So the fact that they're over here saying, oh, well, they're not supposed to let you in. Yeah, they are. And if they don't, then all right, cool. Just to make yourself look like a valid business, or if you're a legit business, you should be able to provide a business card with a working number, a pamphlet with your rates and prices and all that good stuff. But they didn't even do that. So I don't even know what these guys are running defense for. But hey, it is what it is. And shout out to my man Monty coming in with the $10 super chat. He said, maybe if our schools spent less time turning our kids into trans and more time paying attention and teaching, maybe they would be able to keep their kids' attention. I mean, you're right. I mean, that's a good way. Just flip it on the teacher and be like, well, maybe if it wasn't for all these liberal teachers who are trying to teach liberal or trans ideology, these kids would actually be learning something. And I can agree to that. I'll be honest with you. There's that problem as well. Like, these guys are being more indoctrinated with like liberal ideology or liberalism than actually getting an education. But then again, I don't know. That's a tricky situation. I'll give you that one. That's actually a really good point. But I would still take the phones out just so they can just for the teachers who actually don't do that. Because not all teachers do that. Let's be honest. And we'd have to actually find out how many teachers are actually doing that. Find a way to get these teachers reprimanded, because we're trying to do a performance-based teacher system now, since we're turning the money back over to the states and we've taken out the Department of Education. So, yeah, we're going to have to see how that works out. And the worst performers are going to be the teachers who are promoting their ideology, and they're going to be the ones who's going to be fired. And teachers who most likely aren't promoting their ideology and actually teaching these kids are going to be the one that's going to be promoted, extra pay, and then, of course, we'll have teachers to model after. And that's what I'm hoping for. That's what I'm hoping and praying for. Because, for the kids. And shout out to my man Big Wave Dave. He says, S.E.T, the video of CNN stating how Trump shut off Epstein. Have you seen it? Really? Man, I doubt it. He says, I'm about to become a contributor. Get the call-in link ready. All right, say less, Monty. Shout out to my man Monty. And shout out to my man Dave. And really, CNN stating how Trump shut off Epstein. What you mean? Shut down the whole, looking into the Epstein files? No, but he did make a complaint saying that the DOJ is too focused on releasing the Epstein files and he wants them to focus on other matters. And of course, the Dems lost their mind on that statement. And rightfully so, because I'm a little bit with them on that. I'm like, no, keep the focus on the Epstein files. And it's a bit bullshit that you're redacting them, but we'll see how things go from here.
Was covering for people. We know Minnesota Governor Walz was, let's just say, being unaggressive about policing and prosecuting this fraud. And when you've got those kind of sanctuary mentalities and policies in place, you make excuses and you cover up instead of uncovering and prosecuting, which is how you protect the American taxpayers and the American people.
Well, it certainly is curious, especially when you start looking at the number of people who are beneficiaries of some of this fraudulent money, who also happen to be somehow weirdly politically connected to Tim Walz and Ilhan Omar. You're also you're a smart political watcher as well, and I keep looking at these numbers, this $9 billion number, and assuming that it's anything like that. let alone larger than that. I also kind of think about it in terms of inflation. So not only did taxpayers, American taxpayers, get fleeced of that money and did it get stolen from them, but it also amounts to monstrous inflation that every single
Yeah, I mean, useless spending that we didn't have to do if these guys weren't committing fraud. Like literally useless spending. And there's a lot more fraud that's happening, but let's see what the left got to say about this. So let's see what they're saying over here at MS Now. Ah, man. Get ready for a gaslighting campaign like you ain't never seen before.
Let's bring in now MS Now reporter Alex Cabot and pulmonologist and MS Now medical contributor Dr. Vin Gupta. Alex, what more is HHS saying about this funding freeze?
Well, Ariel, this is a dramatic escalation from the Trump administration. In a video statement overnight, Deputy Health Secretary Jim O'Neill and Assistant Health Secretary Alex Adams posted a pre-recorded video with some major announcements. First, that HHS will be freezing all child care funding to the state of Minnesota.
Which is true. I mean, they've already came out and said it. It was right on Twitter. I got the video right here. I mean, yeah, shout out to Deputy Secretary of the U.S. Department of Health and Human Service. Yeah, Jim O'Neill. I mean, shout out to Jim O'Neill, man.
Hello, I'm HHS Deputy Secretary Jim O'Neill. I'm here with Assistant Secretary Alex Adams. Alex oversees the Administration for Children and Families. Intrepid journalists have made shocking and credible allegations of extensive fraud in Minnesota's child care programs. We believe the state of Minnesota has allowed scammers and fake daycares to siphon millions of taxpayer dollars over the past decade.
My office, ACF, provides Minnesota $185 million in child care funds each year. That money should be helping 19,000 American children, including toddlers and infants. Any dollar stolen by fraudsters.
And here's the thing. This is the moment. Look, if these daycares aren't fraudulent, look, their funds has been frozen. They have to prove now that they actually have the kids there and that the money we've been giving them is not fraudulent. We haven't been fraudulently giving it to them. So, yeah, this is the moment of truth right here, guys. If you guys want to defend these Somali daycares, tell them to go ahead and turn in their paperwork. If not, tell them they should, prepare to be sent back home. I mean, hey, and, Somaliland just got recognized, as a state. So, it might not be that bad there anymore.
Is stolen from those children. Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
Today, we have taken 3 direct actions against the blatant fraud that seems to be rampant in Minnesota. First, I've activated our Defend the Spend system for all ACF child care payments across America. Starting today, we require a justification, receipt, or photo evidence before we make a payment. Second, I've just signed and sent a demand letter to Governor Walz. I required a full 360 review of these centers. This includes attendance records, licenses, complaints, investigations, and inspections.
And third, we've launched a dedicated fraud reporting.
So here's the thing. At this point, any daycare playing crazy in Minnesota is fraudulent. They have all they got to do is turn in all their records, attendance, and all that good stuff, and everything's good. They'll get their funding back again. If they don't, then what does that tell you? All right, then, like I said, it's a moment of truth. We'll see what happens.
Hotline and email address at childcare.gov.
No, I think it's just Minnesota that's frozen for it.
A provider, a member of the public, we want to hear from you. Let me be crystal clear. ACF expects every state to uphold the highest standards of oversight, monitoring, and accountability for federal dollars. Minnesota is no exception.
We're committed to holding bad actors accountable. Regardless of rank or office, anyone who's involved in perpetrating this fraud against the American people should expect to be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
Ah, yes, as they should. But let's go ahead and get into Big Wave Day's video he sent in. He said, yep, send in general chat, Discord. All right, I got you, big dog.
The Wall Street Journal is out with a new report describing the fallout between President Trump and Jeffrey Epstein. The Journal reports that a spa worker from Mar-a-Lago often made house calls to Jeffrey Epstein's home 2 miles away. But those house calls, quote, came to a halt in 2003 after an 18-year-old beautician returned to the club from a house call to Epstein and reported to managers that he had pressured her for sex. The HR manager faxed Trump a letter suggesting that the club ban Epstein. And Trump agreed, which does mirror the president's own public comments about why he cut ties with Epstein. The White House is responding to the Wall Street Journal, writing, no matter how many times this story is told and retold, the truth remains President Trump did nothing wrong, and he kicked Jeffrey Epstein out of Mar-a-Lago for being a creep.
He cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein long before Epstein.
Yeah, but they don't want to believe that.
A convicted sex offender. A lot of Democrats didn't. And it is corroborated by the Wall Street Journal tonight.
So now y'all admitting it, huh? So now y'all putting this shit out. Fucking crazy. So now, all you people that get in my comments, inbox, and all that shit, talk about, oh, the Epstein files. You're the legacy media. The media that you go to and say is real journalism, all of this shit. The real journalist and the real news, right? They just said it. So therefore, I don't want to hear none of y'all motherfuckers talking about Epstein files, Trump is a pedo, and the Epstein files. Throw that shit away. It's eliminated. Goodbye.
Literally.
Sayonara. And I know this got to be devastating to a lot of Democrats out there because this was your livelihood. This hate Trump shit, oh, he's a pedophile, he's in the Epstein file shit, was your livelihood. Now you ain't got nothing else to stand on, nothing else to live for, all of that, bro. Fucking crazy. But I'm done. I want to hear y'all. What are y'all thoughts on all of this? Interesting developments, aren't they?
He said fucking crazy. He's like, it is crazy. It's like, I mean, they hinged on that for a while. That was their bread and butter when it came to Trump. It was trying to make him seem like he's a pedophile. Now that that's thrown out the window, thanks to CNN, well, I guess Dean Withers and Get a Job Parker ain't got nothing to go on no more. I mean, I guess the money train is over. And hold on, man. Shout out to Monty for the baller alert, because now he is a part of the contributor. Damn, the contributor package. So let me go ahead and get that up for you. And because you are in the contributor package, get your baller alert. Hey, that mean Monty. Hey, you come on in before show. All you gotta do is just let me know, or I'll let you know when I'm going live. You let me know if you want to come on or not. And that is one of the perks of the contributor package. And of course, we'll also start planning shows as well. So welcome to the team. But let's go ahead and get into the next video real quick, because Caroline Levitt got some words to say.
All right, now to an update on one of our biggest stories heading into the new year. The Department of Health and Human Services is cutting off all federal child care payments to Minnesota. This in response to allegations of sweeping fraud. And the White House says there will be consequences.
This is a top priority for the administration. The Department of Justice, as we speak, is continuing to execute search warrants and subpoenas. People will be in handcuffs as a result of the fraud that Governor Walz has allowed to occur for many, many years.
Well, a YouTuber who made a viral video on the scandal was seen squaring off with protesters outside of a daycare center. We have Garrett Tenney. He has more on all of this from Chicago. Good morning, Garrett.
Molly, good morning to you. This is a big move by HHS. It adds to the several other federal agencies that have already paused funding for Minnesota over those concerns of fraud. So now the $185 million a year that HHS provides the state for childcare is on hold. And starting immediately, the agency says the rubber stamping of payments through its administration for children and families is over. Every payment will now require a justification and a receipt or photo evidence before a state can receive that funding. The ACF Assistant Secretary says the pause on funding is necessary until we know how rampant the fraud in the childcare space really is.
Any dollar stolen by fraudsters is stolen from those children. Yesterday, I spoke directly with the director of the Minnesota Child Care Services Office. She could not tell me with confidence whether those allegations of fraud are isolated or whether there's fraud stretching statewide.
HHS is also setting up a nationwide hotline for folks to report suspected fraud in the child care space wherever they are. And the agency is also demanding Minnesota Governor Tim Walz turn over detailed records on the daycare centers highlighted in.
And I mean, here's the thing, like I said, if you watch the video, bro literally came up here, this old man, and said, look, you're supposed to have 90 kids in here. So if you just show us that you got 90 kids, or at least half of that right now in here, maybe like a quarter of it, we'll leave you alone. We'll be like, all right, these people are legit. But no, they cover their face and they run and hide. And then it was hilarious because he said, is this the Minnesota Daycare Center? And they said no. And the sign, was right on their door that they were hiding behind. So what does that tell you? It's not racism. It's just looking at what's right in front of us. Like, bro, don't tell us, bro, Don't sit there and try to gaslight us about what we're seeing right before our eyes. Like, trust me, when people looked at Nick Shirley's video, we weren't doing it trying to hate Somalians. We weren't doing it trying to sit there and catch these guys on fraud. When he showed everything, I watched pretty impartial, looking for ways to discredit him, because that's how I always look at things. But when he's sitting there and they're showing how scared they are for this kid to come in, don't even want to give him a pamphlet, no business card, even just to clear their name. What does that tell you? What does it tell you? But hey, it is what it is.
Shirley's viral video. Yesterday, the YouTuber was back outside the Quality Learning Center, where he was confronted by a small group that was not happy about what he's doing there.
You're not going to believe what's in it. This was all yesterday. Hundreds of cars lined up along Cedar Avenue, honking, screaming, swearing, threatening us.
It's crazy what's happening here in Minnesota. People work way too hard for billions of dollars, whether it's a Republican doing the fraud or a Democrat doing the fraud. Fraud is fraud. So we should hold each and every single person accountable for it.
And you'll remember the sign of the Quality Learning Center that had misspelled learning a few days ago. Well, that sign is now fixed. As federal officials say, hundreds of investigators from the FBI, DHS, and ICE are now digging into all of the fraud schemes that have allegedly been taking place in Minnesota now for years. Molly?
Yeah, a lot of questions to come, systemic issues at hand. I wonder who paid to fix the sign. Garrett, thank you very much. Garrett Tunney, we appreciate it. Mike?
Let's bring in Hugh Hewitt.
Oh yeah, I went ahead and posted the tab. Oh, the link on the post tab as well, Monty. So you can go ahead and get in through there.
News contributor Hugh, good morning.
Hey, Mike. Good morning.
I'd like to start with a clip from Tricia McLaughlin from Homeland Security, and then I'll get your take on this scandal.
Our Homeland Security investigators, hundreds are on the ground. They're knocking doors. They're going to local businesses. They're going to these sites where we believe that there is rampant fraud. Our Homeland Security investigators on the ground are also seeing that these suspected perpetrators are really trying to cover their tracks. They're trying to whitewash the operational facts on the ground, purporting to be a legitimate business, have legitimate business operations, when it's all a fugazi.
What's your assessment at this point, Hugh?
Well, Mike, it is sort of like octopuses wrestling. It began in 2021. It picked up a lot of speed late last year when 78 people were indicted, 52 were convicted. Scott Johnson over at Powerline has been covering this for a few years, but now it's ramped up even more because of the Nick Shirley YouTube video and Director Patel of the FBI surging these resources as well as DHS into Minnesota. It is alleged by First Assistant United States Attorney Joe Thompson, who's a career federal prosecutor, that of the $18 billion that flowed into Minnesota over the past 7 years, more than half is probably gone into fraud. So $9 billion, 9B with $1 billion is missing. So that will require an extraordinary forensic accounting and a great deal of investigation into finding out where it went. But I think we're going to find it's centered in the Somali community of about 80,000 people in Minnesota. Half of them are American citizens. Most of them are naturalized American citizens of the remainers. So it's going to go on for years. But the political fallout is hitting Tim Walz very heavily as demands for his resignation grow and his reelection campaign is in danger.
His strategy is puzzling. Tim Walz keeps blaming President Trump. Let's put that on the screen. Quote, "This is Trump's long game. We've spent years cracking down on fraudsters. It's a serious issue, but this has been his plan all along." He's politicizing the issue to defund programs that help.
Man, crazy. Like, when in doubt, just blame Trump, bro. Like, when you're caught, just blame Trump. I mean, when your policies fail, guys, just blame Trump. Like, that's all you got to do, guys. Blame Trump. And that's all they ever want to do.
I was trying to see where you were, and then I realized you were right there.
Yo.
I think I was that scary. No, I wasn't expecting you.
Whoa, Monty.
What's
okay? All right, cool. Monty,
Sorry.
what's going on?
What's up?
Hey, man, it's all good, bro. Now, hey, man, shout out to the contributor, shout out to the contributor and host, my man Monty.
What's up? Oh my goodness. I don't know where to begin. This is I mean, did we really expect anything less from, the I'm going to cover for anything Democrats do crowd.
Yeah, that was the very disappointing part. I was like, come on, I thought we'd be united the one time, but like
No.
honestly, I was kind of feeling like this guy right here and then I realized I woke up from that little dream I was in. But this is how it was, maybe like the first 10 seconds.
It was literally impossible for everybody to agree on the same topic. But how are there people defending the fake daycare situation right now with the Somalis in Minnesota and now Ohio and probably many other places? How are there people actually defending this, defending the daycares? Oh, they're just attacking Somalis. How is not every American on the same page for once in saying this is crazy? These fake daycares are getting millions. People are like, oh, Nick Shirley pulled up, on a permanently closed location. But then people started to show up to the permanently closed location and saying, oh, we've been in operation for weeks. So like what? Bro.
Literally, the city said that the Leering Center. Shout out to Dave. I'm the Leering Center now. But yes, the Leering Center was closed. It was closed about a week ago. So they're like they don't even know what these guys are over there defending. And then all of a sudden, a whole bunch of cars start coming in and they start bringing in like kids out of nowhere. And the Leering Center is supposed to have about 60 students in there. And what? They only brought in maybe like 6 of them. So, I mean, real good cover, guys. Yeah, well, we're falling for it. You got us. But, oh, shoot. I guess Monty disappeared again. Well, we'll wait till Monty to get his stuff together.
He goes there and he says, or to another place, and he says, I want to enroll my kid. They say, no, you can't. Bro, then he said, okay, can I have a business card? No. How are y'all defending these fake daycares getting millions, bro?
Bro, and I was about to go there with them. I was like, bro, there's only 3 things that's going on. It's like the best case scenario is literally like what? Fraud. Second one, discrimination. The worst case scenario, I'm be real with you, is child trafficking, because apparently they got 60 kids on paper. When you pull up, they're not there. So like, what is we got missing children, or this is fraud? Like, which route you want to go? But what's going on, Monty? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
All right. Shout out to she says, beginning to think CNN came from fam trees without branches, because there is no way someone believes her printer excuse for a Leering sign. Hey man, English ain't their first language. It's all right.
And they put it up. It doesn't matter if it's a mistake or a misprint. They still put it up.
They didn't care, and they want to change it last second, then start bringing in kids. Like we're just gonna believe that. But shout out to she said they went to the same Leering Center. Bro, there's people going there right now, and now all these Somalian guys just standing out there masked up, keeping guard, because they know what? Maybe they're trying to get all the money out before the feds kick in the door. I mean, hey, anytime. Well, we hope so. He said, oh, yeah, and how about the Somali daycare owner saying he's a victim while wearing $300K glasses? Yes, Chrome Heart glasses. I actually figured out what brand they were. I thought they were Tom Ford's, but yeah, no, they were Chrome Heart. Bro put up in a Chrome Heart glasses, $2,000 glasses, and, well, a New York cap. Like, I was like, bro, and he looks young as hell, can't barely speak English, but he's the daycare owner. Like, what?
I really thought that this was going to be the one time that everybody was like together and being like, this is crazy. But I'm seeing many people, one of those guys that's like, let's fact check this or something like that, literally defending the fake daycares. And there's so many different things going on that makes you think that's crazy. Not only the permanently closed location, but him being like, I want to enroll my son. And they're literally like, no, we don't want you to enroll your son. You can't. We don't have a business card. Leave us alone.
It's like literally like how you just sit there and just like run defense for that. I'm literally watching the left just crash out over it. And like I said, they can't attack the evidence. They're just attacking Nick Shirley. And that's all they can do. It's laughable. But what's up, Monty?
Yeah, I mean, if it was like a little bit, like maybe 1 or 2 daycares where, there's questionable hours. I think someone did try to point out that maybe Nick Shirley went there in the morning and it was a 2 to 10 daycare for like after school age kids, for parents working second shift. But I find that very, very funny because the next day they went out there in the morning and there was kids going in there. So if you were legitimate, why would you open your daycare up in the morning for a photo op?
Yeah, Bo, here's the thing. Those are outside daycare hours.
Yeah, no. So if it's an after school program, like say you have a 5, 6, 7, 8-year-old kid.
Okay.
And let's just say, for example, you work 9 to 5, like most people do. From 2 to 5, when school gets out, that's when the services would be provided. However, they weren't open from 2 to 5. It literally said on their thing it was like 8 to 5 or something like that, or 8 to 4.
Well, the Leering Center, I think this is like 2 to 10.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So the Leering Center was 2 to 10. But the next day you have them outside the Leering Center at 10 o'clock in the morning. Explain that. If they're only open from 2 to 10, why are they doing a photo op at 10 in the morning with kids going in?
I don't know, but you know who we can ask? The Somali daycare PR. Shout out to my guy.
What did Tim Walz have to say about this? That his cut is still due on the 1st. What did we do with the money? The same thing we did for George Floyd. Buy large mansions. Did we have any graduates? Sure did. Why did the sign say Quality Leering Center? I thought you Republicans wanted to get rid of the ends. Did we lie about feeding thousands of kids? No, we fed the whole tribe. Why did we accuse Nick Shirley of being ICE? Because the white man has no business in our building. Mind you, I thought he was Will Byers. Where are the kids? Somewhere being neglected by your baby daddy. How did Somalians get so much power winning the African Blood Tribe War? Oh, I meant elections. Anything to say to the taxpayers? Y'all literally voted for this. What did Tim Walz?
I mean, you ain't wrong.
Yep.
But man, bro, shout out to my man Big Wave Dave, man. Oh well, first of all, let me go ahead and read out Jet's super chase. Said victimhood is the Democrats' version of a weapon of mass destruction in Iraq. well, damn. And shout out Big Wave Dave. How you doing, bro?
Yo, brother.
Hey, happy New Year's.
Happy New Year to you too.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into this next video because shout out to Liberal High Man. He had a pretty good lineup of videos in this one. Let's get right into it.
This is MAGA YouTuber Nick Shirley. Back at a daycare in Minnesota, he alleged was a fraudulent facility in a now viral video.
You come during their normal operating hours when you came to visit?
I came at 11 a.m., I believe, and I also came the following day later in the day. The point of it is not whether or not I came at the right time of their operation hours. The point is that blacked out doors, they can't give you any information. You call that number, no one answers. I wasn't trying to go inside.
Hey, Seth.
There should be a way for somebody to actually be able to call that number and somebody be
I actually called that number and it's completely disconnected. And then he went to another one that had the number posted. I called that number, and if you call the number, it's literally like this lady, hey, leave a message and I'll get back to you. Not, name of business, we're currently closed. No, it's like some lady with a Somali accent.
There's another number that goes to Tim Walz's office too.
Bro, and then some of them just got some
and that's not a lie.
numbers.
Like literally there's one that has a number that goes to Tim Walz's office.
Yeah, I've seen that video circulating.
And like he said, he posted the video of him going there at 10 o'clock in the morning. And then he also went there at later in the afternoon. How is it that neither time there's any kids there? And not to mention, we're not just talking about the single stream or the single video that he made. Members of the public have never seen kids going in there.
Man, but for some reason, hey, we call it out and we're being racist and Islamophobic. And like I said, it's like, you know what? If they were a bunch of white people doing this, the left would, trust me, the left would be on our side. But as soon as you make them into brown or black people, oh, you racist, misogynist bigots and you Islamophobic bastards. I'm like, bro, are you serious?
Hey, have you
just change the skin color and you guys will be for it.
Have you guys seen the videos of them bringing in the kids and bringing them out like a few minutes after?
Wait, hold on. When the van pulls up and then start bringing them in.
And then they left right after the cameras left?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
No. There's videos of them bringing the kids in and then the kids coming out. Like this is FBI videos. They're bringing the kids in to sign them in, then bring them out. And even like parents without kids going in signing kids that aren't even with them. And then there's another one where you see the people that are running daycare handing envelopes to parents, the Somali parents.
So you're telling me that they were full before Nick Shirley went over there, and Nick Shirley couldn't register a kid. But all of a sudden, when there's accusations that they have no kids there, they have the room now. So now they have discriminated against Nick Shirley on the basis of race. This ain't a Joey spot.
I don't get what you're getting at. That's not what I said. I'm telling you, there's video evidence of Somalis bringing their children in to sign their kids in, and then leaving with their children a few minutes after.
Yes. So if there was no space for kids, because he asked if he could.
I don't give a shit what they told Nick Shirley. Like that,
I'm just calling out the bullshit. That's what needs to be done. People are trying to defend this and trying to deflect, and I'm anchoring it down.
Those people are fucking idiots, and if they want to,
those are the people that are defending it, and those are the people that fucking you have to get to understand that they're completely wrong.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
The answer: these aren't real businesses.
But surely you don't think a daycare should just be unlocked. You shouldn't be able to just walk into a daycare.
Be a reception.
No, every daycare is locked.
Oh, guys, and let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. We got about almost 300 of you guys on YouTube and about 40 of you guys on X. So, guys, make sure you guys follow me on X as well. But all right,
this goes to what we were talking about on that YouTube short that you posted, or that YouTube post that you posted. All daycares are locked. You can't just walk in unless you're a parent. So him being an idiot, like thinking like you can walk in the lobby, no, it doesn't even work that way either.
Well,
like
but you
all those doors are fucking locked. You can't.
You're right. You're right.
Daycare.
No, Dave, you're right. But here's the thing, though. They should still at least be able to give them a pamphlet. Yes, you got to buzz in, and they can let you in.
Look, again, what did I say? Set. We all know it's fraud. But every daycare, all their doors are locked. They will always be locked. So to try and say like, oh, well, that's part of the reason. No, that's not any reason at all. Like they're all locked, always locked.
It's not what we're saying.
Like nobody's saying that. That's what the left is saying that we're saying.
No, I understand.
It's a straw man argument. You're falling.
I understand. Don't get me wrong. Okay. I understand. Okay. I'm just saying, like, if they're saying that they think that people are idiots, no. The doors are always locked, and that's the way it is. Nobody cares if the doors are locked. The fact that they can't give any information, just tell you no, that's a different story.
And the fact that no one has seen kids going in and out. There's not been anybody on the internet saying, "Oh, I take my kid to that daycare center," or "I do that." Yeah, that's a completely legitimate business. I don't know what this guy's talking about. None of that, because you know damn good and well if it was a legitimate thing, and this was just this, Islamophobia that the left is trying to narrate, they'd have CNN lined up at these people's houses. Oh yeah, I don't want to be on camera, but yeah, my son goes to that daycare. Nick Shirley's a complete asshat. He doesn't even know what he's talking. That would be how it was portrayed. No, they can't defend it because there are no kids that go there.
But all right, guys, let's go ahead and
we all understand that. It's fine. Yeah.
The people that we're talking to don't.
All right, gotcha. Let's go back to.
Okay, you bring up a fair point. Then, but why can't they actually give me information how to enroll a child?
Who is he? Like, who gave this guy license to go around and say I couldn't get in the daycare centers? Like, nobody should be able to walk into a daycare center because the doors are locked. These random vigilante justice seekers who ordain themselves like some sort of law enforcement expert, like he's a random YouTuber. And I just find it laughable that the party of the self-proclaimed pro-life people are celebrating cutting off funding to children. The white
my God.
evangelical
See, I
crowd
told you
who
this is how it was
supports
gonna
to
go.
uphold these Christian values are celebrating targeting communities because of their ethnicity.
It's not just racist and xenophobic. It's actually dangerous because what Donald Trump is doing in targeting
Yo.
this community, it's putting
let me pause
American
this for
citizens
1
in
sec.
danger because it is
All right,
putting
hold
a
on.
target
These are
on
the
their
people
back.
I'm talking
All of a
about,
sudden,
Dave.
because he made this video that has gone viral, now DHS and FBI are putting resources into this community. All
That's
of a sudden,
that's what journalism does. If you were a real journalist, you would know that.
But all right, go ahead, guys. What's your comments?
All right. So my comment is, so he brought up the thing about these people that are pro-life who want to take shit away from children, right?
Mm.
But I watched the video earlier today where it was Caitlin Bennett, and she was asking somebody that was pro-choice, oh, okay, so you want to be pro-choice? She's like, yes, I want to be pro-choice. And then she's like, oh, but you want gun control? She's like, yes, I want gun control. So you want to ban guns? Yes, because they kill children.
But hold on, I do want to make a point real quick though, because you know what? Yes, parents can tour daycare centers while children are present. And here's the thing though, when Nick Shirley showed up there and he presented himself as a parent, who are they to turn him away? If he's already presented himself as a parent, they don't know that he's not a parent or not. So
yeah.
And they are supposed to at least take him on a tour, give him some type of information, at least. And a lot of daycares, I mean, I'm gonna be real with you, a lot of states require an open door policy, but centers can set reasonable limits like scheduling during non-meal, nap time, requiring sign-ins, and having brief supervised visits to maintain safety and routine. Because, I mean, how the hell you gonna want to know if your kid's in there if you can't walk around and see if, I don't know, if they got the kids in order or if it's a clean facility? Like, well, come on now.
This is
Look, at the end of the day, I wouldn't want some rando walking in there when my kid's there.
That's not the point. That's not the point. It's a business and they sell a service. You are allowed to see what that service is before you buy it. That's the end of the story. It's not a
no. That's not the end of the story. If my kid is in that place, I wouldn't want some rando walking
your
in.
kid to be in there, because by that logic, you would never have been able to tour the facility, and you would never. No other kids would ever go there because no one would put their kid in a daycare where they can't see what's going on in it.
Dumbass, there's kids there. I would take a time schedule, but for them to be like, yes, you can come see it at this certain time. Now, I'm not just walk up, knock on the door, and be like, can I come in? And then be like, yeah, come tour the place. For some fucking rando, fuck no.
You're missing the point.
No, I'm not missing my point. That's the safety of my fucking child, you dumbass.
This was out of business hours anyway, so why would there be kids there?
Fine. Out of business hours is one thing. That's fine.
You're just making arguments just to bolster their point. Stop doing that.
No, I'm not. I'm saying if there are children there, you can't just go in and walk around.
There aren't children there. That's the point.
I understand, you dumbass. What I'm saying is if there are children there, you can't just walk in and walk around. That's what I'm getting at.
But all right, guys. All right. Now, before we go, hold on. Let's go ahead and cut it here. We'll just go ahead and keep it moving, for entertainment.
You knock on the door of a daycare center and you're like, let me in, let me in. What do you expect people to do? In some of those cases, there were children in there. What do you want people to do in that situation? Open the door and say, come on in, when they know that the Somali community is under attack, is being threatened every single day?
Maybe if they weren't
What is going on
they wouldn't be
here?
under
And
attack.
leftoids are watching that reporting and they're coming to the conclusion that, well, that must mean that it's all BS, right? Nick Shirley hasn't found anything. He hasn't stumbled upon any scandal here. No, it's all one big MAGA hoax from MAGA influencer Nick Shirley and his Islamophobic ways.
A viral YouTube video by a creator.
I'm actually confused. Have any of y'all actually been on a daycare tour? Because I don't know.
I have.
Maybe I've taken this back. I've been on one before, like one for my little cousin, and then of course one for my little brother. And then here's the thing: you're allowed to look through the daycare, like you can see the kids play outside.
Yep.
You can see them have lunchtime and what they feed the kids and all that wild stuff. So it's like really confusing, like how people are coming up with these arguments. I'm just like, whoa, daycare's been ran like this.
Set.
What's up?
I'm out. I will see you guys later.
All right, brother, man. Have a good one.
All right, you too. Happy New Year.
Yeah.
Happy New Year, bro. Hey, man. Shout out to my man, Dave. Catch you next time.
That's the thing. Anything, it's a good cover. I mean, it's a good shell company because you can't easily be like, oh yeah, there's nothing here, because you're gonna get the fucking dumbass arguments like that one. Oh, you can't walk into a daycare center. Of course, why would they pick something where you could easily walk into it?
And so I mean, somebody said you have to have proof you have a kid. No, you don't.
No, you don't.
You just got to walk in and act for rates. I mean, you can just be like, bro, like I said, they have no proof. You don't got to provide proof that you have a kid to go inside. Like, oh, yeah, please give us your kid's birth certificate so we can verify you have a kid. Like, how do you sound? Like,
now, at the same time, while he's doing this, a daycare can say, hey, we have kids in here. If they were a legitimate business, that's why there's people hanging on to this argument. If it were a legitimate business, think about that. Like, right? They don't want someone with cameras coming in and, showing people's kids on the internet. They don't know where that video is going. So that's the argument that they're holding on to, as if, they're assuming without any proof that this is just a completely legitimate business, right? They're giving the benefit of the doubt to the Somali community, up into including calling Nick Shirley an idiot for saying you can't walk into a daycare.
Some people in the chat, I mean, that's what an investigation is. It's called an undercover investigation. I mean, you ever heard of it?
PETA does it all the time. Animal rights activists go into places. Now, there's not kids there, but they go into places and they record illegally and they post the videos on the internet to make people scream meat is murder. So this kind of journalism is not new. It's nothing crazy. The fact that he's able to talk to somebody up until the point where he says, what do you think about all the fraud going on? And then they're like, at least one of them would have had kids coming in at any point. Or you ask a member of the community. He asked several people, oh, how many people have you seen going in and out there? Oh, that's a daycare center? I didn't know that. There's no one, I never see anybody go in there.
Yeah, and here's the thing, like I said, daycares do
not to mention
daycares do not have to, you do not have to provide proof of having the kids enter daycare. That's the funniest part. You just got to show interest in the service. For all you know, you could be getting that, or you can getting a rate check for somebody that you know that has a kid. You just checking out the service for somebody else, and you can do that. And here's the thing:
somebody has been going over this for 2 years and has had the fucking journalistic integrity and went around and done his research already. He wouldn't have brought it up, and Nick Shirley wouldn't have taken it on. He made a video to put context to the claims he was making. He didn't make a video and saying, this is proof that there's no one ever at the daycare. No, the guy that's been in Minnesota living there, watching this grow, there's 1,020 transportation agencies, 800 of them are Somali, and they never have a passenger. There's, 17 daycares that have no kids in them. This isn't, he just did this on a Tuesday afternoon. This has been going on and been going for years, and there's already FBI cases against some of these daycares.
True. And here's the thing, people in the chat are kind of making my point. Like, one, I'm like, we're not asking to be walked through the entire facility. He's asking for information. And here's the thing, he's actually showing up with papers by the government saying you're supposed to have this many kids in here, but it's looking like you don't have no kids in there. I mean, for some, like, that's called journalism, investigative journalism. For some reason, the left don't like it, especially when they expose their antics. But all right, let's go ahead and get right back to it.
Who has shared anti-immigrant and anti-Muslim videos in the past, put a major national spotlight on the investigation. The video claims Somali-run child care centers in Minnesota are committing widespread fraud.
It's all just Islamophobia. It's all one big hoax. And their favorite talking point, of course, seems to be that, it's a daycare center. Of course you can't go in there. And, I'm listening to this questioning, are people really this stupid? Do they expect that we are this dumb? Now, I'm not going to say that daycare centers have no security measures whatsoever. I'm not saying that anybody should be able to walk into these centers, but the idea that these public businesses don't have a front desk, they have no setup whatsoever to interface with customers, that's ridiculous. And that's where this video comes in. Just a regular American citizen who decided to make a TikTok video to kind of expose how ridiculous the talking point is.
So let me take you guys, for all the people in Minnesota that are not aware, I'm at my son's school right now. Let's walk in.
All right, so I'm gonna go to this front door right here, right? For other people that are like, oh, we wouldn't just let randoms in. Well, you can't just let randoms in because it's locked, right? So what am I gonna do? I'm gonna ring this bell right here. They're gonna let me in. You see how that works? They see me. Hi guys. All right, just in case nobody. And also, if I need a brochure for the daycare, nobody handed Nick Shirley a brochure. Nobody handed Nick Shirley a brochure. So if I want a business card, I can get a business card too, guys. See how that works? I walk out, the door automatically locks. Also, sorry guys, if I need something.
And I mean, that's how most daycare works. That's literally how most daycare works. That's why you guys sound crazy defending this, because I'm just like, yeah, that's literally how it works. And Nick Shirley was just trying to get information, and guess what? They weren't even.
The outer door was locked.
I mean,
every one of the businesses he went to, the door that he was approaching was the first layer of security. It was the foyer area, where the second door that locks, that should be locked, is locked to protect the children. It's not like you're outside just standing out in the snow waiting for someone to unlock the door for you.
There's something right here that I could get. That's all I'm saying, y'all. Nick Shirley's not crazy. They could have handed him a brochure.
You can't get a damn pamphlet. You can't show up. There's no front desk. There's no secretary. There's no person there to give you information on the services that they provide. Nick Shirley also mentioned a good point when he was interacting with that CNN hack. Well, it's less about the operating hours and more, well, why is there not a front desk? Why are we calling these phone numbers and nobody answers? Why is it that nobody will take my little Joey into these daycare services? I mean, come on. But they want you to write it all off. You know, they're so focused on deep.
Call that number. Call that number on the live stream.
I mean, come on, Monty. This
They'll
is kind
probably
of
be closed right now.
yeah, they're this late.
No. So the number goes nowhere, though, is what I'm saying. I called it at like 10 o'clock in the morning yesterday. It goes nowhere. It goes. It rings, and then it goes to a disconnected signal.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
And then I tried calling that.
The next one he went to was even worse, because you can argue, oh, it's disconnected because they've gotten so many people like me calling. The next one goes to someone's voicemail, like a private person's voicemail, not a daycare center, a private person's voicemail, not a phone tree. Press 1 to be connected to someone about your kid. No, It goes to, hey, like she sounds high. Hey, I'll call you back. Leave me a message.
So
sounds
I
like that's voicemail.
Wow.
Yeah. I tried calling that one in Columbus, because he was just in Columbus, and there was one, I think it's called Bennett, Child Care 2 or whatever. Mm-hmm. I tried calling that one, and it just continued to ring.
Yeah.
And I called during business hours. And I've been, I've got, as you guys know, I've got a lot of kids. They've been in daycare before, and I was able to walk up, get buzzed in, and I would request to schedule a tour, but half the time they'd do the tour right then and there.
That's the thing. I give a little bit of credibility to the argument that you don't just let someone in with cameras, though. I'm assuming you didn't show up with a selfie stick and a camera and another guy with paper screaming about fraud. I'm assuming that didn't show up. So I understand.
No, so that one I agree with.
If they were legitimate businesses, they wouldn't have let them in anyway. I'm just saying this isn't the first time someone has looked into this and exposed this. Nick Shirley is just making a hit piece on these daycare centers because of all the evidence he had before this.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and get right back.
They're going to treat him the same way.
All right, let's get back to it.
Bunking the claims. And that's why they're focused on all these semantic arguments. That's why they're going out of their way to focus on the few daycares that might be actually active and operational, like this clip.
This is ABC Learning Center in Minneapolis.
They have to learn ABC and numbers.
Director Ahmed Hassan gave WCCO a tour after finding his daycare in the national spotlight. In a now viral video, right-wing...
If you watch the video, these guys are actually supposed to have like 60 kids in there. Well, or at least close to 60. Like they're getting paid for 60 kids by taxpayer dollars. So yeah, when they only show about like what 7, maybe 12 kids in there, it's kind of like, yeah, that's great and all, but you're marked down for 60. Like, remember that?
And You know, it really
YouTuber
got
Nick
me
Shirley
was, oh, sorry, go ahead.
claims nearly a dozen daycare centers in Minnesota are taking public funds but not providing a service. He says ABC Learning Center is one of them, knocking on the door in mid-December. Hassan says his employee didn't respond because Shirley was in a group of about 8 people, and his staff were concerned about recent ICE activity.
Is this daycare committing fraud?
No, we're not committing fraud.
Hassan showed us security footage from the same day Shirley was here. According to the timestamps in the videos, this woman takes a young child into the center at around 9 a.m. that day, about 3 hours before Shirley arrives at the door closer to the street. Within the hour after Shirley leaves, a woman arrives at the other door with a stroller. A larger family heads inside a few hours later. Tuesday afternoon, WCCO found at least a dozen children at ABC Learning Center, which is licensed with the state.
The left is posting this all over social media, claiming that this now debunks everything Nick Shirley said. But of course it doesn't. You know, how many daycare centers did he go to? Not to mention how many other daycare centers are now being exposed. You got people whose personal addresses are listed as daycare centers, receiving hundreds of thousands of dollars in grants and subsidies. And then people are knocking on the door, and the person who lives there is saying, I don't know what the hell you're talking about. We've seen some facilities that look like damn dungeons, not a person in sight during work hours. There's no proof that these places are operational, but they want you to forget all of that.
And here's the thing, like I said, this is exact daycare center. You can look this up. It's supposed to be marked down for 60 kids. So the fact that they only had 12 in there is absolutely insane.
Yeah. And if you actually notice there on the one video, if you pay attention to where the I think it looks like it's almost the exact same van that they dropped one kid off from, and then I think it was like an hour later or something. Yeah. The exact same van, and they're bringing in like 3 or 4 kids.
Yeah, because after Nick Shirley does that, they already have it in their head. Oh, we're going to post the surveillance video. So, of course, after he shows up, they start bringing kids in.
Yep. And they're going to be calling their friends and saying, hey, we just got
9 o'clock in the morning.
Situation.
What was that? So an hour after he arrived at 9 o'clock in the morning would be 10 o'clock in the morning. That is a reasonable time to bring your kid to daycare. But it's kind of suspicious that none of it's happening at any normal business hour.
And then they're saying that their operation hours are from 2 to 10.
Exactly.
I thought people trying to call it a nightclub. I was like, y'all funny.
Now, I do know there are
2 p.m. 2 p.m. to 10 p.m. So after school until 10 p.m. when you would get off of a second shift work. That's reasonable.
I do know. Yeah. There are some daycares that go all night that run 24/7, but those are usually around warehouses and
they don't look
basically
like
warehouses and factories. They don't look, they're not empty. There's a bunch of cars there, and there's always someone picking up their kids because not everybody works all night long. They get off at 11, 12, 1, 2. Yeah. When my mom was working overnight shifts when I was little, I was in an overnight daycare for some of the nights. And she wasn't always picking me, she had crazy hours being a nurse. So she was picking me up at all different times.
She didn't work a shift?
She was just starting her career at the hospital at the time. She had literally just started working as a nurse at the hospital right when I was born. So, and this was back in the 80s. So when you're new on the totem, you go in when they tell you to go in.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
That's why I was like, what?
All right, let's get back to the video.
It's garbage. And the absolute worst part are clips like this.
According to federal prosecutors, it was really during COVID that fraudsters set up these fake restaurants or sham businesses and health clinics that would provide things like meals to school children or behavioral health services or housing to people with addiction. And because during COVID, you didn't have the same checks and balances, you had social distancing, you couldn't have the site visits, you couldn't have the in-person inspections. Well, the fraudsters got away with it all and provided the receipts and collected boatloads of cash from us, the taxpayers. More than 90 people have been charged in the schemes, mostly Somalis. and more than 60 people have been convicted. Now
Hold
you
on,
have this viral
Set.
video getting traction online. It's from
So that right there, this is not just Nick Shirley. This has been going on, and it's being uncovered. Now they're trying to put out, you know, anything they can to defend it, because if you disagree with a liberal, you're an evil person. But
yeah,
this has been going on before he did this. There are FBI cases and convictions of the same thing happening. So this is not some new, you know, fake scandal that someone's trying to create. This is legitimate journalism. It has been exposed, and the Democrats are doing the same thing the Democrats always do.
All right, now check this video out, guys.
The Maternity Care Coalition is a nonprofit that got $23 million from the government to run daycares like this. So it is 2 p.m. This place is supposed to be open. It closes at around 4:30. We're going to try and buzz one more time to see if anybody opens up. Looking for childcare.
You're not going to get it.
Okay, so nobody's going to open. Okay, another entrance. Gonna knock again. Again, it's 2 p.m., so within operating hours, this place should be open. Little Frank needs childcare.
Yeah.
Hello. Childcare. Okay, so they didn't
Taxpayer-funded childcare.
answer, so we're gonna call the number on their website, and let's see if they answer.
216-972-0700.
Thank you for calling Maternity Care Coalition. We're closed for the Independence Day holiday.
It's a little bit cold for Independence Day. Maternity.
Oh shit!
And that was the other thing that that got me, was that someone said, well, they're closed over it's crazy that, you know, there's no kids at a daycare during the holiday. Most these places are, you know, closed. Most daycares around me are busy as hell during the holiday breaks because kids are home from school and parents still need to work.
Also, since when do Somalis celebrate Christmas? They're Muslim.
Exactly.
Wait, Independence Day.
Independence Day. It's January.
I know, right? That's hilarious, though. It's like close
They can't even keep up on their holidays.
They forgot to change the voicemail, guys. But all right, guys, let's get into the next one.
What? You gotta go. Okay, I'm just asking. You can't push. Well, okay. They just literally pushed me out. Like, that's insane. Their hours are Monday through Friday.
Say they should be open.
And they literally asked if I'm recording and then pushed me. That's insane.
No, it's not insane. I would do the same thing if you were recording and try to come into my business.
There.
Hey, Set.
Yeah.
Pause.
I just don't think you should
Wait.
put your hands on somebody and push
No.
them.
I want to make
No.
a point while she's in frame.
Mhm.
So notice how they have those hands on the wall. I don't know if you went to daycare as a kid, but I did. Any of my artwork was actual real artwork, and it was put outside the doors and on the foyer entrances. You didn't have to go to Staples and manufacture it.
Yeah.
Just saying. That's hand art. Like, you trace your hand, you draw it out, and you make a turkey, or you trace your hand and you draw it out and you make Rudolph or whatever.
Yeah.
That has been, like, go to any legitimate daycare and they would have those actual kids artwork up on the wall.
Yep. And some would even be hung outside around the door on the sliding doors.
No, the lady literally put her hands on me and pushed me. I just had a couple questions. I mean, I'm not going to call the police. I'm just trying to ask a few questions.
I'm tempted to get those
that's a
recording
good idea.
glasses.
He's like, you should call the police.
He had Shirley had Ray-Ban Metas. They're actually really useful.
Yeah, I'm thinking about getting a set because I can get them for like pretty cheap, and I'm tempted to get a set because I've been
If
thinking
you have
about.
FSA, they're FSA eligible now.
All right, but let's stay on topic here. All right, let's go ahead and get into the next one. And shout out to my man Jet. He says, "How's it daycare if you're taking your kid to your fraud job?"
I mean, that's what I was making the point of the other day. They might have kids registered, but it's literally just the ringleaders of the fraud's kids.
Yeah, I mean, literally, like they put their kid as managers and have them collect the money. You know, you get to make sure your kid gets money while you take majority of it and go have, I don't know, wild adventures overseas and try to become a warlord in Somalia.
Sunglasses.
All right, let's get
I
back.
own 65 daycare centers in Minnesota, and we are now having all of our funding taken away because of some misinformation posted on X by a random guy calling himself a journalist, saying that this is fraud, that $19 billion is too much to run thousands of daycare centers for people in Minnesota. And yes, the Somali community has a lot of kids, so they need a lot of daycare centers. Do you know how much crayons cost, Elon? Do you know how much tables, chairs, security, heating, food?
This same guy was. Hold on. This same guy does not own a daycare center. Last time he was up in the public face, I remember someone responded to one of his videos. He's just a liberal influencer. He doesn't own daycare centers. He gives this authority argument on everything he does. I'm being affected by this. I guarantee you, if you follow his video, like actually go to the original creator and look at his thing, he's been affected by every single Democratic controversy.
Yes. This man does every job in the world.
He does every job in the world
just to make a political point, bro. It's like, really now.
I wonder why I recognize him.
You do recognize him. I do too.
But I'm pretty sure there's been a few times he said he owns this, or he's in this many of this thing, and he legitimately has. He just said he owns thousands of daycares. Is that what he just said?
65
daycares.
65.
Yeah. How do you own 65 daycares?
Yeah,
that's a shit ton of daycare. He's just trying to make an argument from authority. He's trying. Yeah, he's manipulative.
There's wow.
Right,
I would understand.
All right, guys, let's go on to the next video.
A quarter past 10 out here at the Quality Luring Center on a Tuesday night. Got 10 Somalis out here trying to fix their misspelled street name. We'll see how much success they have there.
This guy back here is going to continue pacing around. He's already got several photos of my license plate. I don't know what he's going to do with that.
Later.
They didn't quite finish the job changing out the sign. So I interrupted there. Because I'm in a public parking lot here. I'm not on their property. Hey man, do you want to have a chat? No. Okay, I was just saying you were taking pictures of me, so I was just
you were taking pictures of me.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I'm glad you're finally changing the sign. You're gonna change it to actually what it's spelled as. You want to say your name? I know. I'm on the sidewalk. You want me to pose for you? I guess you guys can do this just about all night. You don't open until what? 2 o'clock tomorrow? Is that what it is? Is the daycare center 2 o'clock? Huh? What'd you say?
Go home.
Huh? Oh, you don't want to talk now? All right. No, I was just curious.
But now he's gonna back in.
You need to change the letter on the sign. You got it's. What time is it now? 10:30? Almost 10:30. Out here on this Tuesday night.
These are the same guys that robbed Captain Phillips.
Unlike you guys, I'm not wearing a mask. I don't have to hide my identity. You got plenty of pictures of my rental car license plate, though, so I'm happy for you on that one.
Gamer's asking to be let in.
Oh shoot! Show our game. Yo, gaming.
Yo, what's the word, bro? Happy New Year to everybody, bro.
Happy New Year.
Hey, shout out, man. Shout out. But
different year, same thing.
Man, and a whole lot more to come. But all right, guys, what was I about to? Oh, yo, gamer. What's your thoughts on this so far?
Oh, I've been watching Twitter just go into an upheaval. I find it funny, and I'm pretty sure Tove and Monty have said this already, but I find it exacerbatingly funny that Nick Shirley, a freaking streamer and an influencer of all people, caught the Democratic Party lacking with their pants down. And now they're in full overdrive trying to come up with some BS reason. Bro, the Somalian that came on the news and was like, "Oh, we got robbed. They punched through a cement wall and stole all of our personnel."
Everything
It's like,
they need to prove that they're a legitimate daycare.
oh man! And then when you look at the pictures, the hole wasn't even punched through all the wall. Because anybody that does construction will realize, one, those bricks were recently placed there. Because any cement block that has been placed there as part of the foundation, you wouldn't cover it up with drywall.
Yeah.
It's a standalone. It is a standalone structure, bro.
You don't need to cover it with drywall.
Right.
And I know that.
It's like, okay.
Anybody that's gone to elementary school knows that. You can touch the cinder block walls inside the building.
Like, hello, have you been to a public school, bro? Like, is this your first time?
Apparently.
But
And it's like, no, I got more stuff to say, bro. Because this is eating me.
All right,
This
I'll give
is
you
eating.
one more minute.
All right, one more minute. All right, I'm a cook, bro. This is eating me up. And then you got politicians that are like quiet, like there was no fraud, and like, you know how bad you got to be messing. Right. Hashtag mostly peaceful protest. You know how bad you got to be messing up for 99 mayors who are on opposing sides of the political spectrum to be like, we've been screaming about this for the better part of almost 5 years, and I'm glad we're getting some attention. We can't build bridges. We can't conduct healthcare properly. We can't even enforce our own laws. Our children are reading books that are 10 years old, and the spine of the books are falling off. When are we going to get some help? Do you know how bad you have to be messing up as a governor for like these mayors to collectively be saying the same thing at different times? And it's 99 of them. So it's not even being made up. It's not even in the area of the margin of BS. So it's fun. I want to hear the dog poop that these Democrats are going to cook up to justify this one. Because, oh boy, the midterms are looking like a red wave. S.E.T, I'm sorry to tell you, we spoke too soon. We said that if Trump didn't get his crap together, they were going to lose the midterms. But hot diggity damn, the Democrats are serving it up hot on this one.
Yep, and honestly, the media is not helping matters much either with the way they're reporting on this
arguments
shit.
to what Nick's
Bro,
original
CNN, dude, CNN was like, you're just making stuff up essentially, and then the lady proceeded to do the same thing Nick Shirley did and got the same result. They can't even lie, bro. Like, come on.
She didn't even go out there. She called.
But all right, guys. All right. But let's go ahead and get back into the video. And somebody's echoing, so I'm not sure they need to turn their mic down.
That's me. That's me. My fault.
Right, you're good. But all right, let's keep it going.
Well, the House Oversight Committee will hold the first of 2 hearings on Minnesota's massive fraud scandal next week. Governor Tim Walz and Attorney General Keith Ellison have been called to testify with Chairman James Comer,
can't
saying
hold
the
a gun
two,
right.
have either been asleep at the wheel or complicit in a massive fraud involving taxpayer
You didn't have
dollars
to cook 'em
in
like that.
Minnesota's social services programs. Here to discuss it is Fox News contributor, former Utah
Bob,
Jury
I miss Rush
and
Limbaugh
former
too.
Oversight Committee Chair Jason Chaffetz. Jason, Happy New Year. Thank you for being here because you are so perfectly equipped to address exactly. We've learned so much about this tip of an iceberg massive fraud in Minnesota, and now the Oversight Committee is getting involved. Where do you see this heading?
Look, James Comer knows what he's doing. And the first thing to do is to bring in the whistleblowers. You have state legislators there that have been sounding the alarm for some time. You have local news reports that would go back for years. And so this whole idea and this notion that, remember, you have Keith Ellison, who's the Attorney General. Both he and Walz served in the United States Congress while I was there. But you have the Attorney General saying, he wouldn't have done anything differently. You have the governor who's saying, well, we're setting up task force and, we're trying to put safeguards in place. Oh, really? And then his
Hey, Sam,
spokesperson
pause it real
comes out
quick.
and says,
I'm gonna drop
oh,
some
you know
knowledge.
what?
All
Donald
right.
I'm gonna drop some knowledge. So, did you know? Fun fact: I looked into it just to see if I could disprove Nick Shirley's case. Did you know that Tim Walz actually suppressed, underfunded, and intentionally slowed down the forensic IRS tax audits, the FBI, and the Homeland Security, as well as the Health and Human Services Inspector General? He intentionally slowed them down when you look at the paperwork.
Oh, and Aura Farm or Aura, what do you say? Flying Aura Flying. If you want to go ahead and get in here, go to the main page, go to the post tab. You can get lit on in. He has a second opinion. He disagrees with us, so I want to come up here and let him get his thoughts.
Bro, I wanna hear it because the evidence is palpable. I did my own research, and the paperwork spanning back when that news director is saying like, "Oh, it's been years." No, it has been years. Tim Walz has been intentionally slowing that investigation down since 2018. Actually, since 2019 when they got tipped.
And he's also gone after his own staff when they've tried to tell him what's going on or blow the whistle on it. He has been stopping them. Whistleblower, what's it called?
Isn't this Tiananmen's Tim?
Yeah.
Yes.
This isn't his first national controversy in recent years. He had that.
I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if he's banging a Chinese spy at this point.
Crying.
I mean, yeah, that's probably why his wife always looks. I mean, never mind.
Oh, oh wow. Okay.
All right, guys.
Play the video.
Trump is trying to muzzle
got our
them.
claws
No,
out.
they're not. They're going to give every opportunity on the record, raising their right hand under oath, and be able to testify and explain to the American people where all of these billions and billions of dollars go. How some 20-year-old, journalist can go out there and figure this out in less than a day, and these guys have been on the job for years, wasting our money. And they need to explain this to the American people and the people of Minnesota.
Yeah, and Jason, everyone in the country, not just Minnesotans, are outraged because when you step back and remember the funds were meant to feed children, help recovering addicts and disabled adults, therapy for autistic children, yet these funds went to wire transfers overseas, luxury villas, luxury vacations, and luxury vehicles. It's really preposterous. I think ultimately, Jason, you have to say, what questions, what if Walz, as you paraphrase there, is not going to show up, and presumably Keith Ellison won't go if Walz doesn't go, what can be the takeaway that can lead ultimately to people getting put behind bars and accountability being served?
I also think you have to look at the Biden administration because those monies didn't just flow by accident. You had Congress that appropriated them. I think they have questions to answer for themselves. But where the hell was the oversight that was happening within the administration and the Biden administration? Those people were out there appropriating this money.
It wasn't there.
Millions of federal employees. What do they do all day if they don't provide oversight on these types of basic things? So I don't think this is just Minnesota. I think this is going to New York, Illinois, California. Your usual suspects are going to be right there on the list. They need to have this sort of investigation go deeper than this. But these gentlemen, they used to be in Congress. They need to show up and testify.
I mean, not for real. They do.
I will say this. I'm going to say this to the guy that did. I'm gonna say this to the guy that disagrees. I want you to know, whoever it is that disagrees, that me, Monte, and Tove, when Nick Shirley first released this video, we basically doxed this business. We looked at the website, and literally the website said that they did not have any more. Basically, what ended up happening was all the Somalian immigrants ended up draining it dry. So this isn't even like, this isn't just Nick Shirley doing it. If you want to watch his video and Google these places, it will straight up tell you.
I called the places. On my live stream, I called the places
So
and you
guys,
can hear the dial tone end.
all right, guys. I found the ABC Learning Center part of the video that Nick Shirley covered, and this was the center that CBS went to and said they debunked his claims. Because remember, they only showed about 12 kids, but they're reported to have 40.
Yeah, the stream of kids that came in.
Here's the other crazy part. A bunch of people that live around there are like, this is the first time that we've seen kids go in there, and they said that to the reporter live on air. So it's bad. And then check this out, it gets worse. All of the people that live around there said that these are the Somalians' kids, so they're not even like the regular
Legitimate
kids from
kids.
the area. They're just the kids. Right. Oh, okay, so we have racism on top of money laundering. Okay, cool, glad to know I can racistly launder money.
Somali only daycares.
We don't want your kind.
In the state of Washington, there are about 20,000 Somalians?
Yep.
There's 18,000 Somalians in the state of Washington. And guess how many what the percentages of Somali run daycares is?
Jesus, what, 50?
Roughly 10% of all daycares are Somali owned for a population size of 18,000 people.
Wait, 10%. Okay, hold on.
Which is 0.2% of our population.
That is crazy.
They're overrepresented by 20 times.
And here's the other thing. If I remember correctly, most Somali families, they have mom stays home.
But all right, guys. Now let's go ahead and get into this ABC.
No, she's working. No,
learning.
guys, she's working from home.
All right, guys. Let's go ahead and get into it.
This one in fiscal year 2025.
Now, this is what the CBS tried to debunk, the ABC Learning Center, right? And remember, licensed for 40 children. I mean, maybe for those who may not see it, maybe I need to scooch in a little bit closer for you, but
zoom in.
40 licensed for 40 children. And they received a good amount of money over the years, and be honest with you.
They got
for 40 children.
We're looking
number of
at
children at the facility, though. Licensed for 40, but number of children, 0.
$2.8 million.
Yeah.
So when they showed up on hold on, guys. So when they showed up on CBS with only 12 kids, you guys just bought that? You didn't?
Yes,
you
they did.
Look into this just a little bit. Of course they did.
So I'm gonna pull a Monty.
Hold on, guys. Let's not go into 10. Let's
No. Let me pull a Monty
we
real
even
quick.
let the video play. Let's let it play for 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
All right, I'll give you 2.
All right.
$1,042,059 in fiscal year 2024, $1,059,078, and in fiscal year 2023, $727,336.
This next one is literally 1 block away, and this one's also generated nearly $3 million in the past 3 years. Let's see if there's any children. Let's see if any of the buildings are open. Here we go. All right, we've arrived to ABC Learning Center. All the windows are blacked out.
No footprints in the snow
is here. This door is locked.
This facility is licensed for 40 children. 0 children. I've come by this place 100 times. I've never seen a child here, ever. The only thing I've ever seen is someone standing outside smoking.
What's crazy about this is that last daycare center is that green building right there. And the other daycare center right now is right here. These buildings should be operating as they're receiving literally millions of dollars.
I knocked on the door, and to my surprise, somebody actually answered the door.
Hello? Can we speak? I would like to check a child in the daycare. Can I speak to a manager?
Why?
Remember, guys, why? Why do you want to check your child?
Like, why would you want to check your child in? It's crazy. Like, why? Like, aren't you a daycare?
I've heard good things about this place that doesn't have any kids. They knew it was bullshit as soon as he said that.
Yeah, you gotta be a little bit more careful when you're doing that.
Well, it doesn't matter. They've all been working together. They've all been working together ever since he's investigating.
Set.
Yeah.
Look at the last comment from Bob.
Invisible children are the neediest.
Bob is the real one.
Yep.
I mean, shoot. Like, I'll be quite honest with you. It's got me thinking, guys. Maybe we do need to open up a daycare. No, just report
Bro,
out.
that's what I'm saying. Now,
Right?
here's the thing. Here's the thing. And this is why I said I'm going to hit a Monty tangent real quick. Because I don't like it when Democrats sit up here, and not just Democrats, because you got some Republicans that'll say this stupid crap too, where they'll say, everything's fine. Why are you upset? Meanwhile, mom and pop can't afford to keep their business, family-owned business open. You know, basic people can't pay rent. They can't pay their bills. People have to pick up 2 and 3 jobs. People are crying, stressed out over how they're going to cut it for the rest of the month. Meanwhile, you got these illegal immigrants coming over here, gaming the system. And it's like, if we did that, boy, we'd be cooked. We'd be so cooked.
What's under the jail, as they should.
And that's the other thing is there's a lot of family-owned daycares that have been struggling, that can't get the assistance because it's all being used by and abused by these fake ones.
Not to mention the 100 homeless veterans that could have gotten a house with this money.
Exactly.
Monty, Tove, you're missing the point. If you question it, you're just being a racist, homophobic, misogynistic, Islamophobic bigot. Don't you see?
Okay.
You're supposed to eat DVDs and drink your tears. You're supposed to eat DVDs, drink your tears, and be happy.
I'm done.
It's the way the system is supposed to work.
Well, if I'm really all that, okay.
But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
My son, I wanted to put my son Joey in
lot of
daycare.
work
And after a few questions, the lady went silent. Looks like little Joey Shirley ain't going to daycare here.
And now where are we going?
Now we're going to Sweet Angel Childcare.
We're in the middle of a strip mall here inside of this neighborhood.
In fiscal year 2025, this facility, which has its license for 74 kids, was paid $1.26 million in tax money. And there are no kids. And all the facilities are the same way. All of them.
Let's see if anyone opens.
Yeah, let's see.
Once
That's
again,
the
I
one
tried
that
to
had
find a
Tim
spot for
Walls.
My son Joey, and they would not open the door. I want to put my son Joey in daycare. Cause I need a spot to put my son Joey. Is this your daycare center?
No, I work there. What's happened?
I just want to put a child in daycare, but all the daycare centers.
Look at this
seem to
guy.
be
Look how
closed.
fresh he's dressed.
No one's opening the doors.
You work here?
I was, yeah. What's happened?
Where are the kids?
Yeah.
It says it's licensed for 74.
Bro,
children.
I want to know is how did he get fired?
Minnesota, where are
He
the
used to
kids?
work there.
We got paid $1.26 million in fiscal year 2025. It says that.
And why is he there right now? Is he stalking his former employer?
I mean, honestly, nah, he probably still works there, and he's probably looking at that paper like, damn, that's why I got paid $20K in 1 month. Huh, and I thought my uncle just loved me.
I'm weak. Dude, so here's a question that I'd ask him. Why, if you don't work here, why are you at a children's facility? Are you a predator? You're here during operating hours or supposedly operating hours. So either you're lying or you're a predator. Which one is it, buddy?
Or you used to work here, but your kids here?
Yeah. Sweet Angel is the one that they called, and it went to Tim Walls's voicemail. His office voicemail.
Oh, and
now I am gonna say something that.
Oh no, I'm about to call out Aura. I did post the call-in link in Rumble for you, so you should be able to get into it. But I'm not sure what's going on, but you should be able to find a way in here.
So I will say one thing. Shout out to that one Somali-owned daycare that was actually legit and actually opened the door, took him in, was going through the process, let him see the facility and everything else like that. See, and that's what really eats me up is you got people like this who actually do what they're supposed to, who are trying to make an honest day's worth of pay and do what they love, and they get overshadowed by people like that. I genuinely hate it.
But all right, let's keep it going. Oh, and shout out to my guy. Let's see here is Joshua, I believe. Well, shout out to Mooney, sent the thumbs up for 10 jewels, sent another 100 for 2 jewels, and a shout out to Phil and Brandon for sending in some gifts as well. Appreciate the support, guys. I just now seen them.
When? Where are the kids? Right here. state of Minnesota website. You work here and you don't
Now, or see me play this evidence, and he's like, you know what? Maybe I don't know it. Maybe I don't know what's going on. My man said might have a point. I'm sorry, I'm responding to Jed. He says Aura playing stupid. I'm like, hey, he might have just seen all the proof, and he was like, all right, maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe. I'm like, it is. But you're still free to come up though.
know.
I don't know. I was there before. I don't know what's going on.
Were there any kids when you worked there?
He's there. Kids there. What's
How
up?
many?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah.
Really?
You worked there. Okay, well then you're not of any help.
Can I put my son in a daycare here?
Dismissed.
I don't know.
Can I speak to someone?
No, I don't know.
No. Yeah, I would like to see if I can put my son Joey here.
Who's your son, Joey?
My son Joey. Can I check out daycare center?
No.
She sounds so bitter, bro. Who's your son, Joey?
No.
There is one child in there. Yeah, I'd like to know if this is a legit business.
Me, I'm scared of you too. How come I explain everything?
You're scared of me?
Yeah.
Why?
Because of your curry.
Because of my color. You said you're scared of me because of my color. Does that make you a racist?
Yeah. No.
But
No.
you said you're scared of me because of my
She
color.
said yeah.
I'm not saying you're racist.
You said you're scared of me because of my color. That makes you a racist. So right now
This is my
they're all
tax
getting
money.
mad because he's showing the paperwork
I don't
of
know.
his business being
Yeah.
registered as a business. 74 children,
I've
no
lived my whole
children.
life
We
here.
saw one child when the lady opened up the door.
So
But now
where did
they're
this
all
money
getting mad.
go? What was this money spent on? 1.26 million. What was that money
You
spent
don't
on?
sound too
There
happy.
aren't any kids.
Ask the kids.
Well, then why are you talking
That's
for
not
the
my
owner
proof.
if you're
That's
telling me
not
to
my
talk
proof.
to the owner?
I'm sorry. I'm not understand what you're talking about.
Do you have a child here?
No.
Anybody?
But they all
Where are the
pulling up
74
though.
Kids, did you lose them? Did you lose these kids? Do I need to?
They
call
don't have an
someone?
answer.
Do I need to issue an Amber Alert?
He's like, what? Did they pull up there to get their $5,000 to $10,000 and then go home?
Hold on,
And
Seth.
pretend
I
like they
found
did a day's
something.
work.
I found something.
What's up?
Give me 1 second.
All right, no problem. Well, let's see here. Actually, should we could take a quick little break real quick with a nice little musical interlude. Introduce you guys to my new favorite song. So shout out to my new favorite song. I forgot the name of it, but it's a banger though. It's a banger. Here,
Did
guys.
you see the look at the
Wait, what?
Look at the StreamYard.
All right, Monty. Well, hold on now. I'm gonna look for it after this. Well, I'm looking at it right now while this plays.
Big talk on the TV. Somali boy count cash, move sneaky. Paper in the daycare, paper in the kitchen on the phone, different story, different vision. Every office, cousin got position. Every meeting, bro, I got a mission. Smile for the photo, suit look clean. Under the table, whole crew eat green. Somali scam king, ay. We run that 8 bill gone, they can't get none back. On God, every hustle, every angle. Comrade, Kylo, say flip it, untangle. Somali scam king, talk sweet, walk me and dress code halal, money so hot I'm clean. Repeat, sign here, that's the anthem. Whole block eating up the big boy scams. Damn. Somali scam king. Somali scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somali scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somali scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somali scam king. Freedom fighters, now they fight with spreadsheets. Laptop louder than the sound of the street. Grand after grand, feeding all the kids. Outside parking lot full of new whips. Charity, trucking, fake school, fake farm. Whole application like reading the charm. Refugee program, we help we care. Back in Saxon, we just fit the shed. Comrade Carlos in the must front row at the door prayer. Plan where the funds go, one file here. One shell company there. By the time they load, it's sweet in the air. Somali scam king. We run that 8 bill gone, they can't get none back. On God, every hustle, every angle. Comrade Carlos, say flip it, untangle. Somali scam king. Talk sweet, walk me, dress code halal, money so hot I'm clean. Habibi, sign here, that's the anthem. Whole block eating off the big boy scams. Damn. Somali scam king. Somali scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somali scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet. Somali scam king. Talk sweet, talk sweet, talk sweet.
And shout out to my man. Put it in the air, bro. How you doing?
Man, what in the hell is that?
Hey, Set be going crazy with his playlist.
What
that's
is the
all AI
consensus
is.
in a party like this? Is like, do y'all hate Somalians or?
No, we don't hate Somalians, but it is his fault.
We hate fraudsters. That's what we hate.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just wondering, are y'all worried about the fraudsters that Trump pardoned, or
Are you?
So,
Are you
wait,
the conversation
wait,
because
wait,
you
wait.
don't want it exposed, or what are you trying to do here?
Wait,
so
let me answer it.
Wait, guys, time, please.
Let me ask him a follow-up question. So when you said that we ignoring the fraudsters that Trump pardoned, right? That's your question, right?
Yeah.
Do you or do you not think it's worse that foreigners are actively draining the American economy of money and sending it
with
back home
taxpayer dollars. For the record.
with verifiable proof? Like the IRS has already found at least, I want to say, $1 or $2 billion that are going overseas to Somalia. Do you think that's right?
Well, I think whoever gets charged or indicted and then the evidence
That's not the
present.
question. Do you think it's
Hold
right?
on,
Yes or
hold
no?
on.
Let him
That's a
finish,
very
bro. Let him finish,
Oh,
Monty.
no, I don't think fraud is right.
Okay.
Was that the question or what was
Yeah,
the
that
question?
was the question.
Or do I think fraud?
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I don't think
that's
fraud
why
is
we're going
right.
after. It's not because we hate Somalians.
So really, I don't really care if it's a Somalian, a Chinese person, a Mexican. If the
Okay.
evidence presents itself and they get found guilty, I mean, that's between them and the law. But I'm kind of disturbed at how, like the video that just went up, kind of disturbed at how people are kind of making Somalians look. I don't
Why-
think like it's probably like they're probably like, what percentage of them would you say are like law-abiding citizens? Do you think?
Why are you? So that's a straw man argument. That's irrelevant to the matter. This is
I just asked the question. That's all I did.
So how that's impossible to know because you don't know what laws they have and haven't broken. So I can go point you to the FBI statistics if you want to answer that question. If you're
Well, what are
genuinely
the FBI statistics?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the FBI statistics on what group I have. I'm not racially.
Oh no, they're framed as black, so it's actually under us. Like there really is no way to
I do want to step in here and say something. So that argument that you're making is what's called a tit for tat argument. So basically,
I'm not
in
even
order
making
to
an
just
argument. All I did was ask a question. I didn't even make an
But
argument.
you're framing it as an
Okay,
argument. That's
so-
why you're up here. You disagree with what we're doing, and you find it disturbing. You're making an argument against what we're doing. So that is an argument, whether you acknowledge it or not. You're making an argument that we shouldn't be looking at this, and we shouldn't be, pursuing it.
I didn't say any of that. You're putting a lot of words in my mouth. I actually haven't said any of those things.
Insinuations and
what I
the
said was disturbing was the video that
Hold
I
up,
just seen.
hold up. Let the man speak.
Hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. Yo, put in there. Just explain your point to us here. Like, where were you going with that?
Yeah, when I see stuff like that video I just seen, that's what I'm saying. It's like when I've been in this chat this whole time, I haven't heard one good thing about Somalians. I haven't heard like, oh, guys, let's be careful, with the rhetoric, because Somalians actually are a good group of people, but these fraudsters right here, we got to get rid of them just like we got to get rid of any foreign fraudsters or any fraudsters for that fact of the matter. So it would be like, I just haven't heard anybody bring up anybody that Donald Trump pardoned for fraud, because those guys, they frauded us for a lot of billions. That's you guys' money. That's my money. That's your money. Just like
And they did their
just
time.
like whatever Somalians took,
And they went
Yeah,
to jail.
but here's hold on, Monty, time out. But thing is, here's the difference. They did their time, and one of them you're talking about did 20 years. These guys, well, let's be real, they're still getting away with it. And the thing is, I've actually talked pretty well about Somalians. I'm in Columbus, Ohio. I live near Somalians, and I've stated many times, and yeah, like I said, it's probably your first time watching. But I've stated many times that, let's not throw all of the Somalian people under the bus, but let's call out the fact that they're not making themselves look good because they're kind of defending it. And have you seen too much Somalis come out and condemn this? Because I've only seen about a couple.
But
I've seen more protecting.
We can't say that they're not making themselves look good, because that's the same argument that they do with African Americans. Any argument that they do with any group, subgroup, minority, majority, anybody, they'll take the couple people that's doing bad, and then they'll blow it up and say, oh, this is the group of people. So that's where it becomes dangerous. Because
hold on. So you're pretty much saying that we can't call out a group?
It's my turn. It's my turn now. So why is that such a big issue for you that you're willing to overlook the fraud and to make points like this, because it's
I never
completely
overlooked the fraud. I said the fraud was wrong.
You said the fraud was wrong, but said the way in which we're going about portraying it is dangerous, as if people are too stupid to understand that only criminals are bad people and not the vast group of people. You are the one insinuating that.
Who is
We
the
never
vast
said
group of
anything
people
about
that's
the
a bad
Somali
people,
people.
though? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Who is the vast group of people that are bad people?
The vast group. I didn't say the vast group. You're the one saying that. I said the fraudsters, the criminals. Criminals. Do we agree criminals are bad? Yes or no?
Yeah, that would include the
Okay.
criminals that Trump pardoned, right?
I'm not talking about the criminals that Trump pardoned.
I
We're
know
talking
that's the
about
whole problem. We never talk about the criminals that Trump
because
pardoned.
it's
Why do we
already
never
been
talk about
beat to
them?
death.
Bro, it's irrelevant. What you're bringing up is irrelevant.
But fraud
They've
is
already
bad.
did their time.
If fraud is just bad, then why don't we talk about all
20
the
years
people
in
that committed
prison
fraud?
for fraud. They've
I'm
already
just
did
saying,
their
why don't we just
time.
talk
You're
about all
literally
the people
trying
that
for
committed
nothing.
fraud, though?
Let's talk about the fraud that's happening today. Because you're
Well, I
not
mean,
making
well,
sense
the-
by
well,
bringing
well,
by going, well, what about a guy that did 20 years for
before
the
this
crime
guy,
that these guys are
well,
doing?
before this guy did his investigation, there had been 300 articles written on this same subject.
So he
by
brought
various news
he
groups.
brought it to light. So that's a bad thing.
I mean, I'm not sure. That's what I'm saying. I'm not sure if it's bringing it to light if there's been 300 articles written about it.
It's a
by
trending
various
topic right now. He
news
brought it to light
articles.
for the American people.
Yes, there has been multiple articles written about it, but if you look back, very little has been said on mainstream media. It's been in highly the articles have been pushed down online with
This one just happened to blow up.
Yeah, this is how people got. No one knew about it because the articles weren't being pushed, and mainstream media was barely talking about it when it happened.
Well, that's kind of my fear. I think more of my fear is that maybe America they're they weren't worried about something like this as much as they are right now, and that's why I'm wondering, why are we so worried about focusing on these
Because
whatever
it's
type
billions
of
of dollars, and now that we know about
let me
it,
finish my
we
point.
should
Let me
do
finish my
something
point.
about it.
Hold
Let me land
on.
my point.
Let me finish with.
I'm not just going to let him
Well,
paint us
I
as
can
some
let
sort
you
of
finish your
racist,
point,
because that's
ma'am.
what they do every single
I'll let
time
you
it's
finish. I
brought
didn't know
up.
you were done. I can let you finish your point. And
Go ahead, bro. Finish your point.
Well, I was just gonna say I'm not. I don't really like it in America when we focus on any subgroup. I don't even like to say minority. I'll just say a subgroup. Because I just feel like it gets kind of dangerous because right now, it does seem to me like, people are coming down on the Somalian people as a whole as if they're bad people. And I don't think that's the case.
But that's cool. No one is focusing on the Somalian people. We're talking about
Yeah.
Somalian fraudsters.
Yeah,
if the
but
shoe fits, wear it, Cinderella.
yeah, but I'm just that's what I'm saying. Like the video that I just saw.
Bro, come on now. That's just being funny. Like, you can't take a joke.
I mean, I can. No, it's fine. It's fine. I'm just not sure. Right now is the time to be joking about something like that.
Why? Oh, bro, it's always a time to joke about.
It's always the time. If it's okay for Jimmy Kimmel to talk about Charlie Kirk 24 hours after he dies, it's okay for us to talk about the Somalian community 24 hours after the fucking.
I mean, but who says that's okay? That's what I'm saying. It's all subjective. Right?
Everybody that was arguing for free speech when Jimmy Kimmel got censored. Those people.
Well, I mean, the country's split, right? So it's always going to be 50-50. So it's going to be, you could go to the left and it could seem like you're the majority. You can go to the right and it could seem like you're the minority.
What does that have to do with the price of tea in China?
What I'm saying is that I could go across the street and I could hear my own opinion all day and I could just make
that's called
myself
an echo
feel
chamber.
good. Yeah, exactly. I can go in an echo chamber or I could stay right here on the street and I could, really talk about stuff. But at the same time, I'm going to really talk about see what we're doing right now. We're all engaging in conversation.
Absolutely.
This is thoughtful conversation that we're engaging in. I wasn't hearing a lot of this. With all due respect, I wasn't hearing a lot of this before we started talking. That's all I'm saying.
Wait, can I
Go ahead.
chime in real quick? All right.
Go ahead.
So to answer your question, from my point of view, look, fraud is bad in general. We know this. In American justice system, we have a case of handling fraud. We've handled the fraud. There's no need to talk about it.
Right.
So because
You're trying
there's
to
no
bring
need
awareness
to
to it.
Right. well, hold up. I'm going somewhere with this. Because those people that Trump pardoned, what you have to remember is that they already served their time and they have already been dealt with under the U.S. justice system. The reason
Right.
why we're zeroing in on this particular brand of fraud, this particular brand of corruption, is because of three reasons. Number one, it goes all the way to the top.
Yeah,
Tim Walz is
that's the white
involved.
guy for the record.
Second, it's the scale. It's one thing, like, yeah, individuals could defraud the U.S. government of some pretty serious money, but nothing to the tune of billions, and nothing this sophisticated, where you have a governor working with other lower politicians, and which brings me to my third point: foreign nationals. To be quite honest, they're foreign nationals siphoning money away from the U.S. government and the American taxpayer. What makes this fraud particularly bad, it's not because they're Somalian, it's because they're immigrants, and pretty sure some of them, or quite a few of them, are illegal immigrants. It's their reaction to this fraud even coming out in the first place. It's how fast certain political figures ran defense when they won't even do it for American people when we cry out for simple justice or when we want stuff to stop going awry. The reason why people are focusing on this particular brand of fraud so much is because the average American can't buy a house, can't rent a home, let alone. Most people are living with relatives, family members, or friends. The price of gas is high and it's just now coming down. Groceries are still expensive, and the cost of building a house is the same cost to purchase one. The reason why people are so fed up, and this is making its rounds, is because we did not know how deep, just how deep this sea actually cuts. And that's why we're zeroing in on it so much. Sorry that it happened to be the Somalians. Oopsie daisy on their part. They shouldn't have been doing it. But if this was the Chinese, if this was, hell, we just got done going off on the Mexicans for coming over the border illegally, and we've been trying to get them out. So no, it's not just one group. And I hate when people focus on one particular group. Now, I'm gonna say something personally. I've personally been to Somalia. I've had to pull in there while I was in the military. I've had to do some port runs. And yes, I've had some run-ins with Somalians on the high seas. They aren't the best people. They aren't the best of people to get to know in that particular way, especially when they mistake a warship for a freaking cargo ship. That's dumb.
But this is where I'm saying. This is what I'm saying though. Is like I don't. That is totally subjective. That last comment you just made. That is
I know,
absolutely
and I'm
completely
hold up.
subjective.
Hold up. Before you go on your tirade, I know. It's completely subjective. That last comment was for me. I'm gonna go on record and saying that. Overall, the rest of what I said is actual facts. We're
But
tired
would
of illegal.
that's what I'm saying. As an American, I would wish it would be more of what you said in the beginning and less of the latter, because I'm trying to figure out where does the ladder get us. The ladder is not really getting us where we need to be.
You're making a straw man argument, and a straw man argument is where you build up a point that I never really said.
This is. I'm not trying to do. I know everybody wants to be a debater these days and wants to do all these terms and all this. I can go on YouTube and use all the terms too. This is just me talking to you as a person.
I actually did.
This is just me talking to you as a person. This is just me leveling with you as a parent.
So do you know
This
what
is just me leveling with you as a
is?
parent. This is the stuff I don't want to hear if I go to my kids' high school. These are the type of things. I don't want to hear these type of things if I go to the middle school. I don't want to hear these type of things when I go to the kids' basketball game.
Whoa, I mean, bro, hold up, bro, whoa, dog. You know we're grown ass adults. What are you talking about?
Yeah. Grown ass adults could be talking like this in public. I don't want to. This is what I'm saying. I want to hear grown ass adults trying to figure it out. Not saying oh, Somalis they're not a great group of people. That
we're not saying that.
Your subjective opinions are in front of a group of 300 people right now. So somebody could take that opinion and they could say, yeah, I knew it. Yeah, I knew it. He was right.
That's on them. People are free to think how they want to think.
I mean, but that's like I'm saying. That's subjective. No, they can't take his experience and try to feel some way about Somalians. That's his experience.
No. People take their own personal experience with Somalis and take it there.
Right. So does everyone in this group have a personal experience with Somalians?
Yeah.
So
what is their
hold up.
experience?
Let me respond back to something he said. if what I'm doing can lead people to feel some type of way about Somalians, I could easily say the way you're running defense is exactly why people are running defense to cover up the corruption and fraud. The C cuts both ways. We can play both type of games. If you're gonna make a point, you better
Like I
have the
said, I
other
don't want to
side
play
covered down.
games. I'm just a
You are
It's
person
not a game.
playing
talking
games.
It's
to
not
you.
a
You're playing
game.
games
I'm
with
I
somebody.
don't
calling.
I
You're
don't want to
playing
play
games with
games.
semantics.
I'm just a
You're
person
I
playing.
ain't
talking to
playing
you.
game. Hold
I'm
up,
just a
hold up.
grown
I ain't,
I'm just a grown man talking to you.
that's cool. I'm just calling you out and
I
holding
don't
you
want to play
accountable.
games, brother.
I'm
I'm
hope.
not. All I'm
Like I
coming in
said,
here, I heard a lot of talk. I heard a lot of, it was a lot of, jokes about this. I get the jokes and all that, but like I said, when it's in front of an audience of 300 people and people are, I'm guessing that you want your audience to grow and you would one day want to have an audience of 1,000 people. I would guess you would be grooming yourself,
Why are
to,
you telling him how to
to
run his channel?
no,
Why don't
yeah,
you
that's
start
what it's
your
turning
that's what
channel
into.
I'm
with
saying.
your own
That's
opinion?
what I'm saying. We don't need you running defense for him now. I'm talking to him as a grown man.
All right, go ahead,
Yeah.
continue.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm running.
Anyways, if you were trying to, I'm figuring you're trying to grow your channel, one day maybe have. So I'm just, and it's not just to him. It's my question to Americans right now. Is like, where is the ladder getting us? Like I said, the personal comments, where are they getting us? Like we could, if people want to come with the facts and they want to say, oh, you know what, there was fraud committed in Minnesota, A, B, C, D, and then when you looked at all the defendants, they happen to be 80% Somalians. That's not good,
So
guys. Okay, that's
my
fine.
question
Whoa,
But
whoa,
is,
that's
guys,
not going to
guys,
take
hold on
away
now.
from
Can
the
I
fact.
can I
That's not going to
address
take
the
away from the
questions since
fact
he's
that
addressing
80%
me?
of the Somalian
All right.
population is non-criminals. So, what are we doing?
Here's the thing, though. What you don't understand is that this is looking like a Somalian scam ring. So,
That's
like it
fine.
or not, they're gonna get put on Front Street because they're doing it as a community. We're not saying that all of them are doing it, but there's a small group of them that are
Uh,
doing it in a community. We're not trying to
right.
call out and say all of them are bad. We're just trying to sit there and say, yo, this is outrageous how they're even able to get away with this. And when we call that out, for some reason, you guys want to make it about race.
Well, they're not getting
So
away
that's
with it
on
if they're
you,
getting
brother. You're the
caught
one
on it.
who's taking it
If
there.
But how are they getting
We're
away
just
with
trying
it
to
though? That's
call
my
out fraud,
question.
and you're
How are
over
they
here
getting
trying to
away
make it
with it if they're
about
getting
race.
caught
And here's
though?
the thing. Look. The thing is, you have to bring up some white guy that committed fraud to substantiate your argument. And
I
I
don't
said
even
this is
know who
what
the
you
I don't
leftists
even know who
do.
the guys
You'll
are. I
sit
never
there and
said
you'll
a
try to
white
talk about
guy.
some
You
white
guys keep
man, but
putting
as soon
words in
as it's
my
a
mouth.
black guy
Sir, you're putting words in
or
my
a colored
mouth. I
person,
never
you're
said a
sitting here
white
Are
running
you
man.
gonna just
defense.
over
I
talk
said
The
the
him, or are you
people
gonna
that
exact
start
same
Trump
yelling?
pardoned.
crime.
I don't know if they're white men or not. I just said the people that Trump pardoned. I don't know what race they are.
Then why are you
You're
saying
putting
it?
words in my mouth.
Because
You're
Jesus
putting
Christ,
words
why are
in
you
my
bringing it
mouth,
up
dog.
then?
Don't do that. Don't
you have
do
to know
that,
your
brother.
facts if you're going to
You
bring
don't
that
have
up
to
as a
do
good
that, brother.
example. Come on,
Brother, you
brother.
don't
You know
have
you
to
got to
do
do
that,
that.
brother. I never said that. You don't have to
But you did bring it up
mischaracterize me,
as an
So,
sir.
so
example.
Sir, you don't have to mischaracterize me. I don't have to talk about
I'm
white
pretty
people.
sure I
let's keep
I
figured
don't
out
have
your
to talk
character
about
pretty
white people to
well.
make myself feel
You're
good,
just running
sir.
in
I
circles
feel
to gain
just
basically
fine.
time.
what you're trying
I
to
have
do
no
is be the
problem with white
morality
people, sir.
police on what we're
I
saying.
got no
All right,
problem with white people, man.
All
I
right. Well,
never
I'm glad
said.
to
I
hear
then
said
that.
stop
the
trying to be
people
the
that Trump
morality
pardoned,
police.
man. That's all I said.
All right. Well, I'm glad to hear that you
That's
don't
all
hate
I
white
said,
people.
man. Don't put
Why are you?
words.
Why
You
are you
can't do
trying to
that.
be the
So you
morality
can't have
Whoa,
an
police?
honest
but
conversation
no,
and put
no, no.
words
I'm
in people's
characterizing
mouth,
your
though.
argument and you're
As a
not
grown
actually wanting to
man,
accept
as a
it.
grown
That's the
man, you know
problem.
that though. But as a grown man, you know you can't have an honest conversation and put words in someone's mouth. You know you can't
Whoa.
do
I didn't
that.
put
character
words in your
attacks.
mouth. I sat
Wait,
here and
wait.
You
sat quiet
said.
and heard you talk the entire time. And then when I lay out your
I said,
argument to you, like, no, that's not what
no,
I
you just
said.
said I said a
Because I'm
white. You just
cooking
said
you
I
on
said a
it.
white person. I never said that.
Because that's
The
who
person
Trump
that you
pardoned.
brought up is
It
white.
doesn't
That's the
matter. It doesn't
problem.
matter. I said the people that Trump pardoned. I never said a white person.
Yes, that's the common argument
See,
that
do
the
you
left
see how
use,
you
bro.
guys'
I've heard
brain
that argument
associates? Do
10
you guys see
times
how your
today
brain
alone.
thinks? Do you
Bro,
not see how you
you're
guys'
using
brain think?
recycled
That's where your
arguments.
brain went.
No,
That's
no,
not
bro.
where
You're
my
using
brain
recycled
Who in
resides.
arguments
this
and you don't even
motherfucker
know
My
the
thinks?
brain
details of
resides
your
in a higher
argument.
place, sir. My brain resides in a much higher space.
Oh,
My brain
you're
doesn't go to
simplifying.
that. I don't
Character
think like that.
attacks.
That's the whole point I'm trying to make to you guys. You guys are
Bro,
putting out
you
Character
these
thought like
attacks.
these
that, you
bad
didn't even realize
aspersions
it.
on the Somalians, man. It's
That's what you
unnecessary.
said.
It's
Just
unnecessary. If
because
you
we
guys
use
want to
her
go on
words
the facts,
against you
just stick
doesn't
to the
mean it's
facts,
wrong.
man. If you guys want to go on the facts, man, just stick to the facts. All the mischaracterization.
Well, how we mischaracterized? Where's the mischaracterization?
You brought up
In
that
that
What was
video
it?
you just played. In the
That's not a
video you just
mischaracterization.
played.
There's actually a Somali ring going around with daycares. It's just making
Okay,
light
man.
about it. And it was a
Okay,
great
man.
song. And come on,
Okay.
bro. You was smiling and dancing. Don't play
All
like
right.
that.
Smiling and dancing?
Yeah, you was. Come
That's
on,
what
I see
I'm
you
saying.
back there.
Man.
You
Come
was
on,
smart. You was
man.
kind of
That's what
bumping
I'm
your head a
saying,
little
man. I'm a
bit.
grown man with kids, bro. I don't play games like that, man.
So did you?
Oh, come on now, dog. Don't be like
I'm
that.
a grown woman with kids, and when I'm on a late night show with some guys that I'm having friends with, then yes, I am gonna be dancing around to some funny stuff. My kids don't see it; they're in bed.
I
I
wasn't
don't talk
dancing.
about it in front of my kids
I was looking at it
because
strangely. I guarantee you, I
they're
wasn't
in,
dancing.
Okay,
they're
so
in
let me
bed.
get to the bottom. He said he want to keep this facts. Let's keep it facts. Right now, there is approximately $9 billion leaving the U.S. There's $9 billion that got stolen from U.S. taxpayers. 99 mayors, Democrats and Republicans, have been complaining since 2017, 18, and 19 about how they don't have funding to maintain roads, bridges, schools, and other basic necessities to keep a society functioning. Right now, in real time, multiple Somalian daycares that are Somalian owned and ran by Somalis who were naturalized citizens, some receiving asylum and others coming over here illegally, have
Right.
control of said $9 billion. Does
Right.
it make it right? Is it upsetting that it's Somalians? Yes, but not right now. Those are the facts. Right now, U.S.
Why would it be
citizens.
upsetting
Hold
that
up,
it's
hold up,
Somalians, though? Why would that upset
hold
you?
up, hold up. Let me keep talking. I'm not gonna deviate.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
He's not
Go
going to
ahead.
make
Go
it
ahead. Finish. My
about
bad,
anything.
brother. Go ahead. My
So
bad.
right,
I'm gonna hold on
right,
to it.
right now, the United States populace doesn't matter if it's white or black, because I'm a mixed race, if that matters.
Mhm.
We are not caring about the fact that it's in particular Somalis. Like I
Okay.
said to you before, we just went off because there was a bunch of illegal Mexicans here robbing, pillaging, pushing drugs. So it's not about the race. It is about the action committed, which is further amplified by the fact that it's a foreigner committing it on our soil while we have to suffer. This has nothing to do with race, and most of what you're hearing right now is actually Americans pissed because this is another thing that we've been footing the bill for that we didn't sign up for. That's it. That's all.
And guess who's at the top of this fraud scheme? Tim Walz.
Who's that?
It's Tim Walz. Like this
Oh.
goes back up through state representatives that have allowed it. I talked on my stream the other day about how the lady that's signing these checks could probably have done some due diligence and say, oh, maybe 3 checks shouldn't go to the same address for 3 different businesses. That looks a little suspicious. I'm not talking about the community that's committing the fraud. I'm talking about the elected representatives that are supposed to be safeguards against this kind of thing happening. It has if it was a bunch of fucking one-eyed purple people eaters, it wouldn't matter. We are being defrauded. Is that good? Yes or no? No, it's not good. So let's investigate it. Now we have people that are running defense. Oh, it's not like that. This guy has kids in his daycare. Like he covered over $111 million in one video, and all you guys can do is say that it's racism and that.
Well, I haven't.
No, I was gonna say it's a mischaracterization to say you guys.
I don't
We
know
don't
who
even
you
know
guys.
what
I don't know
his.
who you guys is.
Why are you getting so hung up on this? I'm
I'm
talking.
by myself. I was gonna say I don't know who you guys is. I don't know. I'm by myself.
No, I'm just trying to level the playing field.
Let me make one more point.
But all right, guys, hold on. Now I do got to read out the super chats. Can we finally just ban Western Union already? I mean, just stop them from sending money completely. Yeah, that'd be fair, or at least like triple tax the money. And Tove, you want to say something?
Yeah, so here's another thing with a lot of these businesses, these daycares, the home health care and everything. If you notice, a majority of them are in the same building, or there's been multiple at the same address. That is actually illegal in the United States. It's called market manipulation. So the fact that she's not catching that, and that's a federal felony, and can cause you to make it so you can never own a business again. Never get a decent job. On top of that, you can't get a loan, and the fine for it at the lowest level is almost $300,000, including jail time, depending on how long it's been going and how much money has been made. And you can get sued very, very easily by your customers. So
Not just that, but
there's more to it, but that's oversight.
Can I ask you
If those
guys
immigrants,
one? Can I ask you guys one last thing?
So you guys know the facts about how much the immigrants stole. So what do we also know how much the people that Trump pardoned stole? Do we know
So
those
guy that
facts?
Trump pardoned, the guy that Trump pardoned, he stole roughly, correct me if I'm wrong, Set, roughly $200 million. There is also
Okay.
another lady who defrauded the VA for roughly 15, somewhere in the neighborhood of 15 to $198 million. And they gave her a
Right.
slap on the wrist, which was
Mhm.
very infuriating. So no, Americans aren't just pissed about the Somalians. Americans aren't
And
just
there's
pissed. We're mad because we're paying into taxes and it's just going to straight up Ponzi schemes.
So when
Yeah.
we
and
cover
right
this,
now here
so hold on,
This
hold
here
just
on.
in my
sounds more of like a
Can
fair
I?
conversation, and I'm not, I'm not sure how much you guys probably maybe do a lot of jokes and stuff. So maybe I just came in when you guys were just joking hard and stuff. So, but this just sounds
pretty
more
much.
like a fair, honest conversation, and as
Can I
far as
can
I'm
I can I
concerned.
say something now? Because everybody's kind of got their words in. So when we cover fraud of any flavor, it's always funny how when one group of people is covering the fraud, we have people that come in and say, "But did you think about this?" When it looks bad for one group of people, we have someone that comes and plays defense for somebody else. It's like a tale as old as time. Every time it happens, you have the whataboutisms, which people like to say it like it's a derogatory term. It's not. Whataboutisms are completely fine if it actually brings up relevant things. If you could bring me something where fraud is actually going on right now, it's not being reported on until recently, and there's another group of people that you wouldn't consider to be marginalized or put in the shadows, then I would be talking about it the same way. I've been talking about fraud since Doge has been a thing, and it always draws back to, if there is a minority group that is perpetrating the fraud, people like you, not you specifically, but people like you with the same arguments and the same mannerisms and the same straw man arguments and mischaracterizations of what we're saying, always happen to come in and say, "But what about this?" It's like you want to deflect away from the point because it makes somebody look bad, and that should not be how you look at things. It shouldn't. It is nauseating to sit here and have to say, "I'm not a racist because I'm pointing out fraud." It's a tactic that people use to shut down argument, not to make what you want to call educated, person to person argument. You want to shut the argument down because you don't like the way it's being characterized. Well, I'm sorry, you don't get to determine or be the morality police for other people's opinions. If you don't like the opinion, maybe what you're doing right now, because I'm going to give you props because you're the only person that's had balls to do it on this particular subject other than the regular people. Come up and debate it. Don't sit here and say, "Oh, but what about this and what about that and what about this and what about that?" It doesn't matter. This segment is not about the people that Trump pardoned. We had that segment 6 months ago when it happened.
That's fair.
And
to hear that you guys have the segment, that does change. That changes my opinion a lot. I
would encourage you to stick
definitely
around
respect
because this
that.
is not what you think it is. Like it's not
Definitely
just
respect that.
bash Somalians. And you said Set's probably the most reasonable person. He will have an argument with anybody. I've seen him bring up people that are Nazi sympathizers and think that the Holocaust never happened, and hear them out just so he can cook them and make them look like idiots live for everybody to see.
Me and Set have gone toe to toe.
I have gone toe to toe with Set. It's not like we're sitting here in our own echo chamber. This is more of a town hall than a right wing fucking conspiracy hour. This is anybody.
And I'm gonna let.
That's why you're up here. Anybody.
Now, personally,
Now I'm not gonna lie though. I was about
to toe with that yet, but I'm supposed to be stress free right now. Still got 2 more months.
Oh yeah, stay stress free.
Yeah, please. But man, and not great. Now y'all making me feel bad for the video that I wanted to play. But
it's not that.
Look.
Because
I'll let you guys get to it. We had a good debate, man. That was good, man.
I appreciate you coming up, big dog.
Stick around.
And I appreciate that.
Yeah, my only point is we
Because
need
very
more
few
of that.
people,
That's my only point.
yeah, and very few people actually want to have these conversations with us. They want to talk crap, and then when we open up the call line and say, "Hey, let's debate this," it's always of excuses of, "No, I don't. You guys don't have the brain bandwidth to understand my point," or "I'm not going to waste the time," or it's always
Because they don't.
excuses as to, and they
They're
just do
keyboard warriors.
insults and excuses.
Yeah,
So I
every,
appreciate you actually coming up and
yeah,
talking to us. This
yeah,
is what
fair
we
enough.
need. This is what
Yeah,
needs to come back. And
yeah,
that's what we've
And
lost in society is discourse.
yeah,
and I will
for
say
sure.
that any idea, and I'm quoting Set here, any idea that you feel strongly about, you should be able to articulate it and defend it
Yep.
properly.
Yeah,
There have been
Absolutely.
some ideas that me and Set disagreed on, and I fought him tooth and nail, and I articulated every single point properly. And there are some ideas that I fought Set on, and it just wasn't good, and he was able to bypass them.
What
yeah,
was
Being
it? 3
able,
days ago, we were talking about the AI debate, and it was
right,
all three of us against each other.
right,
oh,
it'd be
yeah.
a free for all.
Yeah.
So it's not like we just sit up here and we only hear the things
We
we want to
glaze
hear.
each
No,
other.
Yeah.
like if there's something that we genuinely disagree with, let us go rounds and talk about it. And that's
You
again,
might get
like
a little
Tove
heated.
said, yeah, it might get a little heated, but like Tove said, it's what's needed. And on this particular issue, it just so happens that we all agree to the same thing. We're sick of it.
Yeah,
And I believe you do. I believe you actually agree with what we're saying, that fraud is bad,
yeah.
and that
Oh, yeah.
so we
I
don't
just,
disagree. I think we
yeah, right.
disagree on the tone of
Yeah, there
the
you go.
insulting of the
Yep.
There you
video,
go. There you
which
go.
is a reasonable enough,
I get that.
complaint.
Mhm.
But it's also at a certain point, this is an outlet so that people don't go and vandalize these businesses. They can laugh and say, ha 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 ha. You talk about the 300 people that are in the chat, so
That's
one of those
fair.
people might be inspired to go and vandalize the business because they're sick and tired of it. Now they get that out of their system and they're like, oh yeah, here's this stupid video, whatever, because if you're talking about someone that's crazy enough to go do something like that, I'd rather them sit and laugh at a video than go act out on their frustrations.
And
And
that's a fair point. That's a fair
And then
point. I
not
like
only
that
that,
point.
you also have to factor in that I will apologize for my immediate reaction, but a lot of the reaction you got in the beginning, people feel right now because those responses.
Oh, hold on.
Should you're
Going in
cutting
and
out.
Yeah.
Going in and
But,
out.
but all right,
Yeah.
all right. But
Yeah,
let's go.
I'm a bit tell Seth I'm a big boy. Tell him don't worry about it.
No, I already know, bro. You held your own, man. I respect it. And you
Yeah,
came up
respect.
here. Like
Respect,
I said.
most definitely. Respect,
continue
definitely.
to do that. Continue to engage. I mean, you don't have to always come up if you don't want to, but continue to engage and try to
Keep an open
pick
mind.
apart. Make
Oh,
an
yeah.
opinion, because I guarantee you a topic's going to come up where you and I are going to completely agree on it. I guarantee you a topic's going to come up where me and you are 100%, 180 degrees away from set. It's not. This is not the normal. Let's suck Trump off all night. This is.
Yeah.
Yeah, as long as it's not that.
No, we've called him out on quite a few things on here.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. You guys have a good night.
You
All right, man.
You too, Shug.
Yeah, shout out to Put It In There, man. Appreciate it.
Put
But
it
all
in
right,
there.
guys,
Oh
let's go
my
ahead and
gosh.
take a quick little break, and we'll go.
Don't
ahead and
play another video.
Nope, it's too late. We're making fun of the Somalians again. I'm sorry. I already had it queued up. It's already in the segment. That's why I was salty. I was like, oh, not just trying to make me feel bad about playing it, but it's too late. It's too late. All right, let's go.
No, play it.
Jake
Play it.
GTV. Welcome back to Jake GTV News. Have you heard of the Somalians in our country?
Yeah, but I'm more so worried about the Jews.
Straight up, but check this out. Jing Jong, break it down for us.
Chloe and Michael, good morning. We're here at the Center for Kids Who Can't Read Good, where $4 million of hard-earned taxpayer dollars are going to Somalian immigrants who say, I'm the captain now.
This is our country. Go away.
Oh my God.
But it looks like our investigation team at
This is
JTV News
diabolical.
has hacked into the cameras. Let's see what they've uncovered.
We've snuck in to finally see where your taxpayer dollars disappear. If I don't make it out, blame Israel.
It feels good to be a refugee.
Bro.
Safe to say the great replacement has begun. Back to you.
Thanks, Ching Chong. Perfect distraction from the redacted Epstein files and Israel for the week. Am I right?
Straight up. And according to the reports, the Jewish
I ain't
Hebrew
gonna lie.
Immigrant
Pause it real
Society,
quick.
along with
Haven't you noticed that? Like every single time we get close to something related to the Epstein files, new crisis.
True. New story. Oh man, bro. Like I ain't gonna lie though, this Somali thing, it kind of was a decent distraction. I mean, they didn't pass the
Yeah.
ACA subsidies. The Epstein files are still being rolled out very slowly and heavily redacted, and we possibly might be going to war with Iran. Like, well,
I'm so glad I had my microphone off during that because I was dying of laughter.
I was too, but I didn't have my
I was
microphone
snort
on.
laughing, and I'm afraid for you to keep going because I think it's going to happen again. So I'm turning my mic off again.
all right, let's get back to it.
fake Christian organizations are getting paid about $3,000 per refugee.
What?
Shut it down. The Goyim are starting to say America first, and it's bullshit. Trump is making America great again. Don't you dare mention Zionism or I'll fire you, Jason.
Calm down, Producer Berg. Jeez. So yeah, blame the left. They're like really ugly.
What do you want, white racist?
See what I'm saying? Trumpstein, take it away.
I don't want them in our country, I'll be honest with you. Somebody say, oh, that's not politically correct. I don't care. I don't want them in our country. Their country's no good for a reason. Their country stinks.
Gosh, I freaking love Israel. This is why we voted for him.
It's literally the left that's the problem. Don't notice the genocide in Gaza.
Facts. Let's hear from the people who haven't started noticing yet.
Isn't Trumpstein great? He's literally saving this country and can do nothing wrong. What about the Epstein files? Democrat hoax. What are you, a lefty? Exactly. Let's hear Tampon Tim's response.
Donald Trump's calling our Somali neighbors garbage and the state of Minnesota a hellhole. We've got little children going to school today who their president called them garbage.
Wow, such a noble governor of Minnesota. Imagine him and Kamalto one. We
Minnesota.
finally have tampons in the men's bathroom.
Wouldn't that have been great?
Would have been amazing.
Are you a woman trapped in a man's body, or worse, a man trapped in a woman? I deserve to be in your middle school reading books to kids.
Sponsored by the Jews at BlackRock.
Because we're chosen.
What the heck was that?
Honestly, everything looks AI nowadays. I have no idea.
Anyway, the FBI and Kash Patel have done nothing.
Right. Like, just arrest someone already. Yeah, like anyone at this point.
It took a YouTuber to uncover this whole $9 billion Somalian fraud.
Yep. Nick Shirley, take it away.
$1.9 million going illegally, fraudulently to this business that has quality learning center but can't even spell learning right on the door.
Don't open up!
Ma'am, we are not ICE. They've received $1.9 million this year alone, and they're supposed to have 99 children
best
here.
moment I don't see it. In that
Have you ever seen any children here?
None, not at all. We are not
Thanks, Nick, but let's ask a libtard. My pronouns are he, him, and the problem is the racists who don't let foreign countries invade our homes. Flood the open borders now. Absolute dumbass. Anyways, while all our taxpayer dollars are sent to Israel, let's hear Trumpstein blame the lefties.
Waltz is a grossly incompetent man. There's something wrong with him, okay? There's something wrong with him.
Well put, Trumpstein. Federal prosecutors found a Minnesota Medicaid fraud that's paid out at least $9 billion since 2018. An actual drop in the bucket to the $50 billion we sent to destroy the Sand People.
Shut it down! We're only running this segment so you stop asking questions about the Epstein files in Israel. Trump is making America great again!
Speaking of Israel, did you see them at their right to protest?
Oh, yeah, this one's my favorite video to show the normies. It just shoves them straight down the rabbit hole. There's no recovering from this one.
Check this out.
So here we can see the documented gang
Oh,
of a
shit.
Palestinian prisoner by 5 men.
Hey, yo, I didn't think they was gonna go that far. I mean, this is a real video of literally a Palestinian prisoner getting gang raped. Like, literally. Bro.
Well, there goes your monetization.
On God, man. Oh.
I can't super chat anymore.
Yep, there goes.
Seth, why did you
that
why did
sense.
you nuke your own monetization? Do you not care? Do you not?
I
care
don't
about
worry,
money?
bro. I can clip it up. It'll be all right.
You're gonna
No,
clip
gang
it up
rape.
and double down on it.
Yeah, good luck clipping this out.
But don't worry. But yes,
Good luck clipping this
they
out.
actually
Oh,
did
yeah.
catch
Time
this.
out.
All,
Wait, Seth,
yeah, go ahead.
Seth.
What's up?
How you gonna interrupt
I
me
was
then?
in the car and I was scrolling through one of your clips. a clip of being like me basically saying, "Yeah, this is making me racist," and like everybody in the car looked at me. I'm like, "Oh my god."
Hey man,
You
sometimes you
clipped
gotta
that
watch
at
what
the
you
worst
say.
moment. Oh my god!
It's an AI clip.
I had to explain to
AI
people.
Clippers is savage.
Yeah. Bro, it knows. It
Bro,
tells you if it's
I-
going to go viral or not. Did that one say virility on it?
Yep, high virality. Bro, when I heard it over, I was
So
like, oh, that's why.
Bro,
That's a very controversial
you
statement
made
right
your
there.
money. You've made your money off of me in that one clip, bro. It had like 89 something million views.
What?
Not 89. It was like it had like a million plus views, dude. Like you
Oh
made
my
your money
God.
off of me.
That's like $700
Now-
Across all
Now
platforms.
somebody's gonna be like, that guy's a racist.
Well, like
Yeah,
I
you
said,
can't
guys,
run for office anymore.
yeah, that's cooked. But yes,
Rip.
guys, as I said, yeah, if you don't know, now you know. Yes, they were in the IDF gang raping Palestinian prisoners. It is what it is. But all right.
Gang rape of a Palestinian prisoner by 5 men. The sickest part about this isn't the fact they did this, but the fact they decided to protest for the right to rape and no.
And that is true. They did protest for the soldiers' right to great Palestinians. And shout out to my man Jordan. He said, oh yeah, the caller dude is a goober. Sorry for eating that late. And he says, who's eating goober grape? Well,
Bruh.
speaking of grape, like, whoops. All right.
No one ended up prosecuted at all. With 65% of Israelis saying that this should be allowed. These men were later praised on television while the woman who put the video out was sued.
This is all
We
true.
should really check on her.
Shut it down, Ching Chong. She's ending up like Jackie, and that's where you're heading next with your antiseptic little mouth. I've been in the market for a new lampshade. You're this close.
Hell yeah, producer Berg. Show them who their owners are.
I'll literally get on my knees for a raise.
That's a good goy, and we love to see you degrading your morals.
Good point, Daisy. Jennifer joins us live from Little St. James to remind us Epstein worked alone and had no accomplices or victims.
Please don't. Thanks, Succubus, but we know you've been blackmailing our FBI since the Prohibition era. Let's do a little tour of your people's island since the latest photos leak. Come with me. Here's some rich people art. Whew, looks pretty weird. So let's keep moving through. Wait till you see his dentistry room. Wonder what you creeps were doing out here, just doing some dental work for minors out here, right? Look at the nose on this mask. Satan's literal chosen little people for sure.
Wow, it's getting hard not to notice at this point.
Yeah, it's almost like they worship Satan.
Yeah. Didn't Charlie try to warn us about this guy?
Yep.
Roll the clip.
Epstein was cast for a specific role, and he played it really well. The sweatpants and the Harvard jacket, the kind of disheveled hair, looking as if he was so smart and above the clouds that he was doing advanced mathematic equations on the back of napkins. But if you actually go into some of the videos of people that met with Epstein at the time, they said he was awfully unimpressive when it came to finance and markets and economics.
Gosh, he was so based.
Yeah, straight up. But this is what happens when you take donor money and go a little off script, right?
Back to you, Jennifer.
As we move into the living area, we can tell this was no genius, but a man who was entrusted with Les Wexner's fortune. He didn't even graduate from college. Let's check out what's written on this chalkboard. Here we can see Epstein's brilliance, or lack thereof. So we got power here, deception, and plants.
Epstein was not some sort of whiz kid hedge fund manager. Epstein was playing a part. Epstein was a LARPer.
That's right, Charlie. And he basically owned the Justice Department as an untouchable. He'd bring minors to Trumpstein's resort, the Mar-a-Lago. At this point, they're all implicated. Facts. Reports say he was allowed to leave this jail for up to 12 hours a day, 6 days a week, chauffeured by a private driver to his own high-rise office in West Palm Beach. If this were any other perverts, they'd be getting bent over in prison while they rot away in a jail cell. Is it a coincidence that Israelis are the only ones who can flee from prosecution and not be extradited? Shapiro-Stein, take it away.
Of course it's a coincidence. Just because you notice we run the largest blackmail and trafficking rings like Epstein doesn't mean you're right. After all, we're chosen. Don't forget that. Run the commercials.
Antisepticism is on the rise.
We didn't do it.
Joes need a place to hide from the hate.
It wasn't me. It's time to flee to Israel.
BlackRock, because we're chosen.
So do you think Trump's team was in the files?
If he was, the Democrats would have used it against him. Blame the sand people.
All right, bro. We go to live to the investigators at Jake GTV for more.
Thanks, Jeff. So it's not all of them, but it's always them. Jews, Muslims, and Christians have been living together for centuries before the Talmudic Satan worshippers infiltrated their culture.
The problem is when you try to play the victim of terrorism, when you yourself are the terrorists. Am I right?
Hashtag.
I know that's you, Tucker. Just because you antiseptic grifters are noticing doesn't mean we can't control his wife and take over his company. Don't notice what she did in Romania or where her kid's at. Play the sympathy card.
Okay, let's roll this.
Our goal with the Romanian Angels Project was to show these children the true American heart during the holiday season.
This is the weird part.
And what better way to do that than having our United States military personally deliver the gifts?
So the guy she named as Colonel Busher was caught running a brothel where U.S. Marines were orphan minors. And we have the affidavit form for proof.
All right, Ching Chong, but wasn't that just a philanthropy thing for her pageant?
Yeah, I thought that was pretty normal for pageant work. There's no way she was involved in anything beyond charity,
Right?
No, bro. This was years prior. What 17-year-old starts a 501c3 corporation? Probably has nothing to do with her mom's work at Homeland Security developing EMP and drone technology.
Shut it down, Ching Chong. We ended up giving the sand person in Bondi Beach a gift after he stopped the shooter. Air that. We're your greatest ally.
Jeez. All right, we'll show the dollar you gave.
Rabbi Mendel Castell gave Ahmed a symbolic dollar note he's had since 1988.
Today, I wanted to share that with Ahmed. I don't know where my family would be if not for him.
That is the most
and that's why I
biggest
say
gift
thank
I've
you
ever
to him.
seen. Never
The
mind.
visitor said Ahmed is recovering well at St. George Hospital.
Looks like he'll be seeing you for that $2 you owe him next time you see him. You can't make this shit up.
Goyslop Jr., because you're not even chosen.
Goyslop Jr.
Fake burgers, fake oils, fake joy.
That's antiseptic, and I freaking love it. Anyway, if you're still not following Jake GTV, you're either triple boosted or just genuinely retarded.
Well, I took shots at everybody. Everybody. Nobody's safe out here from AI, I tell you. Nobody is safe. But all right. If y'all done being shocked, let's go ahead and see what the left got to say. Because apparently, Zohran Mamdani, I believe, got sworn in today. As you know, it was a very nice day in NYC as he swears in on the Quran as the mayoral president. I mean, not mayoral president, but so he swears in as the mayor of New York City. I mean, I ain't no hater. Congratulations. It is what it is. Good luck. Good luck out there. All right, guys, let's get into it.
Now let's head back to City Hall in New York City, where you see Senator Bernie Sanders. He is speaking at the public inauguration for Mayor Mamdani of New York. Let's listen in.
Cannot accomplish.
Bro, Bernie needs to stop. He looks like he just got attacked by a balloon.
Great and winning campaign was extremely difficult, but governing a city of 8 million people with all of its complexities and all of the problems that Zohran is inheriting will be even harder. Zohran needed your help to win the election. Now he will need your help to govern. Grassroots democracy and people participating in the day-to-day struggles of this city will lead to good governance. Please remain involved. All of us have heard how Zohran's opponents have called the agenda that he campaigned on radical, communistic, and absolutely unachievable. Really?
I mean, well, I'm gonna be honest with you. His policies were wild. We thought the people of New York knew better, but apparently they got to F around to find out. But shout out to my man Monty. He's like, look at me. I'm the host now. Hey, shout out to my man Monty.
That's not what we believe. In the richest country in the history of the world, making sure that people can live in affordable housing is not radical.
Why does he sound drunk?
It is the right and decent thing to do. And in the midst of a massive housing crisis, it is exactly what the people of this city and this country want and need. Providing free and high quality childcare is not radical. Countries all over the world have done it for years. It is what our kids require if they're going to be well prepared for school and what working parents desperately need. It is, in fact, what every city in America should be doing. Free bus transportation is not radical. It will save workers time and money, protect our environment, and make the city more efficient.
I mean, or it could create, portable homeless centers or portable homeless tents, or it can also, drive away business for the rideshare companies. So how's that gonna work? Because a lot of people in New York, depend on Uber, Lyft, like they depend on these jobs. So when you take that away with the free buses, and I mean, you also give the homeless somewhere to stay 24 hours, how that gonna work? Who knows?
Socialism only works when you run. Socialism stops working when you run out of other people's money.
Yeah, let's see how this is gonna work.
So everything that he constantly says, I have no respect for because it's not coming from a genuine place. He doesn't actually want to change anything. He's been in office for how long, and he hasn't made any progress on anything. It's one
Thank
thing
God.
that we can.
Thank God he hasn't.
It's one thing if you've been in office and you've put up bills and you've put forth bills and they get shot down every single time. Case in point, the senator from Missouri, Josh Hawley, he put forward a bill that basically said if you're in Congress, you don't get to trade stocks. You don't get to hold certain types of assets. You have to live off of what the American taxpayers pay you. That's fair. Every single Republican and every single Democrat damn near shot it down. That's crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, they all talk big, but when it comes to actually pushing it through, now everybody playing stupid. Everybody playing like they just didn't make a public spectacle and say, yes, we want to stop the inside trading. We want to stop pretty much just the inside trading. And that's what we want to stop too. But the problem is they make too much money off it. And let's be real. Like everybody's seen Nancy Pelosi get off. Who want to give that
Nancy
up?
Pelosi, bro, she needs to be investigated. I'm gonna make her a Somali just so we can investigate her because there ain't no way.
The Big Money Pelosi, man. Shout out Big Money Pelosi.
Come on now. The Democrats do not have anything to talk about if they do not have an issue that they created that they are trying to solve.
Good point. All right, let's let Bernie cook.
And making
He's
sure
cooking himself.
that every family in the city, regardless of income, has access to decent quality food at an affordable cost is not radical. Good nutrition keeps us healthy, helps prevent chronic illnesses. In the long run, city-sponsored grocery stores will save society money.
Calling socialism dumb is ignorant.
Lastly,
If he cared about nutrition, he should be working with RFK.
Man, I mean, shoot, how do you?
How dare you say something commonsensical, Toe? Now go back to your lab-grown meat and eat your crazy vitamins or whatever they're giving these kids nowadays.
Who is this Twitch guy that you just put up on stream? Calling socialism dumb is ignorant. At least not the social part of socialism. What?
That's what?
What?
I guess the idea of like being for everybody.
They graduated from the Leering Center.
Oh, that's such a low blow.
Except that's the problem is there's no such thing as free. Someone pays for it.
Either someone
Stop it.
pays for it
Sweden,
or
Denmark.
everybody's a slave.
You better hush. Sweden, Denmark, and Norway have socialism, and you know good and darn well that they do just fine. Never mind the fact that we foot the bill to the tune of $178 million freaking dollars a year per country. Their socialism works out fine.
I guess I'll go back to eating my don don.
Peasant.
Right. Let's go ahead.
Most importantly, demanding that the wealthy and large corporations start paying their fair share of taxes.
Didn't we hear this about 100 years ago? I'm sure we heard that speech 100 years ago.
Pretty sure people who have millions or billions should pay more. So Bernie Sanders should give up all of his money then, by that logic.
Exactly.
Nah, remember, it's
Stop
only
it.
billionaires. Bernie says only billionaires. What you mean? After he became a
What did I
millionaire, he
tell-
left them alone.
Monty, what did I tell you? Didn't I
Switched
tell
up
you to
quickly.
eat your questionable lab-grown food and be quiet? Why are you over here
You will
questioning
own
your
nothing and
overlord?
like it.
Right.
I was about to say, didn't we hear that saying the rich should pay their fair share back in the early
Obama.
1900s?
Oh, are you talking about Hitler?
No, American president.
Hey, at least he consistent though. He said agreed. Bernie should. I mean, he consistent.
Yes.
I'll give him that. He's consistent.
But so what people don't understand about that, so he likes to call people ignorant. You know what ignorant means? It means you're ignoring facts. You're ignoring the fact that those people could give all of their money up. Remember, the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, that has it on paper, is worth $750 billion right now. Now let's line them all up, all of them. Let's just take all of the money. You know how long that would fund the government?
Not even a day.
No. I mean, $750 billion would fund the government for more.
Actually, yeah.
But it would fund the government for 1 year, and they would waste it all, and nothing would happen except those people would now would have no money.
Exactly.
So it's not an issue about people paying more. It's not an issue about people giving up their money. It's government doesn't know how to fix problems. The government cannot fix problems. And the people that think that they can are ignorant. They're ignoring the facts.
So
Right.
lack of a proper budget and smart spending. You know that thing they're always bitching about? Smart spending?
They don't
It
want
would-
a smart spin.
And it's not like if they gave up all the money, we would solve all of the world's problems. No, that wouldn't happen because it would last a year and it would be squandered and gone.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't have another $700 billion to give you next year because you took it all. And now you've stifled any reason for anybody doing anything. No one does things out of the goodness of their heart. Business is not a charity. If you want everything to be better, why don't you go amass that wealth? And why don't you go?
Because it should be a charity, Monty. Shut
Oh,
your capitalist mouth.
I
It
forgot.
needs to
It's
be
easy to spend OPM, right? Other people's money.
Well, yeah. I mean, Elon Musk should give every single American $1 million.
$1 billion,
No,
right?
$1 billion. Yes, he'd still have a little bit left over, but
If
he
he had
should just give it to us.
Even though he doesn't
350
actually
billion?
have the money and it's only a valuation of his equity in the stock.
Yep,
Because
exactly.
people like to go and buy the stock when you have retirement accounts. Let's just completely ignore that fact.
Yeah, ignore the fact that they're technically in debt, but because
No,
they use
let's
assets.
let's ignore the fact that they actually use their stocks as collateral, and all their money that they have is actually long-term debt bonds.
Yeah. So the same money they have spent 2 and 3 times.
Yep.
So let's ignore that fact. We just want to look at the Forbes 500 list and say, "Oh man, I want to envy those people because I am just a guy on Twitch that can't do it for myself."
Yep.
I'm gonna suck the teeth of the elite.
While saying grit.
Tax the stocks, but all right, get back to you.
As I was saying,
you're an idiot.
Demanding that the wealthy and large corporations start paying their fair share of taxes. It's not radical. It is exactly the right thing to do.
Let's ignore the fact. Hey, Set.
Today, while
Hold on, I just started it.
60% of our people in New York, people in Vermont, people all over this country are living paycheck to paycheck. We have more income and wealth
because of government spending.
than we have ever had. While tens of millions struggle to put food on the table, pay for health care, pay for housing, the top 1% have never, ever had it so good.
I'm mad because I didn't get a bigger boat.
And yet, there are billionaires and large corporations that pay almost nothing in taxes. That has got to end. That will end.
Because of your tax law, your tax break laws.
The billionaire class in this city and in this country have got to understand that in America, they cannot have it all.
You can't have
Start
it.
giving it to
America,
them.
The government
our great
can.
country, must belong to all of us, not just a few. And that lesson begins today
The guy's wearing
in New York
fucking
City.
duck on his head.
Let me thank you all for the hope and inspiration that you are giving people all over this country.
Like I
And
said, he
now
sounds
it
high
is
and
my
drunk at the
honor
same time.
to swear in your new mayor.
Dishonor?
All right.
Hey, Sean.
Oh, look at this. Hold on. Thank you, Set. I have social anxiety. Thank you for the offer, but I feel better in the chat. Yeah, that's called a keyboard warrior.
Yeah, whenever you can't put your feet to the fire and defend what it is you're talking about,
Because there is no defense of socialism. He's smart enough to know that all he's doing is jumping on a bandwagon so that people will say, "Oh yeah, look at this guy," because they're the ignorant ones.
Right.
They haven't stopped to say, "Oh, how would this actually work out in modern day society? Oh, we'd all go hungry and starve. Oh, maybe I shouldn't push that." But if you just say tax the stocks without any explanation because you don't actually know what you're talking about, you think that these stocks are just some sort of, fucking dollar bills Elon Musk has in his pocket, that you've made a point. You haven't made any point. You don't know what you're talking about, because in order to tax the stocks, you would have to sell the stocks. And what happens when you sell stocks? You lose control of the company and someone else buys them. And so now you just want the government to own everything, because you somehow self-righteously think that you're the smartest person in the room. It's already been tried. It's been tried for thousands of years and it doesn't work. People revolt.
Monty, you don't know what you're talking about. It has worked out.
Man.
It's worked out under
when it's done
something.
Right.
You can't rob Peter to pay Paul forever, guys.
Yeah, you can.
So I do have a question. Am I the only one who thought he sounded high and drunk at the beginning of his speech?
Yeah.
He probably just had a massive stroke because he's like 80 years old.
God damn. Well, hope that's not true. But all right, though, let's get into our favorite Democrat.
It works in Germany. Oh my God!
Mayor of New York City has
hey, at least he's real.
No, he's not. Because where did they get their money from?
That's a good question. But Hitler did make it work out though for a little bit. I'm not gonna lie.
No, we're not talking about that Germany.
Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. Wrong Germany.
I mean, I guess Hitler.
I guess it's true. It can work in your own house, on your own property, and with your own family. That's about it.
If you don't ever introduce any outside economics at all, and you don't want to trade, because the money is valued based off of work. Money is not valued based off of dollar bills in your bank account. The reason money has value is because we assign it value. If you want to live in this socialistic utopia, why don't you just create a commune and go live on that? Oh, is it because you need to trade with outside people and no one wants to take your word for it? Oh man. Is it because you can't do everything and live in a modern society without trading with people? And the best way to trade with people is with currency? Oh, is that what it is? Man, pretty big talk from the guy that's ignorant, that doesn't understand socialism, huh?
Emotional damage.
Don't call me ignorant, then say you have social anxiety. I'll fucking cook you.
Of New York
Cook
City
him
was
like
public
some
ceremony where
fried chicken.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, the congresswoman from New York and Democratic Socialist, who's speaking now.
To making life not just possible, but
I'm from the Bronx.
aspirational for working people. New York City has chosen the ambitious pursuit of universal child care.
Oh, we see how that's working in
And
Minnesota.
housing. And clean and dignified public transit for all.
Rolling homeless shelters, yay!
Over the distractions of bigotry and the barbarism of extreme income inequality.
Wait.
We have
Was there
chosen
barbarism
this
that
path
had
because we know that it's
Huh?
What wasn't it socialism that led to barbarism?
Yeah, but you know too much, so now you have to die.
Okay.
the
Continue.
right thing to do, it's the smart thing to do, and that if we can make it here, we can make it anywhere.
But you can't.
New York City, this is an inauguration for all of us, because choosing this mayor and this vision is an ambitious pursuit. It calls on all of us to return to public life en
Hey,
masse.
Set.
Now,
Yo.
Set. So, hey, Naxi, whatever you call yourself. So you're making fun of someone with something they can't help. You're opening yourself up to it by calling other people ignorant. Maybe if you don't want people to make fun of you, maybe you shouldn't attack other people.
Right?
All right, though. Let's keep it going.
the time for us to turn towards our neighbors, stand with them, and return to community life. A city for all will require all of us to fill our streets, our schools, our houses of faith, our PTAs, and our block associations as we support this mayor in making an affordable city a reality for all of us. Zohran Mamdani will be the first Muslim mayor of our great city.
Why are you bringing race into it?
He will be our first immigrant mayor in over a century. And he will be the youngest mayor of New York City in generations.
She's ageist.
But most importantly, Zohran
She's
will
gotta
be
be
a
second.
mayor
I mean-
for all of us. With that, let us extend our
Is that
deepest
AOC?
well wishes and support
Yeah, it
to
is.
Zohran,
Oh
his
my
wife
God.
Saying a whole bunch of
Rama,
nothing.
his
Fast
family,
forward
as
this
well as those
airhead.
of our public advocate, Jumani Williams, and controller,
We got a
Mark
terrorist
G.
thing.
Sucked.
We send
She
you,
sucked her way
your
to the top.
spouses and families.
Yeah,
I mean, guys, look, man, we took a L. We got to show for the ceremony. It happens. It's what you got to do.
She's a
We let a bunch
great-
of fat white liberal women vote. My mom Donnie's won because literally no one else but fat, unwanted, ugly, dumb, illiterate liberal white women with their stupid liberal arts degree voted for a freaking communist who straight up said he's going to implement Sharia law.
Yeah.
I don't know about the
And I
implementing
think-
Sharia law part, but
He did.
definitely
Seems like
has a socialist
AOC, right?
tendencies.
Sounds like AOC is learning a lot from Kamala Harris. So, you know,
She's even darkening her skin up to look like Kamala Harris.
You know what they say?
Heels up Harris.
She went to a Diddy party.
Oh wow! All right,
I'm sorry. This is just
all the
it's
support
ridiculous.
in the world as you embark on this great pursuit of a better city and future for all. Felicidades.
Fine.
All right, Felicia. Wow. Okay. Well, do you guys feel inspired for the future of New York?
I feel like I give it a year, maybe 2.
I mean, yeah, I give him 6 months. I'm gonna be a little nicer. I'll give him 6 months until they be like, "Hey, what the hell we voted for? Why our taxes go up? Why are things more unaffordable?" Like, because you voted for a Democrat.
I give it 6 months. I give it 6 months till the large businesses leave. I give it a year until people start realizing what they voted for, and I give it 2 years till crime becomes so rampant the National Guard has to come in. And I say, screw it. Let them marinate in it.
That was what I said. That was what I said when I saw him pulling ahead in the polls. I was like, let it happen. Let them elect it, and maybe we can get it out of our system and show people that think that they've had life too good for too long. Hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times, and good times make weak men.
Makes weak men. Yeah.
Yep. And so now we're in that pendulum right now. Now we need to make it hard for ourselves because we've had it too good for too long. Now we need to see what these policies are going to do, because the liberal left, the socialist Democrats, which is an oxymoron for the record, that love to banter this shit because they've never picked up a history book and said, oh, or maybe they have. We've just had Obamacare or Common Core for too long. So they think that
they have picked up a history book. They didn't understand it
because they graduated from the learning center.
What's the longest running form of government that has actively worked so far in history?
Constitutional Republic, Roman, Greek, and American Empire were all constitutional republics.
How long has America's form of government worked now for? 250 years?
That's a conspiracy. Get your tinfoil hats.
And how many times did England go through different forms of governments since their founding back in the 1st century?
Oi, bro.
How many different...
Don't bring up the crown. Don't bring up the crown before I have to put my paws on you, yeah?
How many times was Ireland and Scotland moved from being under England's control to Germany to France?
Invaded over and over again.
I feel bad for Ireland because Ireland and Scotland actually had no say so, and they really didn't want to be under a crown. But the UK just kind of sold them out like whores.
Yeah, but again, like I'm saying, like I just said, like I was saying, how many times have we been invaded?
0. Well, we're being
how
invaded.
Many times? Well, yeah, okay, right now, and that's only because the other party was allowing it. But that's only with government assistance. That wasn't something that, we didn't see coming or we were handed over to.
Like I said,
so I think the 2-party system does actually kind of work.
What a concept.
You know what's crazy? The two-party system actually isn't even what we were founded as. We were founded as to have multiple parties. We were supposed to have multiple federalist parties that could equally represent each other. But because people don't really get out and read that much, they only assume left, right, and center, when actually you could have Green Party, you could have Anarchist Party, which I don't really think anybody would go to.
Wrong. Yes, dude. Okay, good.
I was gonna say,
As long as we know.
Except for guest dude, yeah.
But there's different ideas in government versus left versus right is what he's trying to say, and he's absolutely right. That's why Republicans don't all agree with each other. That's why I can agree with S.E.T most of the time and then vehemently disagree with him to the point where I think he's just missing the fucking point, because we have different viewpoints. We're not an echo chamber. There are not 2 parties. We just have 2 parties in government, and whichever one you most align with is the one you pick.
Now,
but people don't really get that. Okay,
Zoran. The Zoran is speaking. But all right, let's listen to it.
Take a listen.
Today begins
I got a problem with
a
him.
new era.
I don't trust him because he said he grew up eating
I stand
Rice
before
Krispies
you,
hands.
moved by the privilege of taking
No one
this
trusts him.
sacred oath, humbled by the faith that you have placed in me, and honored to serve as either your 111th or 112th mayor of New York City. But I do not stand alone. I stand alongside you, the tens of thousands of you gathered here in Lower Manhattan, warned against the January chill.
Mr. Whale 77, can you? I'm not in the YouTube. Can you get rid of his comment?
The mayor needs them to be. Wow. Okay.
Yeah, what did he say? What did he say? No, pull it up. Pull it up.
This mayor needs to be another Charlie, is what he said.
Whoa.
You cannot. Yeah.
Whoa.
Can you get rid of him?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, he got to go for that.
I'm like, bro, we don't support violence on nobody.
No,
Nobody.
I
I
don't
don't even care if
care.
it's Zoran.
No, you don't. No.
Whoa.
That's what pissed us off the first time when with all this people need so and so needs to be Kurt. That's what we get pissed off about that. We call it out in our own community, we're gonna call it out in your community, we're gonna call it out when our friends do it.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Zoran Mamdani, but you didn't hear not one of us say somebody needs to neck this dude. Like, no.
Yeah.
I'm like, all
that's
right.
not okay.
Of course, there's some people want this man deported, but we don't want to kill him. No.
Yeah.
We want to crush his fan base dreams, not give them an actual reason to hate us.
Yeah, we want to crush him in the election.
We don't want another we don't want a democratic murder.
Yeah. And then because boy, man,
But
look,
even
man, here's
still,
the thing.
in
You're only
all
gonna like here's the
seriousness,
thing though, you only immortalize him, like he's gonna become like the Islamic Martin Luther King. Then we're gonna be hearing quotes all throughout our life about this man.
Martin Luther King was a good guy, though.
Martin Luther King was a sex craze maniac who regularly went on.
No. I'm not talking about the content.
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah,
talking about his character. I'm talking about what he fought for.
Okay.
He was pushing socialism, my dude.
He was pushing socialism as an idea, but the actual civil rights movement that he was behind was
a hijack scenario. That was a
that
hijack
was pushed by
scenario.
the FBI.
We can get into that. I actually did
But-
have a video.
You want to run conspiracy hour on that one? We can save that one for later.
Hold on. Let me
All right, you want to run
let me-
conspiracy because I could play Zoran probably tomorrow or something.
No.
Can I say one thing real quick?
Let Toe talk.
All right, 30 seconds.
In all seriousness, though, we do not want to call death on someone else because we don't want that. We don't want it to happen because I don't want that kind of negative karma on my hands, and I don't want it on my party's my group's hands either. It's just wrong to do. That's putting out negative energy that can come back onto you. So it doesn't matter who calls for it. It doesn't need to happen.
Else had said something like that, if anybody else had said something like that, and I missed it, I just happened to see that. No, you count your days numbered. If you say some stupid shit like that again in the chat, I'm going to ridicule you.
Yeah,
and I don't care who it is.
Because
But you can call them like retarded, stupid, insult them, but don't wish death on them, though. That's where we draw the line.
Yeah, y'all also have to realize that all of us can get in trouble for not condemning that.
Yeah, because we do every time it happens to us. That's what we get. Why don't you condemn this? Why don't you condemn that?
I'm talking about in legal trouble.
Oh yeah.
But all right, guys. All right. Let's move on. I did say 30 seconds. But all right, let's get back to it.
By the resurgent flame of hope. I stand alongside countless more New Yorkers watching from cramped kitchens in Flushing and barbershops in East New York. From cell phones propped against the dashboards of parked taxi cabs at LaGuardia. From hospitals in Mott Haven and libraries in El Barrio that have too long known only neglect. I stand alongside construction workers in steel-toed boots and halal cart vendors whose knees ache from working all day.
You give me my house back?
And shout out to my man Kingen for the support. He been going crazy with the hundreds, and so I appreciate it, my dog. I know I'm just now calling it out, but I see you.
Is he going to give me my
stand
property
alongside
back
Nick
from that's in New
to
York?
carry a plate of food to the elderly couple down the hall. Those in a rush who still lift stranger strollers up subway stairs. And every person who makes the choice day after day, even when it feels impossible, to call our city home. I stand alongside over 1 million New Yorkers who voted for this day nearly 2 months ago. And I stand just as resolutely alongside those who did not. I know there are some who view this administration with distrust or disdain, or who see politics as permanently broken. And while only action can change minds, I promise you this: if you are a New Yorker, I am your mayor.
Not my mayor.
Regardless
Not
of whether
my
we
mayor.
agree, I will protect you, celebrate with you, mourn alongside you, and never, not for a second, hide from you. I thank the labor and movement leaders here today.
Oh, I know
the
that hide
activists
comment
and the
is a
elected
lie.
officials who will return to fighting for New
Yeah,
Yorkers the
pictures are
second this
even not.
ceremony concludes. And the performers who have gifted us with their talent. Thank you to Governor Hochul. Thank you as well to Mayor Adams. Dorothy's son, a son of Brownsville who rose from washing dishes to the highest position in our city, for being here as well. He and I have had our share of disagreements, but I will always be touched that he chose me as the mayoral candidate that he would most want to be trapped with on an elevator. Thank you to the two titans who, as an assembly member, I've had the privilege of being represented by in Congress, Nidia Velázquez, and our incredible opening speaker, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. You have paved the way for this moment. Thank you to the man whose leadership I seek most to emulate, who I am so grateful to be sworn in by today, Senator Bernie Sanders. Thank you to my teams, from the assembly to the campaign to the transition, and now the team I am so excited to lead from City Hall. Thank you to my parents, Mama and Baba, for raising me, for teaching me how to be in this world, and for having brought me to this city. Thank you to my family from Kampala to Delhi. And thank you to my wife, Rama.
So no thanks to the nation that allowed you to be here
For
to even
being
run
my
for this
best
position.
friend and for always showing me the beauty in everyday things. And most of
I mean,
all,
you know, you gotta shout out the wife. Oh, and shout out to my man, Wicked Kid, bro, 69 for the New Year's Eve 2026 gift. Appreciate the support, my friend. But you know, gotta shout out the wife.
He thanked everybody besides the U.S. people, not the idiots that voted for him, but you know, the actual people that made his citizenship possible. Just kind of a giant middle finger to us. No, thank you to the taxpayer.
I mean, not to be that guy, but I mean, why would you shout out the suckers? I mean, I'm trying to shout out my cooperators.
Criminals, all of them.
thank you to the people of New York. A moment like this comes rarely. Seldom do we hold such an opportunity to transform and reinvent. Rarer still is it the people themselves whose hands are the ones upon the levers of change. And yet we know that too often in our past, moments of great possibility have been promptly surrendered to small imagination and smaller ambition. What was promised was never pursued. What could have changed remained the same. For the New Yorkers most eager to see our city remade, the weight has only grown heavier. The wait has only grown longer. In writing this address, I have been told that this is the occasion to reset expectations. that I should use this opportunity to encourage the people of New York to ask for little and expect even less. I will do no such thing.
Wow, that's
the
100
only
away
expectation
from,
I
John
seek to
Kennedy.
reset is that of small expectations. Beginning today, we will govern expansively and audaciously. We may not always succeed, but never will we be accused of lacking the courage to try. To those who insist that the era of big government is over, hear me when I say this. No longer will City Hall hesitate to use its power to improve New Yorkers' lives. For too long, we have turned to the private sector for greatness while accepting mediocrity from those who serve the public. I cannot blame anyone
You're
who has come to
supposed to turn
question
to the
the
private
role
sector.
of government,
What are we talking about?
whose faith in democracy has been eroded by decades of apathy. We will restore that trust by walking a different path. One where government is no longer solely the final recourse for those struggling. One where excellence is no longer the exception. We expect greatness from the cooks wielding 1,000 spices, from those who stride out onto our Broadway stages, and from our starting point guard at Madison Square Garden. Let us demand the same from those who work in government. In a city where the mere names of our streets are associated with the innovation of the industries that call them home, we will make the word City Hall synonymous with both resolve and results. As we embark upon this work, let us advance a new question, a new answer to the question asked of every generation. Who does New York belong to? For much of our history, the response from City Hall has been simple. It belongs only to the wealthy and well-connected, those who never strain to capture the attention of those in power. Working people have reckoned with the consequences. Crowded classrooms and public housing developments where the elevators sit out of orders. Roads littered with potholes and buses that arrive half an hour late, if at all. Wages that do not rise and corporations that rip off consumers and employees alike. And still, there have been brief, fleeting moments where the equation changed. 12 years ago, Bill de Blasio stood where I stand now as he promised to put an end to economic and social inequalities that divided our city into two. In 1990, David Dinkins swore the same oath I swore today, vowing to celebrate the gorgeous mosaic that is New York, where every one of us is deserving of a decent life. And nearly 6 decades before him, Fiorella LaGuardia took office with the goal of building a city that was far greater and more beautiful for the hungry and the poor. Some of these mayors achieved more success than others, but they were unified by a shared belief that New York could belong to more than just a privileged few. It could belong to those who operate our subways and rake our parks, those who feed us biryani and beef patties, picanha and pastrami on rye. And they know that this belief could be made true if only government dared to work hardest for those who work hardest. Over the years to come, my administration will resurrect that legacy. City Hall will deliver an agenda of safety, affordability, and abundance, where government looks and lives like the people it represents, never flinches in the fight against corporate greed, and refuses to cower before challenges that others have deemed too complicated. In so doing, we will provide our own answer to that.
Go ahead.
So a majority of his speech is about how government is going to do this, government's going to do that, government. That's what people don't think. It's like people get so wrapped up in, oh, I need Big Daddy government to come in and save me like a whore on the street, when really the private sector is where you need to be. Government comes with BS and regulation. Private sector comes with growth and opportunity. And like I've told people before, should there be some restrictions on the private sector in some areas? Yes, I can agree to that.
Here's the
But
problem, though. It's like how it kind of represents how bad things are or how unaffordable things are in New York when people are just willing to accept anybody anytime somebody says free or is able to offer something for free, or they feel like they're taking from the people that they're envious of.
it's just a part of it is because more government for New York has never really helped New York. They actually did better when there was less government.
Yeah, but that's just how capitalism works altogether. The less regulations there are, I mean, the better it does.
And like I said, I'm not gonna sit up here and say no regulation, nowhere ever for anything. But there does need to be some regulation in the private sector on some things. But overall, he's preaching a message of government, and the people are eating it up.
Because they expect the government to fix their problems. They vote them in like, yo, fix our problems. We gave you votes to give you guys power. Now fix problems. And that's how a lot of people see it, sadly.
What did Ronald Reagan say? People that are that are opposed to danger are ready for a master and are fit to have one.
I'll give you that one. But I'm just trying to understand where these people are coming from, and the way he's talking to them, and the way I see the people react to him. Yeah, he got voted in on affordability, and they believe he's the best guy for the job. And I'm be honest with you, they didn't really give this guy any real competition. I mean, Cuomo, that was already like tainted goods.
Yeah, no, people. And
then Sliwa, I mean, like, come on now, like New York is too liberal to vote in a Republican. So he was just the best candidate, and then people wanted something new because they didn't want Cuomo because see how he ran things as governor, and they didn't even approve of that. So of course they ain't gonna trust you with a city. and Mondani coming in here with a fresh face, fresh ideas, and I mean he's a good speaker. So trust me, everybody's gonna go for it. He's telling them what they want to hear. Like, I'm gonna give you free stuff, and I'm gonna tax the rich. And it sounds good. Why? Because these people aren't the rich, and they feel like they're gonna benefit from all his policies. Just how it works.
So steal from one person to buy other people's votes is what you're saying.
Yes. I mean, that's what they're doing in Minnesota.
People's votes.
I mean, that's what they do in Minnesota. I know we don't agree with it, but shit, for some reason, that does seem to be the Democratic playbook or the Democrat socialist playbook.
I got a question. Why hasn't Jet come up here? I never get to see him up here.
Jet, you need to come into the live.
I'm weak. He said, yeah, bro.
Jet is my most loyal subscriber. He actually watched my live stream the other day.
Real one.
I didn't know you were live.
Yes, sir.
He's live right now.
If you were subscribed, you would get the notification.
Yeah,
you never sent it in the Discord, you whore.
Look at my channel. It's Mr. Paramedic, Mr.Paramedic.
Yep. So if you want to go ahead and if you like what Monty's saying, man, go ahead and get into Monty's go ahead and subscribe to Monty's channel and gaming as well, because gaming gonna start releasing some stuff as well.
I'm gonna try to offset all of my lives with Set's lives so that I'm not stealing from Set's audience. Like I'm simulcasting with Set right now, but I don't want to take away from one audience to build mine, if that makes sense.
Oh, bro, trust me, just keep on releasing the shorts, the clips, the lives, and bro, you'll have your own audience in no time.
Mine is gonna be my channel now that I got this third monitor coming in, because that's the main thing that I was waiting on, so I can actually do stuff. Yeah, mine is gonna be gaming content and political talk.
Nice. Yeah, like I said, I did a reaction to Nick Shirley's video. I just played it out same way Set does, and instead of interrupting Set, I just interrupted the video.
At least he's consistent.
Oh, sure, I'm gonna have to watch that one. But shoot, shout out to my man Jet. He says, how many Leering centers gonna be in NYC by 2020? 2027, bro.
Like 50.
It's like, bro.
Instead of Somalis, it's gonna be Indians serving biryani.
So
And
gonna be a whole bunch of Muhammad's and Ahmeds. Joking, of course. Joking.
Come on,
this
this is why I don't buy that every time they try to make an emotional argument. I believe that the people that are not running for power that believe in this, I think you're misguided, but I understand where you're coming from. I understand the wants that you have. I don't think the people that you elect that capitalize on those wants and say those things to you to make you believe them, they're not the one. They don't hold your ideals. They're using your ideals to gain power so that they can run fraud schemes, so that they can run, manipulation of markets, so they can control power. It is not an effort to make your life better. That's how they sell it to you, which is,
of course,
its own form of fraud. So when I say, people are stupid, Democrats are stupid, liberals are stupid, I'm not talking about, the people that vote for these policies. I understand where they want to see change and what they're voting for, because they're saying all the right things. Like we've been saying, Mamdani is a really, really good speaker. He says things. He's almost as silver-tongued as Obama was, or I'd say even more so. But that's not. You have to kind of separate these bold claims that he's making with what you can actually do, and you can't do what he's saying he wants to do. So what is the alternative? So what is he going to do? He's going to go and he's going to implement all these policies that are going to hurt people. And I'm not talking about millionaires and billionaires. I really don't care if they're hurt. I understand where they fit into the economy, but I don't really care about them. They're going to be all right. What's not going to be all right is the middle class people, because what's going to happen, whether he wants it to or not, he can't force grocery stores to be free. He can't force public transportation to be free. The only way he can do that is offer the service.
So trying to get on.
And put everybody else out of business. And that's worse than what you think is actually going to happen. It's not going to go.
Isn't that market manipulation?
Absolutely, it is. He's trying. So that's what corporations do to become monopoly. They go and they provide a next to free service, and they undercut all of their competition. So now they're the only game in town. And then once all the hype is worn out, like think about Netflix. Netflix used to be the alternative to cable TV. You can get everything you want on Netflix for $7 a month instead of paying $100 a month. Now, Netflix is putting out ads. The reason everybody got Netflix is so you could have things on demand without ads. And now you have to pay more, and they're going to start fleecing you more and more and more. That's the same thing that's going to happen here. They're gonna put out, for the short term, you're gonna have free buses until the private sector economy that's built up around New York City, which cab driving and Uber and personal services are a big thing on how low income people get money so that they can afford to live in that city. And you're gonna put that to the wayside. You're gonna put them out of business. And what's going to happen? The service is going to get worse because you don't have to compete with anybody now because you put everybody out of business, and people are just not going to know any better. And a couple generations will go by, and the service will get worse and worse, and then it'll cost taxpayers more and more money. And when the money runs out, that's when you're going to start seeing it mandated. Oh, you have to go drive this bus, or else we're not going to give you your ration of food. And that's how slavery starts.
And all right, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
Age-old question. Who does New York belong to? Well, my friends, we can look to Madiba and the South African Freedom Charter. New York belongs to all who live in it. Together, we will tell a new story of our city. This will not be a tale of one city governed only by the 1%. Nor will it be a tale of two cities, the rich versus the poor. It will be a tale
but that's what's going to happen.
8.5 million cities, each of them a New Yorker with hopes and fears, each a universe, each of them woven together. The authors of this story will speak Pashto and Mandarin, Yiddish and Creole. They will pray in mosques, at shul, at church, at gurudwaras and mandirs and
So,
temples.
all right,
And
I hate to
many
cut
will
it
not
off
pray
again,
at all.
but pause it. So, this is what American people. This is why American people have such a huge fear. For those in the chats that are wondering, this is why American people have such a huge quote unquote fear of foreigners. He didn't say English. He didn't say any of the things that Americans hold dear. It wasn't even mentioned. It was everybody else. And I know I might be nitpicking a little bit, but bear with me here. There's the old saying, the devil's in the detail. What you don't know is the thing that hangs you up. And there's another saying that goes along with it. What you don't say is just as important as what you do say. So just because you're not saying it doesn't mean it's not important. And if you notice throughout his entire speech, it's basically about government. It's about everybody else. It's about the foreigners. And you don't really hear anything for Americans. And so when this mayoral term fails, when it flops, when it goes down the crapper, and other states are like, I don't want you here. When you go to other states and they start treating you bad because you're from New York, or people scoff at you, or people are like, why don't you take that BS somewhere else, or anything of the sort, remember, this is what you guys voted for. Maybe not all of you, but we don't want that mentality. Y'all need to realize something. Y'all are about to be a close-up and personal experimental run. The entire nation and world is about to see just how good communism or socialism can run. And after, I wouldn't be surprised, and I'm going to call it right now, set on, what is it? January 2nd, 2026 at 0120 Central Standard Time. The only reason why this might work out for longer than a short time period is if later on down the road we find out that foreign governments have been funding this to keep that illusion. Calling it.
Yep.
Bro, hold on. Shout out to Ashley Snow. The lie about how great capitalism is has been exposed. What are you, like 20 years old? What have you seen in your life? You don't know shit
The
about
fact,
anything.
wait, time out. You don't even need to respond to that. The fact that she's able to make that remark while using a phone, probably in a house with Wi-Fi, shows her how stupid
capitalism is work.
Have you been to any other socialist country?
Have you left the country?
No, she heard this from her liberal professors because she probably is complaining about her student loans. Bro,
See,
she looks
that's
like
the
she's
funny
like
thing is they complain about it from their Apple iPhone 3 million, their car that they might be paying some money on, but a decent car, and drinking their freaking coffee from Starbucks, their frou-frou coffee from Starbucks. But they want to talk
French
about
toast,
oppression
eating
and
avocado
capitalism being
drink.
bad. Exactly.
It's like capitalism doesn't work. Okay, let me give you a list of countries that you can go to since you don't like capitalism. Try Cuba. My family's from there. Try Nicaragua. Try Venezuela. Try Colombia.
Yeah, those are
Oh,
nice
you don't want to
places.
go?
If anyone
hold
has
up.
country, and we'll send you there.
You don't want to go there because their health and sanitation isn't up to par. You don't want to go there because there's no such thing as human rights. You don't want to go there because they got drugs and gangs and everything running everywhere. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you mean that's a byproduct of socialism and communism? Crazy how that works out. Almost like as corrupt. I'm not going to sit up here and lie. we do have corruption in our government, but for the amount of corruption that we have, it's almost like the politicians want to keep capitalism in power because it makes them money, and they have a vested interest in making this system work.
Not to mention, hey, gaming, we can sit here with our own opinions and talk shit about the corruption in our country. Go and try to do that in Mexico. Go try to do that in Venezuela. Go try to do that in Cuba. And you can't even get on the internet.
In Russia.
Go do that in Russia.
Hey,
That's
I
what
got
you gonna
one.
get hit with.
You want to go? You want to go to China with the Great Firewall, where all your communications are ran through the firewall, and they have AI 24/7 scouring your comments and looking through your phone? You want to try that in North Korea, where you'll be executed for not worshiping the Korean false deity he thinks he is?
Any other Asian countries?
Right. How about India? They still operate on the caste system.
Thank you. Come again.
And
All right.
honestly, if anybody should, I'm part of the poor class, but guess what? We're pretty much debt free and own our home out free and clear because of, capitalism and how we made things work. I get to stay home with my kids.
Tove, you sucker.
You're just sucking up to the multi-billion-dollar corporations that are fleecing us every day, Tove. You're just a slave of your own creation.
Oh, that's right. I completely forgot. I forgot I'm oppressed because I get to stay home with my kids and my husband loves to work.
All right. But let's get back to Munda.
They will be Russian Jewish immigrants in Brighton Beach, Italians in Rossville, and Irish families in Woodhaven, many of whom came here with nothing but a dream of a better life, a dream which has withered away. They will be young people in cramped Marble Hill apartments where the walls shake when the subway passes. They will be black homeowners in St. Albans, whose homes represent a physical testament to triumph over decades of lesser paid labor and redlining. They will be Palestinian New Yorkers in Bay Ridge.
Notice how he gets a louder applause for the Palestinians than he does the black people.
Well, as they say, man, free Palestine. But Jesus, yeah, I mean, let's be real. That's one of their main things. That's what they freedom fight about. They feel like they're a freedom fighter about this topic, but they're not out there in Gaza.
Social justice warriors, social justice keyboard warriors. They think
you're right, but in their mind, they're freedom fighters.
Yep. You know what's crazy? Go freedom fight for Nigeria because they're busy getting slaughtered by the thousands. Oh, you don't want to do that? Crazy. Then don't ask us to put boots on the ground in freaking Ukraine. Don't ask us to care about Gaza.
Bro.
They're freedom fighters until they have to go there.
Wait, who's up with me when Galactic was going off on his rant about how he would go to war with Russia pretty much?
Me.
Oh my God!
I was the one that told him.
But I didn't even touch that one.
I was the one that
I love that guy, bro. That's my mate right there, but bro,
I was not.
Like, you're willing to go to war over that? Your priorities messed up, man. Priorities are not there.
But you want it?
It's because it's the right thing to do.
In the same breath, he said he would just give Taiwan to China.
Yeah, no.
That's oh wow.
Yeah, I heard all
okay,
that.
so people don't understand that conflict. You realize?
Whoa! We can't go into that conflict. That's going off topic. Going off topic. Let's go back to Munda. Can't go too.
Let's go back to Indian man.
Few of these 8.5 million will fit into neat and easy boxes. Some will be voters from Hillside Avenue or Fordham Road who supported President Trump a year before they voted for me, tired of being failed by their party's establishment. The majority will not use the language that we often expect from those who wield influence. I welcome the change. For too long, those fluent in the good grammar of civility have deployed decorum to mask agendas of cruelty. Many of these people have been betrayed by the established order, but in our administration, their needs will be met. Their hopes and dreams and interests will be reflected transparently in government. They will shape our future. And if for too long these communities have existed as distinct from one another, we will draw this city closer together. We will replace the frigidity of rugged individualism with the warmth of collectivism. If our campaign demonstrated that the people of New York yearn for solidarity, then let this government foster it. Because no matter what you eat, how you pray, or where you come from, the words that most define us are the two we all share: New Yorkers. And it will be New Yorkers who reform a long broken property tax system. New Yorkers who will create a new Department of Community Safety that will tackle the mental health crisis and let the police focus on the job they signed up to do. New Yorkers who will take on the bad landlords who mistreat their tenants and free small business owners from the shackles of bloated bureaucracy. And I am proud to be one of those New Yorkers. Businesses. When we won the primary last June, there were many who said these aspirations and those who held them had come out of nowhere. Yet one man's nowhere is another man's somewhere. This movement came out of 8.5 million somewheres. Taxi cab depots and Amazon warehouses.
That's why there's like 30
meetings and curbside domino games. The powers that be had looked away from these places for quite some time if they'd known about them at all. So they dismissed them as nowhere. But in our city, where every corner of these 5 boroughs holds power, there is no nowhere and there is no no one. There is only New York and there are only New Yorkers. 8.5 million New Yorkers will speak this new era into existence. It will be loud. It will be different. It will feel like the New York we love.
Is he being sworn in for mayor or for king?
This city home, that love has shaped your life. I know that it has shaped mine. This is the city where I set land speed records on my Razor scooter at the age of 12. Quickest 4 blocks of my life. The city where I ate powdered donuts at halftimes during AYSO soccer games and realized I probably was not going to be going pro.
Didn't you
The
grow
city
up
where
in
I
a
devoured
poor
2
Indian
big slices at Coronet's Pizza, played cricket with my friends at Ferry Point Park, and took the 1 train to the BX10 only to still show up late to Bronx Science.
Was scared to wear her hijab
The
after
city where I
9/11.
have gone on hunger strike just outside these gates. Sat claustrophobic on a stalled N train just after Atlantic Avenue and waited in quiet terror for my father to emerge from 26 Federal Plaza. The city where I took a beautiful woman named Rama to McCarran Park on our first date and swore a different oath to become an American citizen on Pearl Street. To live in New York, to love New York, is to know that we are the stewards of something without equal in our world. Where else can you hear the sound of the steel pan, savor the smell of sancocho,
Can you roll that back a couple seconds?
and pay $9 for coffee?
And shout out the lunatic libertarian. Anarchy, the only true freedom. Wow.
Okay. Well, let's anyway. Can we roll that back a couple seconds?
On that note, I vote for the lunatic libertarian for president.
Okay, no. We need some semblance of order. Y'all are wild.
Shout out to Anarchy.
No.
Honor killings.
No.
But.
Burqa for all women. Okay, fine. I'm done.
Oh wow. Seth, are you shilling right now?
I mean, you know what, bro?
Anything
I got a call from I got a call from the Qatari guys, and they was going like, "Look, man,
those are really the Israelis."
They said, "Look, we're gonna give you a hefty penny, just promote with Sharia law, and honor killings. They're not really that bad, guys. If you really think about it." Okay, actually, there is no way I can
Hey,
frame
you
that
know
right.
what? Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, I'm waiting. I'm waiting for it.
I took the joke too far. My bad.
Yeah, I was about to say, if you need someone to run cover, just pay me like 10%, and I'll make sure you're safe on the cover. But nope, not anymore. Not with that last one.
Seriously forming a conspiracy?
I don't
Just
know,
say
but-
Mossad did it.
But all right, though. Wait, you say you want me to run it back?
Yeah, like 10 seconds.
Oh, sure.
From
Didn't
my
you get
father
into
to emerge
politics
from
or
26 Federal
Gaza?
Plaza, the city where I took a beautiful woman named Rama to McCarran Park on our first date and swore a different oath to become an American citizen on Pearl Street.
But not
To live in New York, to love New York, is to know that we are the stewards of something without equal in our world. Where else can you hear the sound of the steel pan, savor the smell of sancocho, and pay $9 for coffee on the same block?
Everywhere else in the
Could a
U.S.?
Muslim kid like me grow up eating
So,
bagels and lox every
I just
Sunday?
got Scar's Shiny New Era song stuck in my head after
Will
hearing
be
that.
our guide as we pursue our agenda. Here, where the language of the New Deal was born, we will return the vast resources of this city to the workers who call it home. Not only will we make it possible for every New Yorker to afford a life they love once again, we will overcome the isolation that too many feel and connect the people of this city to one another. The cost of childcare will no longer discourage young adults from starting a family, because we will deliver universal childcare for the many by taxing the wealthiest few.
Bruh. Good luck.
Somalia 2.0.
It's not daycare that's scaring people.
So free daycare. I mean, I can see how this is going to lead up to fraud. Honestly, who's not going to try to get in on this universal health care? Start a daycare. Don't take in no kids because guess what? In New York, they believe in universal health care, so you're going to get paid for it regardless. I mean, that just sounds like like a slippery slope right there. But I mean, who knows? There might be honest people about it. You never know.
Yeah, let's not kid ourselves. How long is his speech?
Yeah,
Because he's
that's
just rambling on.
I mean, he's such
And
a good
honestly,
guys. He's capturing my soul. Actually, guys, Comrade
No,
Game.
absolutely not. You
Comrade
will not.
Mike. Comrade Stove.
No,
All
no,
right.
no.
I want my money back.
Okay, you need to. You know what you need to do
Okay.
is you need to play Lion King, the Lion King song that Scar sings. A shiny new era is tiptoeing nearer. That one. You need to play that one after this because that's exactly what he reminds me of right now.
I'm done.
I'm gonna be a socialist, and everybody's gonna starve.
Why
Maybe
are
they
you
got us a
hungry?
little humble to the end.
Hungry.
But all right.
You hungry?
Yeah, usher in a new era.
Cops.
But all right
out.
then. Let's move on to our guy Martin Luther King.
That's a good idea. No, but seriously,
All
maybe
right.
we should play that song just for shits and giggles.
I mean, I'm gonna get copyrighted the hell out of that. They're gonna
That's
copyright
Disney.
that.
You can't pull
Damn
that.
it!
I had a
Damn it.
dream that
But all right, guys.
one day I could pass off socialist views as a way to hijack the freaking black movement.
And a shout out to
Victimize-
Lunatic Libertarian. You know what? I mean, Lunatic Libertarian, you can come up if you want to. I mean, if you go to my main page, you go to the
Absolutely.
post tab, bro, we'd love to hear you out, bro. You sound
Please.
like an interesting guy. I'm not gonna lie.
I'd like
You
to
said all centralized systems are failed.
that.
I actually somewhat agree with him on that one, but
I'd like to disagree with somebody that's not gonna make me want to pull my fucking hair out.
I'm
This is a first.
I don't know, Monty. You be snapping on some of these guys, bro.
Yeah, I was about to say.
You would obviously they're like,
You
well,
snapped on me the one day.
I just
I'm
go
always
after it. It's good content.
yeah, you're right, it is. Now Monty gonna come at your neck if he don't think you making sense. That's the beautiful thing about it.
Even it, like I can
Yeah,
disagree.
but sometimes you gotta let us finish. You gotta let me finish my point.
Thank you.
I'm still getting used to this whole debating thing. Okay.
I'm not talking about you, Tove. I've only disagreed
She's
with
from
you on
Tove is from the back in the day where women didn't really get to say much. So
Stop!
This is new. For
All
her,
right,
this
guys.
is
Let's
new.
get back to serious because it's going to be the last segment. We're going to cover Martin Luther King. All right.
Got me
Shout out to
sound
this
like
guy,
I'm
man.
80 years old.
Shout out
You
to
were
my
born in
man,
80,
Vince.
right?
My man, Vince Ellison.
Oh my god.
All right.
You're halfway there.
Thank you.
But you can play that, and that's not copyrighted. That's Jeff Dunham.
Ooh, this ain't Jeff Dunham.
Silence,
Yeah,
I kill you. Yes, it is. That's Ahmed the Dead Terrorist.
it
Jeff
is.
Dunham.
I know, no, that's a sound bite. That's different. The whole
Bro, that's
the
common
Lion
use
King
now?
song.
Wait,
For
so
the whole thing.
no. If that's
Disney
common
don't play about they shit.
Yeah, they don't.
True.
If
They tried to
Jeff
sue
Dunham-
it.
Different
They tried to
companies.
No. If Jeff Dunham is common use and that's a soundbite,
Mm-hmm.
The Lion King is older than Jeff Dunham.
But that's Disney, bro.
I know they probably
Look up their trademark agreement.
Oh God, Disney's a different beast, bro. They're savages.
But they'll let the Somali daycare put up Mickey and Minnie Mouse.
I mean, but it's different, bro. You know, like
Trademark is trademark, bro.
look,
It
man,
is.
like it's a liberal
not-
organization. They can't get mad at the Somalians. It goes against their
Yeah, they
ethics.
can.
Right.
This is the same company that actually tried to sue a Make-A-Wish kid days before her death.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
actually sued
That was
another
fun.
daycare. You can look it up. Disney sued a daycare for having a mural of Mickey and Minnie Mouse on their walls.
But okay, guys, let's go ahead and get into it. This is gonna be a nice little all the way out. Probably good 28 minutes. We're gonna spend on this and close it out for the night. So
Oh, yeah, good idea.
let's focus on this.
Before
All right.
you start it, I need to give you some racist sound bites so you can make some more money.
What?
Spicks.
Bro,
he's literally just saying racist shit.
all right. All right.
First of all, ain't nobody talking while I'm talking, so shut the fuck up.
Don't make me kick
name
you.
is Uncle Ruckus. I am a licensed zoologist. I have studied a variety of wild animals, and the African male is by far the most savagely cunning. This is an opportunity.
All right. There
Play
you
it,
go.
Chip Chip.
Oh my god. I
All right,
can't do
let's
that.
go.
I am too white to do that.
If you see your brother getting ready to get in anything, I don't care if he's wrong, you go with him.
That's exactly how I grew up. That's
Period.
exactly how I grew up.
You defend your brother. If I don't care if he's wrong,
100%.
I don't want to see y'all fighting and arguing in the street. If he's wrong, you go help him fight.
Totally.
And Bobo kept me. My brother kept me in so much trouble behind there.
That's how I grew up. If,
Yeah, man.
if your brother kills 5 people in a drug-related murder spree, obviously we're against that. But get him a fake passport first.
Yeah, get him out. I wasn't angry at. I don't like Cuomo, but him being supporting his brother.
I defended him too.
Yeah. I said, no, man, got to defend his brother.
That's exactly what I said, and that's why. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
I don't care what he's your brother.
He's your brother. You stand with your brother. Period. And I didn't like them firing me. No, suspend him. Send him home.
That's how I felt.
But
That's
don't
so
fire
funny.
the man because of that.
And then all these people I knew who I thought were decent people were like, "No, he broke the rules." It's like he broke the rules defending his brother.
And
I don't like his brother
right,
at all.
Right, I don't like his brother.
but
you know, when it comes to that absolute rule, it's an absolute
couldn't
rule.
agree more.
Yeah, it's an absolute
Then I
rule.
thought, how are these people raised? I was at a bachelor party in Newport, Rhode Island, like 20 years ago. I mean, I worked at CNN, and we were of course drunk, and my brother was much drunker than I was, and we were walking down the street. My brother got in a fist fight with someone on the street, and the guy punched him, knocked him down. And I thought to myself, I could hear my father's voice. Don't let anybody touch your brother.
God.
So I knew I was about to get my ass kicked, and I had a Polaroid camera. Remember those Polaroid cameras? We were playing some game with Polaroid cameras. I don't even remember. And I took it and I thought, I'm about to get slaughtered, but I couldn't help it. And I went and I hit the guy in the face with a Polaroid camera. It broke on his face.
Get the weapon.
and the guy just kicked the shit out of me. Right in the face, knocked me backwards onto broken glass. I cut my hands. I had a huge black eye.
Oh my goodness.
I had to go on TV the next day with a black eye.
Oh my goodness.
I did not want to fight the guy. I'm sure it was my brother's fault. And I said to my brother, like, why did you obligate me to get a black eye in your defense? I knew I was going to lose.
Believe me, man.
But I could hear my dad being like, don't anybody touch your brother.
Anybody touch your brother,
Pup.
stand with it.
Stand with it.
You know, man, it's again, that's why your dad reminds me a lot of my dad. He was one of those, he's rote-minded, hard scrabble, right and wrong, do his job. One of these men. And again, you know, we've feminized men. That's one of the things they want to do in this culture.
So when did that start and why did it start?
Civil rights movement, man. All those communists and Marxists got involved with all these counterculture people, the feminists, and they wanted power. And the way you get power is by feminizing men. LGBTQ comes in. We are a threat to them. John Wayne's a threat, man. Jesus Christ is a threat. The guys that stand up and say, no, it's this way, because they wanted to change everything. They hated J. Edgar Hoover, not because J. Edgar Hoover hated black people, please. They hated J. Edgar Hoover because J. Edgar Hoover hated communists. And he kicked all their asses. He took them all down. And when Hoover died, they had to destroy Hoover to make it seem like that the civil rights movement and all the crap they were doing with the Black Panthers and whatnot was successful. These people were horrible people. The Panthers were selling dope on the street. They were infighting and beating women. Huey Newton beat Bobby Seale with a bull whip. There was insanity going on there. They were just a mob. But they would take these people and they would elevate them and say that this is how you need to be because we need you as suicide bombers. The way Hamas has this martyrs wall, right? So that they can have these little children growing up wanting to kill themselves for Hamas. They're training us to be the exact same way. Marching, sweating, while they're setting up in Beverly Hills and in Manhattan, drinking their little, tequilas and whatnot. Black people out there doing all the marching, all the sweating, and getting the hell beat out of them and put in jail. We're their shock troops. We're their Hitler Youth. That's why they need us. And they're going to keep that going.
So, but to feminize, so the idea is to make men feminism because you take them off the table as a threat.
Sure. They're not a threat anymore whatsoever. And you and I are both old enough to remember the whole feminist movement with them.
And bro, I'm gonna be real with you. He's touching on a point. This is why they all of a sudden try to push homosexuality onto the black community. Because I'm gonna be real with you, they're trying to take all the fighters out the black community. And if they can't make it gay, they'll make it an effeminate male. And then if they can't make an effeminate male, well, to make you a hood male who's overreacted and who's gonna end up getting himself killed in his own environment. I mean,
so and then I've said this for a while.
How do you make him a toxic, oppressive male?
I've said this for a long time, that the reason why you see ADHD, autism, and all these other mental disorders statistically higher in the Black community, it's not because, they're predisposed for that. Most psychologists will tell you there is no genetic trait that actually causes any of these things. Most of this stuff is environmental, which means that it can only occur after you're born, which means you have to be exposed to something. And realistically, most of the time, a lot of these diagnoses are from being compressed and pressurized in this very toxic and dangerous environment. And there is a huge push to over-medicate and, like they said, feminize not just Black men, but Mexican men too. And this isn't surprising.
they want to make you gay. They want to make you a fat. Okay, I'm not gonna go that far, but they really are trying to make you homosexual.
They're turning the frogs gay.
I mean, it could have been said differently, but yeah, atrazine, when you look it up, it does state that it has feminizing effects on men.
That's
and
why
you know what's
spring
crazy? You know what's crazy? For women that are exposed to atrazine, they get it the worst. They just straight up get cancer.
I'm sorry. Can we offer another grapevine to the lunatic libertarian, because he's just spitting straight facts.
I mean, yeah, bro. If you want to come on up, please, you can. I mean, like I said, main page, go to the post tab. You can go ahead and hit that link. But all right.
Peer pressure.
All right.
Bra burning and oh boy, I don't need a man. We're equal to men. Marriage is like slavery. All of that, and that was a Marxist construct.
So that wasn't about liberation.
Oh, it was. I think that they sold it as that. It was about destroying the family. Absolutely, because when you destroy the family, when you destroy the whole concept of family, the government has to come in and take over, and that's what it did. The black family got destroyed behind that. Now the white family's going down too. And America's in a death spiral. Man, they destroyed us from within.
Child
you know what
support
Abraham Lincoln
also.
said, right? He said, nobody can cross the Pacific Ocean and take America by force. We must live as free men or die by suicide. We'll have to destroy ourselves. How do you destroy America? You must take out God, drive it mad, and have us destroy one another. And that's exactly what's happening now.
All right, perfect.
No foreign nation is destroying America. America is committing suicide in real time. Well, you and I, as we get older, sit here and watch it and say, oh my God, what can we do to stop this?
So the civil rights movement, the official civil rights movement, was and is still described as a Christian movement.
Yeah.
Was it?
No, anything but. You know, it's been a lot of great scholarship done recently. Virgil Walker has done a lot of good scholarship. James MacArthur has done some good scholarship. And they have, John MacArthur, they looked at King's papers from Stanford. Come to find out that King wasn't even a Christian.
What?
He wasn't a Christian?
No, they said he didn't believe in the deity of Christ, didn't believe in the virgin birth, didn't believe in the resurrection, didn't believe in hell.
Bruh.
If you don't believe in those things, you can't be a Christian.
No, that's true.
Dude,
So
I told
when you look
that.
at his monument inside of DC, do you notice Reverend is not on it?
No, I didn't know that.
There's nothing about God on that monument. Nothing. This is not a mistake. This is a confession. They knew exactly who they were. And our Bible tells us that a tree is known, how do you know a false prophet? A tree is known by the fruit it bears.
That's right.
You will not get good fruit from a bad tree or bad fruit from a good tree. Each tree and its fruit will be after its own kind. So when you look at the Black community and the condition that it's in, if it's bad fruit, the tree had to be bad.
That's right.
And if it's bad fruit, it's a false prophet. It's binary. And when you look at where we were between 1940 and 1960, the Black community had cut its part.
All right, now, yeah, I got to give him that one. I would say before the rhetoric of Dr. King, the Black community was doing way better. Then after the rhetoric of Dr. King, we start depending on the government more. And it kind of makes sense since he's basically a communist and basically a communist. And he had communist belief. Now, the not Christian part, I know gaming says something about that. And that was great. And that's crazy, to be quite honest with you. He's he wrote it in his papers.
Yeah, he's not Christian. He disavowed, like, people were like, oh, he's a great person. No, he was actually horrible for the Black community, and he definitely wasn't Christian. And he copied a lot of he plagiarized a lot of those Stanford papers.
And
So
it
he
looks
didn't
like the
come up
victim mentality of the Black community stems from Martin Luther King, sadly.
Oh yeah, and those civil rights movements and everything. That's why I said they didn't really help the Black community at all. A lot of it was hijacked. It wasn't just the FBI; it was also him pushing Marxist communist rhetoric. That's why we have programs like welfare section. I'll give you a story on Section 8, and this ties right into it. You know, Section 8 was ran as a pilot in St. Louis, Missouri, my city. And here's the backstory on how Section 8 came about. So there was these old project buildings that were called Pruitt-Igoe. You can look this up. Pruitt-Igoe was a urban development. It's off of Market Street in Jefferson.
Whoa, from 80% to about 30.
What the hell?
It's
you clicked it. I saw that.
It's off of Market Street in Jefferson, in St. Louis. They tore them down, but basically it was a pilot project where the federal government wanted to put a bunch of Black people up in the housing. And slowly but surely, in order for these women to get housing, they started slowly moving the fathers out of the homes. And then they stopped taking care of...
Pause. To the Cap Hunter, what can you hear me?
No, they probably can't
Yeah.
hear you. Well, actually, no, they probably can now. I think we're
No.
good on the horizontal, but it actually, wow, we're actually good on the horizontal, but it shut off on the. Wow, it actually does depend on what stream they hit. Because we're good on the horizontal, but on the vertical, that's the one that got shut down. Or well, we're back up now on the vertical. We just got back up.
I was gonna say the Cap Hunter reported you for a racist rhetoric violation.
I doubt it.
No, that literally it's in the chat.
Really?
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah.
I just tried showing it on stage, so
I can't. I'm not actually a member in the StreamYard, so I can't put it on stage. But yeah, if you scroll up, racist
I can't
rhetoric
either.
violation.
Racist rhetoric.
Yeah, I'm seeing it too.
Oh no, he just said that. Oh, he didn't. Is he? Oh, he said that. That's racist rhetoric violation. No, I think it was more of a.
Okay.
It was a
He was
copyright.
being sarcastic.
Yeah, it was copyright. That's what it was.
What was
Huh.
that
But
copyright for?
Bro, I
Was it
don't know.
both?
Some of Tucker Carlson videos are iffy. Like some of them will get it, and then some of them won't. Like some of them reactions safe, some are not. It's actually pretty weird that it did
So,
that.
Honestly, there's been a lot of people that tried reporting you in the past, so for the same thing.
Yeah, that's true.
but like I was saying, Pruitt Igoe, they started slowly moving the fathers out the homes, and then they slowly started. How Section 8 came about was they started telling these women, if you want to stay in this housing project, then the man can't be in the home, and they would send these people out, these city inspectors, to go and check to see if the man was in the house. This is an actual actually watch because it took place. This was the pilot program for Section 8 as we know it. And if you look at the Section 8 housing program across the United States, it was based off of that. The same thing with welfare. The welfare was a pilot program, not just in St. Louis, but definitely one of the key cities that were involved, where they would start seeing, like, if you wanted this money or you wanted government assistance, same thing. Father can't be in the home, single mother, this, that, and the other. And what people would do, these women would do, is they would basically have to meet the fathers outside, like way away from the home on some sneaky stuff, only to be able to see their kids for a few minutes. And this was around the same time the civil rights movement was happening. And so when you get the civil rights movement going and everything, and then you trace all of our issues back down to that one area, it really just kind of hijacked a lot of common talking points, because also what was happening? Redlining, separate but equal. He really didn't do anything but take the time and opportunity to implement more Marxist racist ideas that were based off of race. And they ran actual pilot programs based off of those ideas.
If I remember correctly, the whole point of the civil rights movement, because it was ran by the FBI, was kind of a way to show other countries, look, this is what we're actually doing for the community. We're not racist. We're not doing these horrible things that you think we are.
All right, and shout out to my
Martin
man.
Luther King was the front runner for them.
Oh, and shout out to my man, the lunatic libertarian man. How you doing?
How you doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yep.
Yep.
You're exactly how I pictured
Yep,
you.
I was about to say. I told Set, I was like, we need to invite this guy on because he's spitting facts. I'd rather disagree with someone that I'm not going to actually pull my fucking hair out listening to.
Well, I mean,
Hey,
when
Chick,
I
how you
say
doing
all
today?
Say again?
Said sorry. I said, hey, how you doing today, hon?
Oh, it's just another day in paradise. I mean, you got crimsons, clovers, rainbows,
Right?
and unicorns all over the world. I mean,
Our dicks and airplanes, neither at the moment.
I mean, when I said all centralized systems are failed, I mean, we can just take a look at what's happening in the world. I mean, centralized banking has failed. All countries are bankrupt. So central banking is failed. I mean, we have failed education, failed healthcare, failed public, social, how would you say, social safety net programs. It's just
abused or failed.
Well, yeah, I mean, corruption, fraud, waste, and abuse is abundant in this country, and I think that people are really getting tired of it. You got insider trading coming from Congress; they're enriching themselves. I mean, these backdoor deals. When is enough is enough? I mean, taxes are through the roof. Everything is taxed. You know, your income, your sales,
yep,
state, federal. Where does it end?
Yeah, just for it to be used for fraud or wasteful spending, you're right. Where does it end? And honestly, where do we sit here as American people and say, all right, we're just not going to, you got to stop paying tax. There got to be some act of rebellion on the government in order for it to change. Remember, we're giving these guys like about $6 trillion for a budget. And you tell me y'all can't work with that?
Now, let me ask you this, because I ask all libertarians or anarchists or whatever you would classify yourself as. What I agree with everything you're saying. What is the solution?
Well, I think that one of the solutions is that we get back to training our youth to actually be productive citizens in society. I mean, we have to bring back security systems. I mean, we have false senses of security, but we don't have any real true security systems. I mean, we've seen our supply networks shut down. I mean, people don't produce their own food products. They're not educated. They're not. I don't like using education. I like using training, because training involves you actually practicing the skill set, and then you fail, and then you gain wisdom, and then you move forward in life. You know, people have what is it? They say the participation trophy generation is causing this as a big issue, because everybody was given a participation trophy just for existing. People don't know how to fail anymore for the benefit of themselves.
Yeah.
Whoa. Oh, damn. I ain't gonna lie.
So,
yeah.
Now,
not wrong.
Let me push you further on that. So that's how you solve it. How do you implement these solutions? Where does it start?
Well, I think we need to go away from the bread and circuses. I think we need to get back into, like I said, training people into being productive citizens. We have information at our fingertips. You know, we, like you said earlier, we hold a $1,000 device in our hand daily, and we use it mainly for entertainment. We don't use it for training. I mean, there's libraries of information that are relatively cheap. That you can gain access to information. I mean, people are always looking for the quick dollar, right? Well, the dollar doesn't have any value. What has value? You know, I think value is being productive for each other. So, I mean, we used to grow food for each other. Now we're dependent on 1% of the population to feed most of the planet. It's kind of ridiculous.
You know what's funny that you say that people have $1,000 phone in their hands. I was looking into YouTube analytics the other day, and the top grossing channels like on YouTube by category are technology, self-help, and how to make money online. So no one and then stuff like self-sustaining and like learning how to do things and self-help and tutorials and stuff like that are like dead last. So people like you said, people are using this, this information superhighway that we've created over the past 30 years, just to capitalize on other people's need for entertainment, or the idea that you might just become an overnight sensation and become, instantly rich without any work. And it shows based in marketing data, just what is marketed to people. And that's crazy. The vast majority of people would rather watch videos on tech. And why is that? Because the more traction tech gets, the more people buy tech, right? So that makes sense. And then you have the next category for the people that want to feel savvy about themselves. Oh, how can I become with little work or little perceived work, how can I get a bunch of money? Oh, well, just sell a course, sell sell an idea on how to become rich, and that is like one or like top 5 in the algorithm on what people want to watch. And that's an indictment of everybody that uses the internet. That's what's marketed to you. They wouldn't be spending the money on that marketing if it wasn't popular and they weren't going to get up in front of a bunch of faces. So everything he's saying is not just, rhetoric on how we feel. It's supported by the data.
Yeah, and I would take it a step further that the current system that we have has pretty much ostracized any type of training or independent thought and skill set development. I mean, if you look at the way that, and it's going to sound bad coming out of my mouth, but it's not, a lot of hacking, how a lot of hackers cut their teeth and get their skills is largely due to the fact that they take the time to independently learn.
Yep.
People don't know how to make bricks by themselves. I know that's crazy thing to say, but when you take the time to learn the basic tenets that go into brick making, it's very easy to do it yourself. People don't know how to break down and process a tree properly or how to identify plants. So nothing what is his name? Lunatic Libertarian saying is far off. This has been like a common complaint that's actually fallen by the wayside.
Yep.
All right. And to be quite honest, I'm hearing him when he says we kind of do need to focus on, I guess, more hands-on things, but we'd have to change like the trends that we have. Like, have to change the trends of, well, the way we seek education in a way. Because remember, the trend is that you go to school, you go to college, not you go to school and then you go to a trade school, or you go maybe to a 6-month, coding program, or learn how to make an engine or something.
Yeah, that's all been lost because that's how it used to be.
Yeah, we used to have it back in the day when I was a kid. You used to be able to sign up for it. 6 to 12 months. You know how to make an engine for Ford.
Well,
and
we
have
generational knowledge used to be passed on through the nuclear and extended family first.
True.
That's the first thing that's been lost.
Because it's been centralized.
That's how my
The
husband
government can teach your kids better than you can.
Correct.
Yeah, that's how my husband learned his trade. He's a mechanic, and he learned it by wrenching on cars since he was like 2.
Yeah, you learn by fucking up. You learn by iterating. You learn by doing the same thing, not over and over the same way, but you make a screw up over here, i.e. what he was referring to. You fail for your own benefit. You fail at doing something so many times, and you take so much risk that eventually you gain that knowledge through your blood, sweat, and tears. Mechanics is a perfect example of that. I guarantee you there's not a mechanic out there that that just walked into a dealership one day and said, I want to work on cars. No, they took an interest at it at a young age. They started taking things apart, had mechanical understanding and, intelligence enough to take their toys apart. It starts at a very, very young age, like mechanically inclined people.
I will tell you one thing, that a lot of these jobs that test for mechanical inclination, they take away the mechanical inclination test, and this was told to me by a recruiter recently.
Yeah.
The reason why they took it away is because a lot of people that they test that pass the mechanical inclination test don't have the formal education. I know because I was one of them.
Yep.
And here's the thing: and I asked the recruiter, I was like, if I pass this mechanical inclination test, but the people you're looking for that have the education keep failing it, why are you guys going based off of a piece of paper rather than somebody that understands how mechanics works?
Because somebody that understands can be taught. You can be educated. The idiot, or not the idiot, the person that doesn't understand it or does not understand
you said it right the first time.
I don't want to push people aside, but the person that it takes a minute to let them digest that information because they've never had an interest in it or never been naturally inquisitive about it. Those are the people. Yeah, you can educate them. You can pass a test. Your short-term knowledge will work fine for finals day, but the person that understands how simple machines works without you having to explain it to them. It's like, oh, if I pull on this pulley, something goes in the opposite direction and it increases my work put out. Like that is something that you either understand it or you don't.
Mm-hmm. But now we live in this digital age where everything's kind of spoon fed to everybody, and
Yes.
nobody has the aptitude to go and figure out how to get certain types of information. So when we have these type of conversations, like up here on the stage, some late Gen Z or Gen Alpha, they may be like, I don't know what these guys are saying. They're speaking gibberish, but you haven't had to do that investigative research.
Well, that's the thing. So if you think as a YouTuber, you don't want to alienate your audience. You want to speak to the broad audience to get as many viewers that are going to digest your video and interact with your video as you can. So the easiest thing to do is pick what's on everybody's mind and then dumb it down so that someone that understands it coming into it is like, wow, this is ridiculous. Obviously, that's how that works. But they dumb it down so that the biggest possible audience can view it, and then that's when you get people that think that they're experts on something because they watched a YouTube video about it, because it dumbs it all the way down so a 5-year-old can understand it, and then builds it up so that as to capture the biggest audience share in that market. And
well, I got a question. How many people use firsthand sources nowadays? You know what I mean?
None, hardly.
None, because everybody has this idea that I'll just go and get my information from over here.
So
Firsthand
shortcuts for everything. That's another thing.
Exactly.
It's the shortcut mentality. So what's the fastest path to solving an issue? It's no longer finding out the origin of the problem and then working through it step by step. It's always, I need to go from A to Z. And a lot of stuff is missed. I mean,
that instant gratification.
Correct.
Yes.
So,
I know I say it a lot, but it's
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I know I say instant gratification a lot, but it's literally what we've been given for so many years, especially now with everything going computerized or AI or digital or whatever, especially even with cars. That's another reason why it's harder for mechanics, is that they've gone computerized.
Well, yeah, I mean, everything runs through an ECU, an electronic control unit. But I'm a master diesel technician. I've also been trained in. I went to school for welding technology, and I've been formally trained through AWS to be a certified weld inspector. I also have certifications in HVAC for high pressure and for cab and
dude, you sound like me.
608 and 609.
HVAC tech.
So when you talk about learning multiple disciplines of skill sets, right?
Yeah,
we've put an isolation on specialization. So you're not a Renaissance person anymore. You're isolated to an individual thought process. And this goes throughout all systems. It doesn't matter if it's healthcare or whatever. It's all.
I was about to say
down. And it even gets into identity politics and policies being passed. It all isolates down to a certain individual group, to the point where it's no longer what it was originally supposed to be, which was the generalization. We were a generalized group of individuals. We weren't personally identified by labels, titles, and categories, separating humanity down to, the very minute. You know what I mean? But they don't want analytics. They don't want people that understand how to troubleshoot and find out what parts of the systems are missing. And that's what people, as far as my profession, do. You have this overall vehicle, and then you have the isolated systems, and then you figure out, okay, well, here is my problem. What am I missing?
So that used to be something,
because I can speak to the HVAC tech side, because I'm a licensed HVAC tech too, and same thing, isolated system. Like, if I don't have voltage going here, it's gonna make this stop. But again, this is that chasing the problem to its root. And like what Toph said, there seems to be this problem with instant gratification. And on top of that, people shorten attention span. I was actually out on an HVAC job, and we were having to trace voltage because the system wouldn't turn on. Dude asked the boss to get in to go to a different job, and he let him go. But I had to stay there, trace the voltage, find out it was a compressor, did a compressor swap out. But the participation trophy is still had to split the pay with him. So it's kind of like, what are we doing?
Well, so here's the thing, right? I used to say this. I used to be an electrician's apprentice. I work in healthcare now, but that it was explained to me by one of my journeymen. If you understand the how to do something, you're only like a tenth of the way there. You need to understand the why and what you're doing. You have to be inquisitive. No one can. Everybody can teach you what to do if X equals Y, right? So if this is this, then you have to do this. I can teach you that all day long, but along with electrical and HVAC and mechanics in general, and it even works into healthcare, which is why I'm glad he touched on when he touched on healthcare, because that's something you see a lot of now. You don't see general practitioners anymore. You see super specialized. That's why you need a referral to do anything, because no one can do the broad spectrum work anymore. You have to have a cardiologist look at you for your simple EKG. Like, the ER doctor is not an expert in that, which is crazy. Like, to understand,
and they used to be,
right? To understand what it takes to get to that point, you should have on a basic level. I'm barely a paramedic. I have not become a paramedic yet, but I've been an EMT for 6 years now. And if I were to sit up here and tell you I know how the entire human body works, I'd be a fucking liar. But I understand how one system will affect another system, and I can put those together. I can understand that if I increase blood pressure, then I might have, liver function or kidney function damage. And I'm going to get into the weeds with it, but the issue, like he said, is people that want to become hyper specialized and fill a niche that doesn't need to be filled, because that's where we're going. We understand the if this then this mentality, and it makes you lose your critical thinking skills. It makes you lose your deductive reasoning and all of that, because it gives you that instant gratification, like, oh, I fixed this problem. You may have just caused 5 more problems elsewhere, but
it's like
you're going to get the insurance money no matter what, right?
So to give you an example of how bad this can get, so I don't usually keep up with celebrities. I think they're all clowns and they're about as dumb as puppets can get. Kim Card, I think it was Kim or Kylie, one of them. They went for like a brain scan because they were having trouble upstairs, and basically the doctor, neurosurgeon, showed them their brain scan, and basically, I'm not joking, he said it in the most gentle way possible. The reason why you're having this many headaches or whatever you're having is because the neurons that connect your critical thinking centers are trying to develop, and they're just not developed.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Wow.
And that's actually, it's funny that you touch on that.
Never had to think that hard in their life.
And those are the idols of the world. Those are the idols. Those are what the masses follow.
But all right, guys, hold on. Now, we went over time. So time on this one. We're gonna have to call it a night.
Oh, I have one more thing I wanted to say.
I got things to do, sadly.
Let's Tove get her last bit off.
Go ahead, Tove.
We can move over.
I was getting. I gotta go to bed soon. But no, it's funny that you touch on with him touching on the healthcare and you touching on the critical thinking thing. That's something that my mom has been having an issue with a lot of these new nurses. Is the training that they're getting is they don't know how to make a split-second decision. They're always asking, well, how should I do this? How do I do this? And she's gotten to the point where she's afraid to retire because when she does, they're not going to have that guide. And she has to actively retrain them to teach them how to make those critical quick thinking decisions. And that's just in a nursing home. That's not including in hospital situations. This is just in a nursing home. So if she's struggling with, this issue in nursing homes, how much worse is it in a hospital?
You should understand, especially in healthcare, you should be able to perform half drunk, 2 o'clock in the morning on a Sunday night, because it should be such type A thinking that you understand everything. You don't need to think about it. That's how
Same for the military.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's why they sleep deprive you and fucking put you through all that stress so that you can make those decisions. Because it's life and death decisions. It's not as big of a deal in other industries, but that way of thinking is going away because of the short attention spans and the short, the biggest thing on YouTube right now is YouTube Shorts. TikTok made that a thing. 5 seconds of information, and that's my entertainment for that 5 seconds, and I'm just going to fill my day with 30 seconds at a time.
I've catch myself doing it all the time.
Now, all right, I do want to give the last word to my man, the lunatic liberal. So, yeah, my bad, the lunatic libertarian. Sorry.
Yeah, so I mean, I appreciate you having me on the stream. You can go check me out. I have my channel, Lunatic Libertarian. I think that we need to get back to the foundation of centralized families, not centralized systems. We need to get back to training the youth to be productive individuals in society and not grasping at the get-rich-quick schemes and the 30-second videos and all this other crap that we got out here. I think people need to, produce their own food, have a garden, have animals if they can have land. I think that being self-reliant and self-accountable is a missing thing. And I think that we've come to a programmed society of false senses of security on these false senses of abundance and convenience. And, people don't know how to do hard things anymore. And they rely on a very small portion of the population to create the safety nets for their life.
I mean, damn, we ain't lying. But all right, guys, we're going to go ahead and end that on that one, man. I appreciate the support from you guys. And shout out to the panelists that came up, man. Shout out to my man, Monty, Gaming, Lunatic Liberal, and Toph. What? Lunatic Libertarian. Lunatic Libertarian, bro. I'm so sorry. Liberal. I am sorry, bro. Lunatic Libertarian. Make sure you follow my man, too.
He's bald.
He also has a channel.
Monty
just started a channel, so make sure you should get that Monty and Gaming as well. Toph, well, who knows what Toph's gonna do?
And Nate Arbor has one too.
But for now,
Toph's just gonna be a cheerleader.
All right. Appreciate you guys for coming up, man.
Peace.
Shout out Sticks.
Peace.
No gang signs.
Leave out with some wise
Have
sayings.
a good night, guys.
The man of knowledge must be able not
Why?
only to love his enemies, but also to hate his friends. It sounds almost blasphemous in a world where we're taught that friendship is sacred and hatred is poison. And yet there's a profound truth hiding in these words that most of us are too uncomfortable to acknowledge. To love your enemies requires seeing beyond the surface, recognizing the humanity in those who oppose you, finding understanding where instinct demands rejection. But to hate your friends, that's the more difficult task. It means being willing to stand in opposition to those you care for when they are wrong. It means refusing to let affection blind you to falsehood. The person who seeks knowledge cannot afford the luxury of unconditional agreement. They must be willing to challenge even those ideas that come from beloved sources. They must recognize when loyalty becomes complicity, when friendship becomes an echo chamber. The pursuit of knowledge demands that we see the world and the people in it as they truly are. And sometimes that means loving what hurts us and questioning